I'll be right back.
Welcome back, YouTube. Let's hit those likes on the way in. Kick your shoes off at the door. Keep your feet off the carpet, please. Grab a coaster if you're going to be drinking, and grab an ashtray if you're going to be smoking. Settle in.
Hey, Dbloc, are you able to see all the people who likes the streams?
Nah, it doesn't really show you who liked and who didn't like. Oh, that'd be great, bro. I'd be calling people out in real time. That would be amazing if it had like a little light that popped up next to the name if they didn't like or if they liked. Nah, it just tells you the overall number. Well, the title of the last stream was CME in Sight. And we're even closer now, so definitely time to stay focused here, guys. What's everybody doing for dinner? We got some food on the way.
I just made this barley contraption. It's like pretty good, actually.
Like beer?
Nah, like straight barley. I started replacing
like in yogurt or something like that, or
like stir fry barley.
Oh,
I mix it up with like vegetables. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I didn't even know you could eat it like that. W fasting in the chat. I will keep the food talk to a minimum for Bit Boss. Remember, y'all were killing me all Ramadan.
Yo, Dbloc, I got another question for you.
What's up?
I know you say you don't really do leverage. I know you use it as a tool, but if I were to do leverage as a what exchange or DEX would you recommend?
I mean, if you're in the US, you're kind of short on choices. Like you have to follow the crowd, right? Because it switches. Right now, what's everybody on WEX right now?
And
they've been on weeks.
UIDX and
yeah, they've been on weeks. BTCC is also decent. They've been well established, and they don't ever go away through the waves. Like most of these MEXC, KuCoin, yeah, like all of them, they're valid for like 6 months to 8 months until you get that letter that says, hey, you know.
You can't do that no more.
Yeah. But more importantly than what exchange, though, I have a bigger question: is what percentage of your portfolio are you using for leverage?
I've just been dicking around, like $500 a trade.
No, but I mean, like, what percentage of the entire portfolio?
That's like a little less than the percentage, like 1%.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I ain't doing nothing crazy.
Yeah, keep it light.
Like
keep it light, and don't, especially since you're just starting, don't ever put yourself in a position where one trade can wipe you.
So bad idea to take 50 grand and do a 3x leverage trade on ETH or something.
How long have you been trading leverage?
Idea in my mind.
How long have you been trading leverage?
Oh, not too long. Long enough to figure it out.
If you have to say that, then don't even put $5 on.
Yeah,
oh no, I've already been doing it.
Trading is fine, bro, but 50K in a leverage position, you're asking for trouble, bro. Because I'm just assuming, and I don't want to know the details, but I'm assuming that that's a rather large percentage of your entire portfolio.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent percent.
Guys, these guys that are out here killing it on leverage, they're literally, even the biggest degens of them all are at 5% of their entire portfolio. I'm talking about the ones that have successfully been able to do it cycle in, cycle out, cycle in, cycle out.
You could try a little bit on Coinbase derivatives and like nano Bitcoin futures and things like that.
Try that.
Yeah, Coinbase has like derivatives, so you could do that. Start off there, and I think they're going to be doing leverage trading too on Coinbase pretty soon.
Nah, Coinbase just opened up. I just got the thing on today. I had to verify. I think they're doing perps, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean they've been doing derivatives, so I guess they're going to start doing some perps.
Yeah, no. Today they announced that they were bringing perps to US.
Yeah.
They won't even
Well,
even give people a stop loss, and they're throwing them on perps. It's just insane.
Right?
you
That's
use
what I'm
Blowfin
saying.
in the US.
Blowfin?
I like it better. Like, I mean, you have to send your money there, and like, I mean, just don't send a bunch of money. Like send a smaller amount of money so you can't
Such
mess it
as
up.
just do
Send
$1 of the
$100.
portfolio. $100. All right.
And
Like
once
if
you learn
you're,
DeFi, a lot of people use Hyperliquid.
Gotta use the VPN for that.
It's,
yes,
DeFi probably.
yeah, you gotta use. If you're in the US, you have to use VPN for Hyperliquid. And Blowfin is like way less. I don't know, like designed for like gambling than Mexi. Like Mexi has like the flash close button. Well, they both have. It has like just the way Mexi is like set up. It's like the psychology of it. It like makes you. I don't know. I mean, at least for me. But Blowfin, it'll like give you a warning if you try to slap up the leverage, like to tell you, like be careful. It'll try to prevent you from discourage you from using higher leverage. I like that.
Tried, what
These
is it?
guys like just keep buying
Bit
coins so that they
Unix
can
at all?
drop it further.
What?
I think he said these guys buying just so they could drop it further.
They put the limit orders, all of us. Where you want the price, put the limit orders there. You guys in the US, you don't use Binance or BitGet?
Oh, we just started Binance US. They just gave USD. They gave the green light again to USD, so I'm going to start using it a little bit too. Just a little bit though, just like to have a backup.
Hey,
I was looking though. It's only spot for Binance US, isn't it?
Yeah.
Drew, do you use Kraken or Crypto.com at all?
Not Crypto.com, Kraken, Gemini,
I'm back.
and Coinbase. Those are like in
The
my
main
opinion,
go-tos.
Yeah, and now Binance. So those are like the four I think that are pretty solid in the US. Like
What about
Gemini.
Uphold?
I don't like Uphold. Their fees are whack. Their way to move crypto around in their protocol is whack. I've tried it, but I mean, it's kind of beginnerish, and their advanced trading on there is kind of weird. I don't like Uphold. I wouldn't recommend Uphold.
Yeah, for.
Yeah, in my opinion, it's those are the ones. I mean, Coinbase has the highest volume for the United States right now. They got the biggest reserves of Bitcoin. Gemini, I would say there's for second place between Gemini and Kraken, and then third place Binance US.
You like Gemini?
They've never done me wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of people got screwed that they had to wait when they were staking their Doge and things. They gave me my money back when I was staking my Doge, but luckily I pulled out right before that mess happened. And they've always been good to me, so I've never had problems with them. And their onboarding and offboarding's easy to get fiat on and off there. So yeah, I like them.
I've never made a single trade on Gemini.
You never done a trade on Gemini?
Nope.
You should check it out, man. It's not bad.
For some reason, it just always had that, like, I think maybe it's because of how I feel about the Winklevi's.
Yeah, I mean,
the Winklevi
like
twins.
Against them.
Winklevoss.
Yeah, but
Has
there's
anyone
two of
told
them,
you
so
also-
it's Winklevi. It's a pack of Winklevosses.
I don't know what that is. Has anyone told you
I don't like
don't
those
keep a
guys.
lot of money on the those leverage exchanges? Like when you're done, like get it off, like or like if you make money, like take it off. So I don't know, things
Yeah,
can
I told them
happen.
earlier, don't leave your money in the store. You don't do it in real life, don't do it on the game.
So, but while I'm waiting for the limit orders to fill, naturally they gotta have
Yeah.
the bread in there. But once it fills, take it off. Then when
Yeah.
it's time to sell, put it back on there.
Well, think of it like this, right? If you're making a plan to leverage trade 1% of your portfolio, you go over there and you do well. You have to readjust, right? Eventually, you're going to do the math, and that 1% is going to turn into 10% of the portfolio, 30% of the portfolio. And now you're risking way more of your portfolio than you intended to, so you have to rebalance, right? You take that and you put it back into your spot. Yeah, your leverage gains are meant to build that spot back bigger and bigger. At the end of the day, I mean, unless your plan is just to accumulate money, you're supposed to be accumulating assets to sell at the top of the bull market. You don't want to get into a position where you're trading leverage the entire bull market. It's like you're giving away the best part of it, which is the being able to just sit and ride stress free.
Yeah.
Well, stress free. It's always a bit stressful, especially when
I'm
you're
new to
profit.
newer, like the last, I don't know, 6 months, and I can't handle like more than $500 in my leverage account. Like if I get more than that, then I just start losing it. So I have to get it out of there. And I've heard other people say stuff like that. And also, if you do any exchange where you have to use a VPN, sometimes they lock you out and you can't get your money out. And that's other reasons.
I would not trade more than, I mean, it's different for each person, but just know that exchange that doesn't care that you're using a VPN let you hit for 6 figures and try to withdraw 100K or more, and then all of a sudden you get that letter that says, yeah, your deposit is on hold or your withdrawal is on hold. We need to speak about your location.
Yeah, you breached our agreement protocol, and we're not going to give you your money back.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's about citizenship, right? VPN doesn't really matter. You can VPN to protect yourself.
No, but I mean that what they'll do is they'll make you prove it. While they let you trade on just a VPN, now that you want to cash out, now they need to see documentation.
But you don't KYC when you
But
use,
my point,
like,
that's in the US you can't. So that's what I'm saying. So if you're in the US and you're trading on one of these exchanges that lets US traders trade perhaps even though they're not supposed to, and you think that the VPN is covering you, you might find yourself in a sticky situation if you actually hit big. But you lose big and they won't say shit. Listen, you could lose 100K and they're never going to ask you to prove your identity.
Yep, I just had that happen to me.
So just be very careful, guys. Yep.
Yep.
Even when you're just in position, right? You could be in position but then you're realizing you're gonna need to add more or something. And that's when, you could get hit with this thing and it's like,
bro, they will auto deleverage you on a position that's going too well. Yep. They will auto deleverage you, close you out of your position, and then make you prove your citizenship.
Yeah, the guy that said, I just had it happen on Mexi. What happened on Mexi?
But you're not supposed to be able to trade on Mexi if you didn't KYC, no?
I mean, I've traded a ton of money on it for the last 3 years, never had any problems on ramping, taking money off, and then 2 weeks ago I went to withdrawal and they want me to KYC.
You have to put money in there.
Yeah. Just be careful, guys. Like I said, these are stores. It's the same way as if you went to the gas station and, be like, here, I know I'm going to need to get gas, so here's $10,000 to cover me for my gas shit. You can show up the next day and that gas station could be closed.
Withdraw to bank account or withdraw to crypto wallet?
No, just you got to go to your wallet. Take possession of your coins.
No, when he says I can't withdraw.
Yeah, they won't even let me send it to another Mexi account without KYC.
Bro. telling you.
Yeah, but it's normal. KYC is now internationally mandatory.
I know, but
you
what's
if you
messed up
follow a
is
bit
that they didn't.
international...
I know, but they didn't stop him when he was making
It's-
his trades. Is my point.
Yeah,
They will let you. They will let you
Yeah.
dig a hole.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
fine with
yeah.
you losing volume.
Yeah, but they
When
will
you
also
lose
tell you
volume,
to
they lose
KYC
volume.
many times. You'll receive emails.
Yeah, no,
like
listen,
that.
listen. If
No,
you're
I-
in, if
I
you're in
never
the
got a
U.S., if you're in the
notification.
U.S., you've already been warned by Mexi. For them, that's a disclaimer. Anything that
Yeah, I
happens
never
after
got a
this,
notification
yeah,
ever.
Yeah, but what's the problem with
It's in your
KYC?
junk
I don't see
mail.
any problem with that.
you can't KYC in the
You can't
U.S.
do it in the U.S.
We're just talking U.S. only people here.
Yeah,
Oh,
Mexi,
And they don't
Mexi changed
accept
their
US
Yeah,
IDs.
Mexi changed their
unfortunately,
One at a
KYC
time,
policy.
guys. One at a time. One at a time.
unfortunately, USA is in the same country list as countries like Afghanistan, North Korea.
Yeah, Syria,
I forgot the
freaking
list, but like when you look at the
Afghanistan.
disclaimer down there, you see like really countries that are dictatorships, and America is in the list
Yeah.
often. It's crazy, but it's like that.
America, the #1 dictatorship.
It's money laundering, right? What they're trying to avoid, but for us, it's really just taxes. The U.S. is like this because of taxes, and they're also like this because it's a direct sort of counter to the bond market.
The problem with it all is that
litigate, so
Mexi has a office in the United States.
yeah, a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
these
fine.
exchanges do,
Yeah.
you know, because it's safer
Do you
for
think
them, right? But it's not safer for us as individuals, and that's sort of the
Do you think it had anything to do with Gary Gensler?
Yeah, that choke point 2.0 had a lot to do with it. I mean, I honestly don't see them okaying perps for U.S. customers anytime soon, even under the current administration, to be completely honest with you, though. And I think the reason is that they've already got that game cornered. Go play options. Right? That's basically what they're saying. Like, no. We run perps because most leverage contracts expire worthless. 75%. Right? That's a good hustle. That's an amazing hustle. They're not trying to let go of that.
Have any of you guys heard of Antarctic?
That's like go in front of the casino in Vegas and start shooting dice on the sidewalk and see how long they let you do that.
Hey,
they do check boxes, for America.
Well,
like,
if it's a public sidewalk, I want to see them try to do something.
You get that tap on your shoulder.
Vegas ain't that public, brother. Vegas
Sidewalk
is a whole
public.
different animal.
Okay, guys, we're arguing beside the point. We're going down a rabbit hole that wasn't.
I got another question for you. What
Yeah.
what wallets do you use for your coins?
It depends on. So you're gonna need a wallet for each blockchain, right? Like
Okay,
you want an
so-
on-chain wallet. So for Sol, you're
like
looking at
Sol,
like Phantom Wallet. For ETH, you're
MetaMask,
looking
ETH.
at MetaMask or Rabby Wallet. I like Rabby Wallet. They all do the same thing, right? They're doing is storing your password,
Tantrum?
safely.
Coinbase wallet's pretty
Security
good.
risk.
Yeah, Coinbase wallet's actually pretty good.
Coinbase wallet.
And any hot wallet is going to be better than having it on exchange. Any cold wallet is going to be better than a hot wallet, right? So any device where you're taking it all, it's not on the web, basically. You do have counterparty risk with hot wallets, but very rarely have we ever had any issues. Mostly just getting phished, right? People get screwed because they get phished for their information.
Would you recommend Tantrum wallet at all?
That's my main cold wallet is Tangent right now.
Okay.
But
There's been plenty
Ledger,
of
any
security
of those
issues
are
with
fine.
browser plugins have had plenty of security issues. It's just that if you use like a Google or Apple browser, then they do filter out a lot of the scam wallets. But you could end up downloading a wallet that's actually
user error. Yeah,
a scam,
but
right?
that's user error.
Do you
or just use an entire node? So you build your BTC node or Ethereum node or something like that, and you just store your coins in the node.
Okay, but we need reasonable
gotta
for
be
new people.
That's all I was
They're
about to
not gonna
say.
start their node and hold their coins. Look, the point, a good rule of thumb is that every step you take towards convenience, you're taking away from security. Right? Everything that you do to make this thing more convenient, you're making it less safe. Right? It's not convenient to have to go all the way to cold, even though it's not even that big a deal. Once you do it a couple times, it's really not a big deal moving your shit in and out of cold wallets. But just having your shit on exchange and taking your profit and letting, like, that shit is super convenient. But you're at the end of the risk scale, right?
The software that's on the cold wallet could also be a risk, right?
Everything could be a risk. Like, somebody could knock down your door and hold a gun to your head and ask you for your seed phrase. The point is, we're trying to make it as safe as we can.
Yeah, there's pros and cons to everything, because there's also pros to centralized exchanges. Like, say you lose your seed phrase and stuff, or who knows when, you got a lot of money, millions of dollars. If you're on an exchange and you can prove you're you with ID or whatever, fingerprints and stuff, or even if you pass away, they'll help get your next of kin get that money. Good luck doing that with a private, wallet. So there are pros and cons. Some, like with a private wallet, you got to know you have to take care of all that stuff yourself. Your security, your will, make sure your will is connected somehow, that someone can access it when you pass away, if you pass away, stuff like that.
So that was something I was going to ask to Dbloc is, how do you feel about proprietary cold wallets versus open source?
I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, guys, what we're talking about is somewhere else to store your seed phrase, right? Your crypto doesn't land in any of these wallets.
Yeah, it's in the blockchain.
It's just an advanced piece of paper, right? What we're looking for is a more secure piece of paper. So, I mean, whether it's open source or not, what's important is that there's no counterparty risk, right? That you be careful what you opt into. Like on Ledger, you can opt into not having to remember your seed phrase. Sounds super convenient, right? Until you find out that they're using a third party to hold those seed phrases. And now you've got counterparty risk. Now, maybe I trust Ledger, but who the hell are these guys? But no matter what wallet you have, that seed phrase that's attached to that wallet can be used interchangeable on any number of hot wallets. Even if something happens to MetaMask and it doesn't exist tomorrow, you can go on Rabby wallet, put in your seed phrase, all your shit is still there. But we're really just talking about is the most secure way to hold your seed phrase into the future, right? It's easy to remember your seed phrase now or to have it on a piece of paper or something, but into 20 years, 25 years, 50 years. And nothing really, right now, nothing beats a coin. And it's not just that. Like, I have hot wallets, I have cold wallets on the same accounts. I've got titanium plates engraved in safety deposit boxes. I've got split up passwords across different. You can do a number of things, but at the end of the day, you're doing the same thing. You're trying to figure out, if my brain goes to shit, how can I get back these 12 words without anybody else being able to get them?
I had another question. It's a bit different about an indicator.
Hold on, before you ask another question, are you a cop?
Yeah.
Sorry, no, just kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was going to ask about but about ADX and how you feel about ADX as an indicator for like, I guess, momentum shifts.
I don't really use it. Honestly, I think these things are a crutch, right? If you want to watch momentum, then learn what triggers those indicators. 9 times out of 10, that indicator is going to work on a 2 or 3 EMA crossover to tell you when the momentum is shifting or not. I much rather teach people to watch the 13 EMA and the 50 crosses for confirmations of momentum than get them used to using an indicator that pops on a little green light. You know what I mean? Like, if you take it back to first principles and you become the indicator, then you don't need them. If not, what happens, and it happens to everybody, you go on that search for the holy grail indicator. And some people that last years, mine's lasted about 1.5 years, 2 years, where I was just on a search for that one indicator that was going to tell me everything I needed to know under every sort of circumstance. And it doesn't exist, bro. It really doesn't. The only thing that holds true are first principles: momentum, structure, liquidity. You can make your job easier once you learn these things by having an indicator that maybe gives you a heads up that it's happening. But I think until you learn the actual process of how the market moves, it becomes like a crutch. I can't say anything bad about the indicator. It does what it's supposed to do. But what I would say is when you find the indicator you like, find out how it works. And then once you can see that happening, you're always going to be faster than the indicator.
Yeah, so that was because a lot of the places I looked for explanations of ADX, they talked a little bit about the MA, but they didn't really explain it.
Yeah, like they don't want to give up the sauce, I guess is what it is. Right? But all we're doing is tracking momentum. Right?
On TradingView, you can often get the code of indicators, and then you can copy paste the code in an AI and ask it,
yeah, how
what
does this
this
work?
thing do? And
What triggers this?
It might
What
do a good
triggers
job
that?
at explaining. Yeah.
And some of them have descriptions. Some have descriptions right in the code too. Like they'll have a note in the code that lets you know what's going on.
Yeah, I totally agree with Dbloc. Like, you got to know the basics. And on most exchanges, man, they'll give you a lot of little ways you can play, and like, you know, a lot of indicators that you can see. And you just search on any AI or Google and ask how to use these. And just like simple ones, like, you know, like the SAR, that means stop and reverse indicator. It just kind of shows you, you know, tries to help you when trends reverse, but you can't use it as like, oh, it's a green light, go, you know. But you'll see all these, you know, all these things that are worth exploring, like the Ichimoku cloud too. They help a lot of traders, a lot of bots that run off the Ichimoku. So, you know, once you know the EMAs and how they cross and how they interact with each other, you know, next step is seeing the exchange indicators, what those have, you know, because some of those are good. Like Dbloc, which one would be your favorite kind of main exchange indicator that you know they usually have? Because they're, you know, they have the EMA crosses, they got the alligators, they got the
On exchanges,
the
the most you could do is just set up your EMAs, right? Set up your 50, your 5, and your 13.
You don't, and I mean, the stochastic and all that.
Yeah, yeah, your
like,
stochastics. They've got your regular oscillators and shit like that. Yeah, yeah. The only thing they're not gonna have is like your sort of compound indicators.
yeah, and Bollinger Bands. A lot of people like those too.
Yeah.
Bollinger Band indicator.
There's still not
Well,
one single exchange that has a vector candle indicator, which actually is a good thing. That lets you know like how far down the edge we really are.
There's a vortex indicator.
Yeah, there's a bunch of weird shit that nobody ever uses.
Wait a second. Good exchanges use TradingView for price showing. You can put anything you want there.
It's different if they've got a TradingView plugin. But even the plugins aren't full. The plugins don't have full access to all the indicators.
Yeah, Coinbase does have like 50, 53.
Right. It's just the standard ones then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was another actually indicator question. Is I did find something on TradingView that was market maker balance. But I'm not sure exactly how, you know, how accurate that is or how accurate that could be.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it. I don't know what it's supposed to do. But it sounds cool.
Yeah, I've been trying to kind of look at it to correlate between the vector candles and kind of like, I think it's the idea is that they're trying to track whether the market maker is more buying or selling. Just like there's other indicators that indicate like, you know, whether the market itself is buying or selling.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'll take a look at it later after I eat.
Yeah, combines 10 candle price volume support. And what else? They combine that to create a bullish and bearish balance over a period of 200 candles. So it's a 10 versus 200, I guess, something like that.
Yeah, 10 candles are how you track the vector, right? So 200% of the last 10 candles gives you a vector. So I guess it's just, like I said, like it's doing... I've already taught you to do what it's doing. right? Which is just tracking your, tracking your gaps, looking back to the left, watching them for targets. So I guess it basically just gives you a bullish or bearish sentiment depending on what happened over the last 200 candles from what he's saying.
Can you explain that over again? The vector gaps tracking the backwards left.
Yeah, so these, have you gone into education in the okay, so you read those? Yeah. So the vector gaps basically are when market maker steps in and provides liquidity.
And that's the highlighted?
Yeah, these are the highlighted ones, right? So for the most part, just as a quick sort of run through, when you decide that you want to go short here, the market maker sells you your short but opens a long position at the same spot. Right. So as these shorts go filling in, market makers filling them with longs. Right. Eventually, as price comes back through that range, he gets paid on these positions and he gets the money back that he provided here. Right. So we go back into the chart, you see it over and over, right? Long positions, market maker set his shorts, price came down, he paid himself on that liquidity. Here, people went short, market maker went long, price eventually came back up, paid him on those. Same thing here, everybody went short, market maker went long, price comes up. It's just how liquidity is provided and how they get it back is one of the main things we follow here. Stick around, bro. It'll get it. You'll be tired of hearing me talk about it.
I've been listening.
Atomic Wallet's all right.
I heard they had some problems though.
They did back in the they had issues back in the day, but
yeah, I don't know about Atomic Wallet. Stick with the people should stop experimenting. Stick with the big dogs. Stick with Phantom. Stick with MetaMask. Stick with Rabbi. Stick with Coinbase Wallet. You know.
Yeah, whatever chain you're on, you don't have to go too far. Like stick to the most trusted on that chain.
What's the best for Avalanche?
Good question.
You can have MetaMask has Avalanche support.
Okay.
So does Rabbi, I believe.
You got to on MetaMask. You just got to change the network on top to Avalanche, or you got to add it in. You got to put in the mainnet ID. There's like tutorials and instructions on Google if you search it.
Do I have to put in a contract?
Nah, I believe it's on one of the Avalanche is probably one of the presets.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out.
What's up, guys? I just wanted to chime in because you guys were talking about using different exchanges and wallets. Just like how you diversify your assets, you should diversify your wallets too. So don't keep everything in one wallet. Diversify it. Like spread it out. So just in case one gets filched or hacked or you forget something, you don't lose all of it, you know?
All right, what's up with this price action?
We're still reacting to the daily downtrend, right? This is the official retest of the daily downtrend. Let me pick a chart. So this downtrend here, right? When we popped, so this is the retest. I still think we go lower.
And you're saying since it didn't bounce hard off of that trend immediately, that's why you think it's going lower?
Yeah, there's no volume. There's no follow through. I mean,
what about if it comes back up for a bearish retest in the beginning of the?
Well, that's what I was expecting. I was expecting for it to come out, grab these vectors, retest the 50, and then have a follow through. But we're not even getting. There's not enough volume to even do that right now. So eventually, price will just naturally roll over if we don't get some volume in. Look at our volume here. Right, largest volume we had was on the dip, obviously, but just sort of fell apart after that.
Let me call some Bitcoin vampires, get some volume. I'll be right back.
Does that mean that everybody's sidelined, just waiting for the next move? Or
yeah, the money that came in, the money that was sitting there in buy orders came in, and that's what stopped price. Right, but at the moment we've got a bit of seller exhaustion.
Yeah, they're either sideline or they're a little bit below, like me.
But in this case, if we go down with Bitcoin and close the CME gap, what price would we expect for Ethereum to start?
Ethereum is down at its problem with Ethereum is that it's got a way to go down to its psychological ranges. Right? Psychological ranges is 245, 254 to 25. We're in this vector gap now. And we've got a similar issue, or not issue, but we've got similar support that we do on Bitcoin. So that uptrend support turned into resistance, turned into resistance, turned into resistance, popped over, hasn't retested yet. That's at the bottom of the vector gap. The question is, when we get down here to this support, has Bitcoin hit CME yet? If Bitcoin hasn't hit CME yet, then there's a chance that you come down to the psychological ranges. But I would assume 259. Yeah, 259 would be that uptrend. And that would be a full clear of that vector.
And also Bitcoin CME, because right now they are both tied because Bitcoin dominance.
Yeah. Unfortunately, nothing's going to be strong enough to sort of fight Bitcoin right now.
Hey, all right. So another question for you on Ethereum. So if you said it deviated outside of the range, if it doesn't hold the psychological levels on Ethereum, should it deviate outside lower of that range?
So we were waiting, like you said, to see if we held support and had the breakout, or if it would come back into the range and just be a deviation, right? So for right now, we can say that this was a deviation out of the range to the top side. Now, when you deviate out of the range and you come back in, there's 2 points to watch. Obviously, if you come back down to support, chances are that, you risk an equal deviation out of the bottom. But this was our counter deviation to this one. Right? So it's almost like, does the range owe a deviation or not? We had our first deviation down, as above, so below, or as below, so above, we got our top deviation. We then got a bottom deviation. Same thing, had our top deviation. So there's no debt. There's no deviation debt, for lack of a better word right now, right? There's no technical reason for it to break. You would assume that if it comes down to the bottom of the trend, it holds because that's the trend.
Got you.
But
well,
what's important too is the 50% mark of the trend, right? So
that's what I was gonna say. So would
if
the
it holds,
support be?
If it holds the 50%, then it could just be loading up for another attempt out. Right? And that 50% takes us right to, we were talking about the uptrend, right to the bottom of the vector gap. There's a bit of confluence there.
What's that price at? Like 20?
25.9.
Around 26.
Yeah, it's the same as bull flags. So remember, a bull flag is just a range at an angle, right? So let's take a bull flag and we look at the natural sort of progression of a bull flag. Price comes into it, ranges around, might have a bottom deviation, might have a top deviation, but eventually when it's time to break, what'll happen is you'll hit resistance, you'll come down, you'll hold that 50%, and then you'll go. Right? The last move out of a bull flag is usually a touch on the 50% mark. So it's the same deal if you turn it into a range. Right? If you turn it into a range, which is what we're looking at now, then what we're talking about on ETH, is a bottom deviation that had its partner, another bottom deviation that had its partner, and then looking to see if we're going to hold that 50 to pull out.
Right.
If that 50 doesn't hold, chances are you come to the bottom of the range. So if that 50 doesn't hold, that 26259, chances are you're going to come down to your psychologicals. You're going to come down to the bottom of the range at 247.
For me, we just touched it, yeah, the 50.
Not yet. We're at the 50% is at 2594, right at the bottom of that vector, right where we were talking about.
For me, it's at 2617.
All right. Well, if you guys are using Zeus's chart, then maybe you should buy some. But if you're using my chart, you want to wait.
No, but it's just like we're talking 0.2% difference or something.
Yeah, it's right. It's literally right there.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, give me a second,
No,
guys. I
because
gotta
the
go
whole
grab my
range is
food
not.
from outside.
I said that because the whole range is a bit upward, right? It's not perfectly horizontal. So you would draw it potentially more like a bit upward, no? Because it's higher high, higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. Well, probably higher low. Or not. Maybe we'll reverse trend and we'll put a lower low below.
Hey, Dbloc, how do you come up with the psychological levels again?
You went to get food.
Oh, do you guys know?
Yeah, he said.
Indicator that could calculate after a while.
He said the psychological ranges are Saturday at 5 p.m. through Sunday 2 a.m. They range and they reset every week if you want to do it manually. But on the TR main, they do it automatically.
TR main?
TR main.
What is that?
The indicator. It's an indicator on TradingView if you type it in.
Say it again for me.
TR main.
Well, it's not only.
For me, I just typed in TR, but yeah, same thing. And when you look at it, it should have like a 8.1K to the right of it.
Right on. Thanks a lot, guys.
If it doesn't come up, just put an underscore, TR underscore.
A psychological range is not only an indicator in that strategy, you know, like a psychological range is like, okay, well, in Dbloc's definition, well, in that case, of course, it's the weekend range.
There's two
we're
different
expecting.
things.
But
Psychological
overall,
price points are what Zeus is talking about. Your
no, even a
whole
range, like
whole and half
it's
numbers.
an area. Yeah, but also even a range. Like it's an area where price is gonna spend a lot of time and develop some psychological stuff, right?
Your psychological range is set by the Asian session. Give me 1 second, hold on.
Like, you know, it's levels that people are gonna think are important.
All right,
And
so
price visits them
that's
a
not
lot,
what that's not what I'm talking about. We don't want to confuse what I'm talking about. When I'm talking about the psychological high and the psychological low, they're set off Asian algos, right? At 5 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday till 2 o'clock in the morning. That range is revisited at the end of the week or at some point during the week, right? The balance that market maker creates, right? Because it's all about balance. It's all about providing balance. That's a basically like a point of control that's set at the beginning of the week, and that market makers play off of, play towards, play away from, but for the most part revisit.
What's the percentage chance that they revisit?
That's a tough question. It depends on I'm looking at Bitcoin specifically, and Bitcoin revisits more than not.
Like 9 times out of 10, it revisits it.
I wouldn't want to put a
It's a
number
time
on
perspective. The problem is the time perspective issue, right? Like you're gonna revisit a level eventually.
No, it has a time limit because it has a time limit because this psychological range disappears on Saturday at 5 o'clock.
And then a new one starts.
And then a new one starts, exactly.
Okay. And you said the Asia hours set that?
Yeah, on Saturday. On Saturday at 5 o'clock, right? Because market makers are off duty on the weekend, so it's set by algos. But it's really controlled by the Asian algo for the most part.
What's the next time frame of people who come in after Asia hours?
UK.
UK.
Yeah.
What time does it? What time does the Asia hours and UK hours start?
Asia's from the market maker hours are from 8:30 till 2:30. And then UK goes from 3 until US opens, and then US goes from open until close.
I guess
But yeah,
sideways.
but there's a difference. UK opens, and then after an hour, the Frankfurt one opens.
We're talking about market maker sessions. Those are
market maker sessions. That's what I'm talking about. UK opens. Then after an hour, you would see a jump in volume because all of Europe will trade on Frankfurt. So it kind of gets the volume up by about 50%.
yeah, but it's all underneath the UK session. Like there's no need to separate it. In other words, we do that on Legacy. There's no need to do it here because the market makers that control that session control the entire region.
Basically,
London doesn't control Paris.
Europe.
I'm joking.
I think the EU or UK is what kind of throws people off. What we're talking about is time zone more than anything. Everything that lands in the same operating time zone.
That's what I was asking about, was time zone. So
Yeah.
is that where
On Legacy it's different, right? On Legacy you pay attention to every single session that opens.
But for crypto,
all that matters is the liquidity provider.
You know, when price goes sideways, it's a bit that everybody agrees on the value, right? And people eventually lose a bit patience. So that's why you can call it a bit of psychological range too, right?
So and can we all agree that Dogecoin is going to $1?
Eventually.
Let's go, baby.
Oh, minus $1? Of course, I agree with you, Drew.
That's impossible, my friend.
No, it's not impossible. You need to come with money from your own house.
Yeah, but minus $1? How is that possible?
It's quite possible. If you still hold it, it's quite possible. I still hold about 28 billion. No, not 28. 29 billion of Bunny coin.
Nice.
Yeah, it's minus 150% now.
like I have like several billion of bonfire.
I'm gonna go eat my food real quick. I can trust you guys not to trust you guys not to kill each other while I'm gone, right?
We can't promise anything.
Right, I'll be back.
Yeah, tell that to Bitcoin.
I'll be back. I hope not to walk into World War III talks. Like it's literally not gonna be going that long. It's just 1% down.
No, man, I'm back in position. We good.
Right, I'll be back, y'all.
I'll try to ask a lot of questions for charting.
You guys know me. I only like to fuck when I'm not in position. I keep it real. You guys know. You can say I flip flop, but at least I keep it real when I flip flop. You guys know when I flip flop. I don't try to hide my flip flop.
Yeah, we're still going down, Drew.
Nope, not happening. Bears ate enough this evening. We are turning around, my friend. Everybody's trying to get that CME gap. Everyone and their mothers want to touch it, but it's untouchable today, my friend.
It's totally touchable, but I will just wait and see.
No, we're close enough. I don't care if we touch it. That's fine. But
yeah, we're very close. Leaving the jokes apart, we're really close.
Yeah,
it
we
would
should
be
touch it.
like, I don't know, a miracle if we don't touch it.
What's the CME gap again? 104.5 or 104.449?
105 500 or something like that.
Depends how you look at it. Some have to go 105.2. There's some to 104.4.
just around 104, 105 then.
Yeah, 104, 105. Yep.
I think Dbloc has it up at, where's Dbloc's chart at? Let me see.
His is at
about 105,
104.
500.
Yeah, that's where it's probably at.
No, it's
Drew,
at
please
105.
let me know if there's any big sells coming in.
Dude, big buys are about to come in my opinion. So watch out.
You always hear it.
No, I said I need to make split decisions. Like if
You know,
if we lose this level.
If I see any big sells, I'll scream them. I'll scream them out.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
As soon as you see the stopping volume candle, just go all in, brother. That's my strategy. And I haven't seen any stopping volume candle in a while.
Well played. I like that. Yep.
It's a quick wick down with a bullish engulfing candle, and I'm all in.
Yeah, we
Oh,
had
that's
that.
crazy.
We
Being all in
actually
is
had
suicide. It's too dangerous, man.
Suicide.
That's
It's a suicide. Put it
That,
out.
that,
I
that's
like
how
that
I
trading
trade.
strategy.
That's how I trade, bro.
Yeah, my friend, but we had that. So we had that after PPI. We had a candle that goes down with a wick, and then we had a wick down with an engulf bullish candle, and then it
Yeah.
went up and then down again. So
Yeah. I took the advantage there as well.
well, so
Now
you took a
wait.
scalp on that.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for the next move, and this could be a bigger one. I'm sure.
Good for you.
Because when I see those vector candles above, that looks juicy to me.
So that's letting you know that we expect that the market maker is going to pay himself back and price should go back up there.
Yeah.
So we're
Of
expecting
course.
CME gap, then upward. We don't expect a downward further
No,
continuation.
you know, at this moment, you can't say anything that you fill the CME gap. No, you can't say that, because if the market have enough potential to go down, they can go down, and if the market makers come in again, they're gonna push the price a little bit more towards downside, and they're gonna pay themselves on the way up. So that's the whole scenario right at this moment. Because right now market don't have buyers, don't have sellers, so they can't push the price up, and neither they can go down. So just waiting for the right moment.
And hoping it goes down and
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
closes
yeah.
this gap as well, so
Yeah,
we can
that's
finish with this gap.
yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. And you'll see that the price will come down, and all of a sudden it will go down a quick little wick, a big wick down, and you'll see the stopping volume candle, and I'll try to guide that.
Yeah, we have about 1 hour and 32 minutes until Tokyo opens. So
Yeah,
first is Tokyo, then China. About
China,
1
yeah.
hour after that.
Yeah,
As
I
Dbloc
can
was
wait.
saying, we call that Asia session, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Asia session. Yep. Asia session. But usually you don't see big moves over Tokyo session. You see big moves over China session.
yeah. Asian session, yeah.
But me, I'm still kind of, I try not to think about the sessions and what happens. Like, yeah, it's good to segment time frames, but since crypto is 24 hours, and we know there's DJs that go 24 hours and don't even sleep, big players that have big wallets that just have flip flops and they like to walk on the beach and do nothing, and you don't know what time and what country they're at. And I just think with crypto is so fluid and so organic, it's kind of hard to segment it like the way people segment or used to segment a lot of the stocks.
Yeah, you're right. But when the market opens anywhere, I mean, the New York session, the Asian session, or the UK session, there's enough volume that comes in at the market open and when the market
Yeah,
close.
totally.
So yeah, so
There's an
that's
effect.
what we
Yeah.
that's what we are waiting for. We know there's not enough volume right now at this moment, but as soon as the Tokyo opens and the Sydney opens and the Asia's open, you'll see the sudden volume.
Sydney is already open, but
Yeah, that doesn't make
you
a
see the
lot of
volume.
difference. Yeah,
Yeah, you basically see the volume because most TFTs need to
yeah,
abide by the rules,
yeah,
and institutional investors that actually invest in EFTs and stuff like that, they can only do it during the specific session. So
yeah,
that's why you see an increase in volume. Not because they don't want to invest 24 hours, is because of the law and
yeah,
the way the markets work. So if you're an institutional investor, you can't go and pour $80 billion in whatever you want at whatever hour you want. So
yeah,
basically, you need to respect the times of the session from your specific region.
yeah.
Do you just look at the volume on TradingView, or are there other ways to look at the volume?
No,
You can basically look at. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, no, I'm just saying that to me, I just look at when the market opens. So you see the sudden increase in volume when the Asia's open, when the UK open, when the New York session open. So you see the sudden increase in volume. Or when the market close. So these are the two times when you see the sudden increase in volume.
Yeah, you kind of see a spike in volume during
Yeah.
those hours.
What is
So
what's the Asia market hours? Or what days? What does it start for? I guess Eastern Standard Time.
it starts in about 1 hour and 28 minutes.
1 hour and 28 minutes. So
Minutes, yeah.
about 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Depends
8
on
o'clock
your time
Eastern
zone.
time.
Yeah.
And that's the Asia hours.
Yeah, that's
That
Asia.
when Tokyo starts, and after 1 hour, China starts. And that would be considered the Asian session.
And what time does that session normally end?
Usually it ends about 7.5 hours after, kind of like
Yeah.
that.
So like a
7
normal
hours.
business day.
Yeah,
Yeah, a
normal
normal
business
business
hour.
day.
Okay, and then what's the next? You said the UK hours are after that?
The
Yeah.
UK actually starts half an hour before the no, sorry, not
Asia
half an
close.
hour. 1 hour before China closes.
And when the UK close, the New York session opens. So it's always open 24/7. Just a
Kind
little
of,
gap.
but when the UK closes, there's still an hour to go on the Frankfurt one. So you
Yeah.
still have the EU session. So basically you have 1 hour and a half that overlaps with the handing over what they need to do in terms of market makers from the European session to the US session. Then after the US session finishes, there's a little bit of time and Sydney starts and then New Zealand starts. And after that, they pass it over to the Asia session as well. So it's kind of a 24-hour rotation, kind of.
Yeah.
Got you.
It looks like the Bulls and the Bears are fighting it out right here. The 105,800. We're seeing $4 million buys, $4 million sellers, back and forth. Another 1.4, another $1.4 million buy. Pretty active right here. We know this whole area, 105.2 to 105.8, is a very interesting area. Some people like to call it the danger zone, but I
Yeah.
think we're good.
My man's over here sport commentating.
Yeah, these assholes are over here just trying to friggin' like buy it so that they can dump it further. I think that's what's happening. The people that are buying, they're just trying to sell it so that they sell it immediately so they can dump the price further.
Well, that could be counterintuitive a lot of the times. It's got to be done with extra weight too. But we do got some sells. Quiet. He told me to call him out. Just another $2.7 million sell, another $2 million sell, 1.6, another $3 million sell,
Oh god.
$3.2 million buy. Hold up, they're trying to fight in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still fighting it, but eventually we will go to that CME gap, and that's where I'm gonna go long.
It will be pretty fast. As soon as you reach the SR flip, it's going to be really fast. So whoever is trying to
Yeah,
catch that moment,
because I'm looking that we're kind of going into capitulation right here.
So you'll be looking for like a stopping volume candle and then
yeah,
like a V-shape recovery up.
yeah, it's going to be pure retail buy. After you see the stopping volume candle, it's going to be a retail buy. You'll see it
then going down further.
slowly. No, I don't think so. You're going to go down. I don't think so.
So, guys, I was doing some
There's
more research on that Doge OS, and I found out that the Fractal engine
Doge is
what's that?
gonna be flying, man. Doge is gonna be flying as soon as you're holding it. It's gonna be flying high.
I appreciate that, man. I'm holding it now. But I was just
Yeah.
there was someone that asked me earlier about this thing, with the new operating system they're supposed to have that's with Doge, and I found something called Fractal Engine, and that's supposed to be
Yeah.
and it's from Dogecoin Foundation themselves, and it's one of their layer. It's two-side chain protocol, and it enables RWAs for Dogecoin without having to undermine the layer one benefits for Dogecoin as its current alternative. So it's interesting. If anyone wants to look it up, just look up. Make sure you're in the right place under the Dogecoin Twitter, the official Dogecoin, and they have the last link for it. And they're talking about it. It's they retweeted. It's Red Writer, and the article is Dogecoin for Dummies, RWA's real world assets, and they dig into it. And the fractal is pretty interesting. It's called Fractal Engine.
Yeah.
Hey, Drew, did you see that Coinbase announced plans to enable the DEX trading?
I did not see that.
It says this is on a Wu blockchain, and X. Coinbase announced plans to enable DEX trading, allowing users to trade thousands of base assets directly within the app immediately after launch, significantly expanding its current asset offerings.
Oh, so that's interesting. You say that. That might be worthwhile to check out some of the base tokens, like even Brett. They might get a nice pump off that if that is true.
Go Miggles, Mr. Miggles.
Toshi might be looking good if anyone's interested. Those are some base tokens like Toshi, Brett.
Keyboard Cat.
What's the other one? Base God. There's some.
That one's low, ain't it?
Probably. Base Bunny. There's Base God. There's the other one. Something with bald. It's like under Brian Armstrong. It's kind of a play on him. I forget the name of it.
I saw that one. It just says bald.
Yeah, I think it's bald.
It got a bald head.
That's pretty dope, But yeah, those are fun to play with on the side. But I don't think, that's good to focus a lot of money on those. If you got a lot of dry powder, it's better to focus on the bigger caps and the higher cap coins.
That's like coffee money to play
Yeah,
with.
play around with, have some fun in the morning. On the sitter. So.
But you seen I know you on Dex training. You seen Treble on base? It was like the first V4 Dex on there.
No, I haven't really been checking stuff out on DeFi. I've been sticking to higher cap coins. I've been digging into Doge, man, trying to figure out anything I can what they're working on, because I know they got some NDAs and they're not allowed to disclose. And I'm all over the GitHub just trying to get little clues and little pieces of what's going on and what company they're working with. And it's some company that's international that I think they're going to help make a payment system and something crazy.
You already know it's going to $1.
Man, if it does, man, I'm gonna be chilling like a villain.
If it does, I'm gonna need you to let me hold $1.
But yeah, this stuff is it's really interesting with the off-chain and side-chain data support they're doing. So they're saying their non-essential data is stored off-chain or on side chains using databases like SQLite or PostgreSQL, linked to layer 1 transactions, ledger, and receipts. In real estate, they're so they're saying how Dogecoin is going to be linked to RWAs. In real estate, property boundary surveys or tax records linked to tokenized deeds can be stored off-chain while being synced to a Dogecoin transaction on the core blockchain. So the way they're doing this is not going to clutter the blockchain the way Dogecoins were cluttering the blockchain, and the same thing with Ethereum. Like all those ETH ordinals and on Bitcoin, ordinals on Bitcoin were kind of clogging up the blockchain, making transaction fees extra expensive. They're trying to figure out a way around that, and it seems like this whole Fractal engine might have just figured that out.
Is that anything to do with like air gapped technology?
I'm gonna read into it, maybe, but I'm just starting to scratch into it to see what it's about. But it's a pretty good development from the Dogecoin team. It shows that they're not just sitting around. It's not just like a meme coin that is waiting for community hype. Like the devs are active, they're getting down, they're getting dirty. You know, something's popping, in my opinion. But of course, it's all gonna be on Bitcoin, whatever Bitcoin does, man. Bitcoin's still the big daddy. What up?
What were you saying, Punisher?
No, it was just when Drew was talking about, Doge and teaming up for payment. The first thing that came into mind, I do not know why. Probably because I was trying to sell something online and I saw one of these companies. Have you guys heard of Skrill? It's like SKRILL.
Yeah.
Yo, imagine a team up with somebody like that. Skrill. I mean, Skrill's pretty big, right? They're pretty like universal. One of the many, at least.
They got cool wallets, from what I heard.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it though. A lot of people in Europe, they use Revolut.
Revolut, I've heard of that one too.
That one's good, yeah. Revolut's a real good one.
We're still inching down, huh? Damn. I woke up. I was hoping it'd be one of those like, one and done, band-aid's done, dipped all the way down, flew all the way back up, and no, not yet. We barely even made the local high, I think.
Yeah, we still haven't touched that CME gap. We're really close to it, but the bulls are defending. I mean, someone just made another $5 million buy. We're seeing some big buys come in, but it's a battle down here, man. This 105.8, 105.9 area, it is hot.
Yeah, I would rather finish with this gap already. Just push it down and finish with it.
Could one argue that some of these altcoins are indicators?
Maybe lagging. I don't know. Everything, I think Bitcoin is the indicator. Sometimes maybe ETH, when there's higher volume on ETH, makes quick first moves on breaking support.
I was gonna say, yeah, you mean like for indicators for what, like alt season's coming type thing?
Nah, not alt season coming. Just like for Bitcoin.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Just the Bitcoin dominance chart. Usually, Dbloc has it up on the right hand side. And then, yeah, ETH is a big one. I mean, I'm looking for telltale signs of when alt season is gonna start, bro. That's my this is my first cycle. Like I'm assuming it's just Bitcoin bleeds out, everything else kind of follows until dominance drops, and then they go flying. I'm guessing that's how it really really goes. But yeah, I mean, the only indicator really is just that chart and Ethereum starting to rally, I guess, right?
Yeah, when you see Ethereum have higher volume on exchanges, a lot of times Ethereum could make quicker moves than just a little bit, like a few seconds before Bitcoin.
So, not to rain on the parade of alt season or anything, but I don't think the alt season would be as big as the last cycle, considering the big money that's involved. So might only be select coins, not all the coins like last time.
I mean, Dbloc did. That's not a question for me, but Dbloc did mention previously that it's you got to be careful with what coins you choose, right? Because yeah, there's obviously a lot more institutions, a lot more monies in Bitcoin now. But once that gets kind of moved out, you know, they're gonna make specific moves. They're not gonna just go flying into anything. So he was saying from now you should be looking, you know, who's the stronger set in the altcoins, you know, like who's hitting their 50, who's recovering quicker, who's not making it back to that recovery and is just lagging behind. He says it's called mindshare, right? If I'm not mistaken, mindshare. Basically, you know, so that's indicator of like is the coin you're looking at strong and can it react quick, or is it, you know, lagging behind, which does show signs of weakness. I don't know. I hope that answers it.
Yes, sir.
You know, one of the things I'm thinking is a lot of that money that's in Bitcoin, a lot of it's in ETF. So even when it rotates out of Bitcoin and those ETF folks and traders that are on TradFi, they take profits. They don't necessarily take profits and buy altcoins because they're trading on like platforms like Fidelity and stuff like that. They'll rotate into whatever else, right? Versus like traditionally, it's been like you take profit on Bitcoin, yeah, like there's a chance that it will flow into ETH or some of your random altcoins. But a lot of that money that's flowed into crypto, a lot of it has been through like BlackRock and Fidelity and stuff, and it's remaining on those platforms. But then that goes to like just today, I was just reading the SEC delayed Avalanche and Dogecoin ETFs requesting further information. But the last couple of days, like it's been heating up that potentially like Solana and Litecoin could be about 2 to 3 weeks away from an ETF. And then there's a bunch of other altcoins that are already applying. So maybe that, you know, all this altcoin season that we've been waiting for, I think that might be the only trigger is once those ETFs are approved. Maybe starts with Solana and slowly trickles its way to like XRP, Litecoin. Like today they delayed Dogecoin and Avalanche. So I don't know. That might be the trigger for alt season, like a true alt season, where institutional money is flowing into.
Well, wasn't technically delayed the Dogecoin ETF because it's 21 shares right now. They still have time to. They're still inside the window of getting approval.
No, they delayed it. This is like at 4:15 it came out. The news came out.
Blockbuster 21. Yeah, but it's still within the window of like, you know, expectations. So they could have. It still could be all year. Basically, it could be within the end of 2025 and still within that window. They delay, like it's a delay to some people that had kind of speculative expectation that it was going to come out.
High hopes.
It's good. It's good that they delayed it because now we can speculate it's gonna happen still, right?
At a later time for alts to pop even higher.
Yeah, you don't want BlackRock to buy at these levels. You want them to buy at 50 cents. Wait, actually, they're already buying to get ready for the ETF if they're gonna release one.
But yeah, everyone was expecting a decision, you know. So, but it's the SEC. They're allowed. It's not technically a delay, you know. Everyone was waiting for them to answer, but they knew they had the prerogative to not have to answer on the 12th. But yeah, it's a delay, I guess.
But BlackRock is already buying, so it's still buying Ethereum. So basically, they're just waiting for the approval to basically stake it.
And there's a lot of, you guys got to remember, there's a lot of applications. So like this one was the Bitwise Dogecoin ETF. Grayscale Hedera Trust, and VanEck Avalanche ETF. But the Bitwise Dogecoin ETF, that's not the only ETF that was applied for. There's one that's supposed to go on NASDAQ that was applied by 21 shares, and that's what I meant to say. The 21 shares application was not delayed. So this SEC decision's just on the Bitwise Dogecoin ETF. The 21 shares Dogecoin ETF is still on the table.
Okay, so
High
we can
hopes,
see
sir.
some
High
movement
hopes.
in about 10 or 14 days, something like that, to see maybe an approval or denial from the SEC.
Hey, and if anyone's by Portugal, there's going to be a hackathon coming up on the 20th of June. You got a lot of prizes, and it's a pretty easy application. You can still apply.
What's that for?
It's a hackathon. It's powered by I think 21 shares. They're the sponsor. It's in Portugal, and it's a Dogecoin basically hackathon. You know, where devs get together and they try to find bugs and stuff on code and come up with solutions and hang out and drink some wine, drink some cheese, eat some cheese, shoot the shit, you know. They got a pretty cool game out on the dojo. It's like Zelda. Pretty cool. Oh, big cell's coming. Watch out. Still holding though. They're fighting. I'll be right back.
Hey, family.
What's up, BG?
I'm good. How are you? It's nice to see you.
Good.
Good. So I just got in the house, but I wanted to tell you where I think we're going here for just a second. We've got a line at 105,430, and then after that, it's 104 748. And I'll explain where those come from. And it will be before the pivot point at 104,420. If we go down below 104,420, that is going to bring us down another level, a fib level to the 103.8 area. And then that would invite falling underneath the previous. So we would really basically lose our uptrend at that point. So this first line, 105, comes from on the left side, right over here. This line is derived this way. We fell past the upward angular here. And that line was at the 106.7. Okay, so once we did that, we have to go over here on this fib circle to the lower ring, and then you follow that line across this way.
Are you sharing your screen? I don't see where you're looking at. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's
I
on
thought I
BJ
was.
live stream.
Is it there?
No, ma'am, not yet.
Yeah, it's on the BJ live stream in the
Yeah,
Discord.
it's there. You can see it. You need to change from Dbloc to BJ.
Okay, I'll just wait a minute.
Trying
Hey,
to.
BG, happy to see you again. But gotta go. It's late in Europe already. Have fun. Trade safe.
All right, you too.
Thank you.
All right, so we have a lot of stuff going on in this area. It's a big zone because we have multiple pivot areas, okay, because we're in the center. So I don't want to take too long, but you can see here from this, see this ring over here?
Yeah.
Here's your center. All right. Now
Yeah.
this set of rays comes from that. And the reason why we're falling here is because we did not pass that 109.5. If you've been watching my charts, you know that we needed to cross that 109.545. That took us right here. Okay. So now this downtrend is from the top. See how these yellow dashed lines hug the fib ring up here. All right. So now here's this descending line there. Okay. And that gives you this point. That point is 107. All right. So without getting into minor, the minor numbers, we'll just stick with that. Now you see that the blue dashed line right there, that's that pivot here. Okay. You swing that up to there. Okay. You see?
Right.
Again, that, okay. Then you go straight down.
Okay.
So here we are here. Now here's the sun or the snowflake. You see that? This is a confluence zone.
Okay.
And this is why you get the level of buys and sells where people are, do I short, do I long? And you get the indecision. Yep.
Yeah.
And you have a minor area where if we had pushed up just a little bit right here through this zone, this yellow arrow here, this is the 5 EMA line for the daily. This black line is the 3-day line. If we had gone up over that 105 or 109.545, we'd have been on the ascending side of our candles, which would then have put us past here, right? Okay, but since we weren't able to get on this side of this snowflake like this over here to go, past 109.5, which would bring us up to 111, right? We couldn't do that. So now we fell through here. And the reason why, now if you go to the 6 hour, the 50 EMA is the EMAs that are coming through this zone. So if I show you that here, you'll see that the angle of the EMAs is such, I have to get that, there it is. Okay, now I have to get that out of the way. Is such that it cuts the candles will cut, see how it cuts through the time frame on this date. So that's why knowing where your EMAs are. So right down here is the 200 EMA. So by following underneath the chin, and here's the fib lines, right? We are right here on this angle, and on the up and down angle of the day, okay? So June 12th. And now underneath here is a support line here from this arc. So see these white lines? This is a fib, okay? And that comes back to here. So through these layers, now you can see here, this is the 50 EMA on this 6 hour time frame right there. And that pivot, it goes from here to here. And this is where, right there at that cross line is where that 50 EMA made a turn for the downside, boom. And then we're swinging up, right? That created this angle. But now we're facing this. So the correction has to be, so price is right down here, that little red dot there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So on this fib ring, you have this, we always have the orange section is always this wide section. And that halfway mark is this blue line. The skinny blue line.
In the center,
okay. Yep, that's correct. So that makes an X right here. That number is 105,309. So if I go straight across, right, look at where that lands. Lands right there at that bend of the 50 EMA and the 5 EMA. See where they touch? I mean, it's perfect. Okay, so that's 105.5. That's a pivot. So we don't want to, and see how that crosses right there.
Yeah, I can see
that's
that.
why I say that is a support line that is potentially going to get crossed. Now you can see this upward angle right there, this white line. We have 3. 1, boom, boom, boom. 3 lines. So this line, now I'm going to do, again, I'm on a 6 hour. Okay, so now I'm going to just change the perspective. Okay, so here's that. The dotted line, here's that, the white line. I was just saying that's the upward angle. Now notice where that makes a cross here. And then here's my, what you call oval, right there. And here's the point at which these fibs have a seam. Isn't that amazing? Look at that. How we go from one. Yep. And look at what's right in the seam. It's absolutely freaking amazing because right there is the 50 MA for the 6 hour. That orange, wait, you see it? I'll show you. MA cross. Boom. Look at it. It's right on the dang thing. Right on the seam. It's so exact it isn't even funny.
Yeah,
makes
we are
me
just
shiver.
touching that.
So you want to talk about perfect? That's perfect. There's nothing perfect in that.
Exactly.
That's wild. That's all math right there.
That is math. I have said it for years. It's math.
Not math. Math.
Not math. Math. M-A-T-H. Mathematics. Yes, mathematics. It makes me absolutely I get so excited I can't hardly stand it.
Yeah, I can understand that. So where are you
So
projecting the price right now?
You can predict the price. I am not joking you. I am not
So
joking you. You look at my charts. I put these two prices on this morning. I put all of them on. Yeah.
So if it doesn't hold that level where it's at the
gonna come
50
right
right
down here.
now,
It's gonna come right here, which this seam is at 105,612. Then it's gonna hit this pivot. If it goes below this pivot, here's the next one. It'll fall through right here. See, it goes from the green. Well, now that's my my triangle. Let me try to get here. Right.
what is this strategy, or how do you come across all
Okay.
this math?
So okay, this is a lot of work, but
No, I see that. That's why it looked like.
Yeah.
I seen your pictures. It looks like a paycheck.
Yeah. Okay, so what I've done is I think I've gotten it down enough to where I've named my pattern, the snowflake pattern, and I'm doing my best to try to get it to where I can teach the thing. So I'm getting there. I'm almost there, and it won't be long. I'm gonna put this in a book.
I'd definitely be interested to learn this. This looks
It's
very
amazing.
interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Yep. BJ Snowflake. I'm telling you what, it's amazing. Okay, so now let's go to the 3-day. So I know this looks like a mess, but it's not a mess. It's more than a mess. Okay, so underneath here, this is your the midline snowflake. See, all of them, it's in layers because I started out by wanting to know the movement of Bitcoin. That was my goal, and in order to know the movement of Bitcoin, I needed to know where all the time frames were at once. And so that's what started this whole theory of mine for charting. Was I want to know where every moving average is at one time, because to me it made a puzzle, because they all move through each other in one in and out the other. And when you think there's a hole, there's actually something there from another time frame that supports it, and from the other side. And then there are places, because of math, that it won't happen because there is a gap. And I'm finding that these radial arms, there's a point at which on a time frame, on a particular period of time, because of a pole, because price has velocity, and it generates vibration or activity, a lot of activity on these poles, okay, during the candle period. So when you watch that, you'll see up and down movement. But it's easier for me to watch it, or it had been easier for me to watch it on the a line with markers. So then at first I had started to time them by making dots, and then I would connect the dots together from the different time frames. So I would switch the page back and forth, back and forth. But then I started to learn how to use the tools from TradingView. But anyway, that's a long story. But what we need to do here is find out, if this is going to hold here on this. I believe it is, because now what we got to do is go to the early time frames, because what they're doing is they're from the top, and they are they're coming from a downtrend up here, right? And they need to have price reach them from below. Meanwhile, like the 6 hour is moving this way, right? If you follow my mouse, moving this way, where the top of it, the head of it, is here, and then the 50 EMA is in this position. So if you picture it going up along this line, so let's just do it. Here's the 6 hour again. Oh, I was drawing it a little too low on the screen, but so it's up here. All right, so as it made its move up, right? Instead of it getting high enough up here, the 50 EMA did not climb high enough. It didn't have time to do that. Okay, so price was above it up until this point. Because of the day, and here's this fib, see? Right up here is where the angles turn ascending. But it's not until this number that they turn ascending because of the meat of this, the orange section, see? So it just so happens that the 6 hours 50 EMA is right along here at this particular day. That's why we get this long candle, because it's cutting through down below the 50 EMA here.
Yeah.
And it's hitting this descending angle from up here. So that comes from back here. So you can then begin to see why you've got to get a price at a certain time by a certain level in order to beat the time crunch on a day. And so that's what makes like leverage trading, day trading difficult at times, because you'll know your TA says, okay, we're going to go to 109.7. I'm sure of it. Well, yeah, I'm sure of it too. We're going to make this, we're going to be up over 111, 113. But the problem is that this silly one time frame is just not high enough because of these fibs, because of math, because of whatever, that we can get into this zone for a time being, and it can actually spark cells that can cause an avalanche of cell begets cells begets cells, and then until it calms down, and then you can come from the bottom and then move back up again. And in which time you're really just coming around the circle. And other times you come in and dip and come back out in a V. So you'll get to know those different patterns. And these little snowflake trade patterns can happen on every time frame, but it's when you hit the macro one along that makes the difference, because then you'll get the big move. And what we're going to experience if we can get across this, see this line here, is that we're going to go through a period of expansion where it's possible that, I hear people talking about, okay, we're going to go, possibly down to the 80s again. Well, that might be true if we end up in the radial arm, between here and here. If, however, we cross this part of the resistance ring and we get into this section, we may not revisit that. We may get into this arc over above here where this arm
black line,
becomes your ascending support, and which we won't visit below 108 here again for a long time. Similar, and that's why you see this 98.5 down here, then the 102 on the left side of this. These become your support above this line right here. So 104 it may end up being our support line.
Yeah.
Is that
And
black
then,
line the 104 line?
yes,
No, it's the pivot point, 104, 220.
correct. It is. It is a pivot.
And then that trend line would expand up to which section of the chart is that, or what color of the outward circle is that?
So
It's the
that,
blue one.
yep. So
Like the
this,
turquoise?
yeah,
Or-
the
yeah, I
turquoise
probably-
is
both
the,
one.
is the larger one, and this is made by the pitchfork. So this ray gets us into the big deal stuff. For where we can go, and see this curve here? This is the 4-hour curve, okay? If we can get ourselves into this, then we're gonna see the 160s, probably in this cycle see, here's the 145, and then we're gonna be in these rings. And we can go to the 157 and then to the 184. See, here's the red V, right? From this side. So then you go on this arc right here. So our possibilities, now you have to go to time, your 90 degree, see, here's our 90 degrees.
Yeah.
And then you file from there, and then you go across. So, currently I've got a possibility between 178 to 184, but if we get into this side, we can go to 200 and 300. So it just depends on if we end up on the lower section here, then our top line becomes lower, and we only see the 137 to the 140s. But I can map that out better after, today and tomorrow. But our move should get over 118 to 120 for sure in the next week or so, if we can get back. See, if we go too low today and tomorrow, then all bets are off, and these are the curve lines that I was telling you about just a minute ago. So you see this pattern, this conical pattern here.
Yes.
So here's our pivot point, and then here's our potential support line on the side, right? So our gateway to the upper numbers is 111.3, right? So the longer we take coming out the side over 108.2, the lower the potential is on the upward angles. So, just yesterday it was looking like we were going to go to, 138, no problem. But now today, because we kind of failed a little bit, then our numbers are a little dimmer. Because see, remember this red angle there from the other side. So here's 119 down here. So
what time frame is that one?
I'm on the 3-day. I was just trying to do this really fast so we can see where we're at. We're at 105.9. So we are staying up above that. Let's see. Okay, so here's our 3-day. So this was my projection for the 3-day. And see, now this is where we were. And I thought that our candle on the 3-day was going to open. See, this is our new candle. And I was assuming that it was going to move from this point here, and we were going to trade to here today to the 109.7. But instead of not holding 108, we went below. So now our arm is this way. So now this time frame closes on Sunday. So if we're here and we push down to the 420 will remain here. And then overnight now we travel up to 1066 and then open the new candle least above on this white line, ascending. See, this is our ascending line. We're still in good shape at that point. If we fall below this pivot of 105,420 and then fall underneath this angle and continue down this pole so that the candle opens beneath here and then we go down this channel, continue, then we're going to find that our price is going to go to that 200 EMA. Remember that 200 EMA on the 6 hour was down here, right? So that 200 EMA would probably be hit. We have this peak here. So then it puts us in line to come to this 101.8 target and see how we would be in this on this angle. So then we would have 104.3 to 101.8 to look forward to. If we do not cross these red lines here. So this is our overhead resistance now right here, which is 107.9. And so this trend needs to get over 107.9 at that pivot and then move this way between now and when this candle opens again.
What time frame do we have to do that?
Between now and Sunday. So if you can see, here's the time frame. Here's the top of the 3-day chart. Here's the 50 EMA. Now the 50 EMA on the 3-day is down here at 95,000. So we have this gap. See? Boom, 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 boom. That's down here, 100,100. So like I said, if the early time frames don't get their act together and move up this way, okay, and move towards this black ribbon and at least be on the ascending side of 107, right? Then we're going to have this candle open this way and we're going to potentially test this and we can find ourselves, you know, hitting that CME gap. So that number, you know, we would test 101 and possibly hit the top of this time frame, which would be at this level right here, and that's the point at 97,419. So between 97,419 and 101.5, and then we can move up from there to 105.5, and then come out up there from the point, which is still not, it's not bearish, but it's not, it's not, you know, the more bullish scenario, obviously, but it is completely within possibility to do that, to hit that gap. And the extension on that gap is, you know, to the 80s. So what we would do is we would fall underneath the snowflake of the green, and we would hit the more macro one down here, and here's the fib level here. So the midline on this would be this point here of 101.8, and then we would want to go back up over 104.5, remember, because 104.2 and 104.5, and then 105.5 is our next pivot. And then if you look left, right, you want that 107, 107,000 right there. That's that number, 107.6, right? And this is between June, this is May 28th. If I go this way, or I mean, excuse me, June 15. Right here is Monday this is July, this way. Let's see. July
Real
9th.
quick, Doge is forming an Adam and Eve on the 1 minute. Just wanted to say that. Sorry, BJ.
No, that's okay. Yep. All right. So, and then here's our 114 up here. So we can just do that. and come up. All right. So I'll be done.
Thanks a lot, BJ. Thanks a lot.
No problem.
Thank you.
ETH is trying to lead.
What?
No, it's ETH is trying to pop back up.
Yeah, I think they're gonna come up.
You think this area holds, BJ? Or do you think we go test CME?
Well, the first sign for me would be whether or not we can cross this 800 on the 15-minute. If we can do that, that gets us over the 107.1, and then if we can hold 107.4 and 107.7, then or 107.5, I'm sorry, then we're going to be fine. But if we can't do that, then no, then we will go back, go down there. But this 107.7 is the key. I mean, it's just plain as day. You have to be on the ascending again. And these early time frames have got to correct over their 800s again. It's just got to be, and you have to get over this white line in this fibs, and get across these. You have to make the turn from descending to ascending again, and that happens right there. So this is key right here. If you see us coming right down here and we can't hold this, then that's bearish. So the more we can come up to this point, the better.
So Bitcoin cooperates and breaks this on the 1 minute, which is 1850,
You're breaking up.
and multiple, then
You're roboing, bro.
probably target 1850.
Sound like a robot.
You're a robot.
Takes one to know one.
Like I said, Adam and Eve failed on Doge. I mean, Bitcoin just keeps ruining the party. Bitcoin is a real party pooper.
Well, well, well. What do we have here?
Are we running out of a page, Dbloc?
Nah, never that.
Israel just launched an attack.
God,
Iran.
I'm going to mute you.
Bro, I'm not
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
Swear to God.
totally hardcore kidding. That timing was perfect though.
No, it was perfect. I was like, I'm
I
gonna
literally
definitely
said
announce
when I
it.
come back, but yeah, go ahead.
Jam just woke up.
Just Israeli Air Force conducted strike in Iran. That's just it.
Girls, there's gonna be a juicy trade for you early morning.
Yeah, good man. It's been a nice ride.
There we go. There we go.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
That's it. That's it. You need a break.
I have to go break open my piggy bank and see if there's any money I could buy this dip with.
Sweet sound of orders filling.
Yeah.
The sweet music of orders filling in the background. It's like a symphony. Let's just thank our stars that Dominance dropped with that drop.
I'm closing out here.
Put me in the game, coach.
So we filled the vector gap. We filled the CME gap.
Mm-hmm. Went to those buy orders underneath.
Yeah.
Was about to go leave to the gym, but I feel like my heart rate is already at an aerobic level.
Yeah.
Sitting on the chair, I might not have to work out. All right, let's take a look at ETH real quick. The only other thing I'm worried about right now. ETH is almost down to the bottom of that vector gap we were talking about. Our confluence levels at 2593 for ETH. Yeah, Santo. Wars and rumors of wars. Bob Marley warned us.
Is that it? Did we fill the whole thing?
Yes, sir.
All right, because I gotta close this short. Or at least some of it.
You better close all of it, bro.
Dbloc. Look
Yes,
in
ma'am.
the TA bubble chat real quick. The picture I just posted.
Straight to the Coinstar. You guys have those Coinstar machines where you just dump all your
Yeah.
change in?
I know exactly where it is. I just went to one the other day to buy my girl some Sui with it. I got her like 18.5 Sui with
Oh,
hers.
that's funny. Yeah, John. I was just being funny.
Oh, how nice of Delta Investment have to remind me that my portfolio was down 5% today.
Nah, you want to see something like, I mean, oil is good too, but I haven't even looked at my gold position. This is going to be fun. War bad, okay? War is bad. That being said, now that we got that out of the way, I'm still in my gold position.
Gold must be flying over.
Yeah, gold.
Yeah, baby.
Why not?
I'm telling you, that 4K is coming, man. People called me a gold moon boy, a Scrooge McDuck for not selling my shit at 3K. We're about to break.
Yo, Dbloc, did you see silver this week?
Yep.
13-year high.
Yep. Silver's looking at silver broke a 13-year high.
Yes,
That was
sir.
me, Crypto. We were talking about the CME Gap Fill, but we got that taken care of already. Now we got to deal with everybody's panic, right? Technical measured move is hit. Now let's see how bad the panic and fear and death in the streets and rockets are falling from the skies and
Yeah, they hit the first strike is a petrochemical plant.
Just let me know when it's over.
Need some merch that says rockets, rocket, rocket.
And I was like mid-video edit when this happened.
There you go. U.S. evacuates embassies, and then Israel's main target will be strategic sites, but mainly the nuclear sites first.
yep. And then Iran is going to counter with some weak attempt that Israel is easily going to bat down because they need to look good for their people. You can't have Israel attack you without retaliating. So they'll send another 3,000 drones with D-cell batteries that run out right at the border.
D-cell batteries.
It's all circus, bro. This whole thing is
batteries
just...
you used to lick in the 90s?
That's it,
Oh
bro.
my God.
It's just saving face, man. Neither side can let the other side get away with an attack that's why they're very specific in saying we're only gonna hit military facilities, and because, man, it's not something you want to go tit for tat with. That type of war isn't truly about who wins it, right? We know who wins that war because Big Brother will step in, but it's about how much pain is caused, right? How much destruction is caused if they were to really go to full war. All right, we're into these buy orders now. Pay attention to your alts.
I haven't gotten to the Coinstar yet, and then I don't know if I want to give them my pennies. They don't make them like they used to.
You got decisions that need to be made.
Gotta turn my Uber app on again for one night only.
What's up, fam?
What's going on?
Not much. Just got a bunch of notifications that some orders filled, so I came to check the charts.
Nice. Yeah, we just filled that CME gap.
Yeah, very interesting. Everything's dumping.
Yeah, you gotta let the market
Oh, dude,
digest
they are leaving no one behind.
digest the FUD.
They
This
are
E
leaving no
candle
one
on the
behind.
15 is hectic.
Let's take a look at our macro bull flag here. We should be at least back down to the 50% mark. All right, so the line that we are at now is, we got 3 days. We don't want to close a weekly candle underneath here, right? That's your only bullish sort of target that you want to worry about if you're bullish and you want to remain bullish, is that the body of this candle, this weekly candle, closes above this line in the sand, right? We don't want to lose the support that we just put in on the last weekly candle, but that won't make a difference for another 3 days. So we can still come down. We're just going to have to pop back up before those 3 days are over.
You're already coming back.
Yeah, oil is ripping, gold is ripping.
Look at the dominance. Oh yeah, skyrocket.
Nice, Ruben.
And that's what I do.
Nice chunky
Also
vector left
for-
behind here, all the way up to 154.
Yep.
So we know the game here.
That's right.
Stopping volume candle,
It's
bullish engulfing,
yeah.
bang, bang, bang.
What's that full recovery line? What does the full recovery line mean, Dbloc?
That's where we,
That's the
when
key.
we dropped, that's the V shape.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Getting back to that line was a full recovery from the dip.
Yeah. Now I remember. I was just making sure. Okay. Yeah,
Mhm.
that makes sense. Yeah, we are on the 618 right now, the trend from that bottom, the V-shaped recovery. We're in a 618 right now. Let's see if it wants to give us a little dippy dip bounce right here.
Technical target to hit. We got to wait for our emotional, sentimental retracement here and then watch for your bottoms. Go back to your alts, check to see if the ones that haven't hit their psychological ranges already have. Check to see the ones that have, that were holding support, if they've broken. Everybody should be busy right now.
Just close that my short right now.
Suey at $3.
Oh, I'm busy. But
Aggressive
I'm
buys
pissed off
coming
because
in.
I'm up like $300 on this goddamn short. But I can't take it because if I do, I'm afraid my long will get licked.
Sounds like you too have decisions to make.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it and I'll stop it out eventually. I just won't make any money off of it. Like I took some off of it, but it's there for protection anyway.
Yeah, that is a danger, letting your hedge become the main trade sometimes. But hey, the market does what the market does. Sometimes, you know, that's a decision that has to be made.
Yeah. That wick on the 15 just brought us to the 618 again. Let's see if it kind of holds it. Or we go for 786 instead. 618 is holding though. 104, 300.
Cassius, this is the move we've been waiting for. This is the CME Gap close we've been waiting for this whole time.
We've gone through all these buy orders. There's no buy orders behind.
Feels different because of how fast it was. The news can add to speed, right? We've all seen that before. We've all seen the news come in and make a move that was supposed to take a couple days, take only an hour or two. But until you see the news make the chart do something that wasn't on the chart technically, my opinion is nothing to freak out about. Remember, today's news hasn't affected crypto in the bit. Not that the least. There's been no double spend. There's been no hack. Absolutely nothing wrong with the code. SHA-256 hasn't been cracked. All sentiment, guys.
Buy your Bitcoin, folks. Buy your Bitcoin, yeah. What is it at now? 104? It's below 104. Right?
I'll be right back, yo.
There you go.
he's going to make some buys. We're gonna have some big buys coming in.
Just have the point of control.
What was that?
The price just tapped the point of control from the entire range.
1.8 right now.
So it's a good sign.
Station count for the past 20 years. Does anybody want to bring it up? I'm driving. We hit $1 billion yet? So total liquidation for 24 hours. Total liquidation dollar value.
Excuse me, guys. I just wanted to ask you because I'm new in the group and I'm actually only 1 man trader. Do you think the BTC can go to 102 fair value gap?
We were gonna have a lot of buy orders to get through to get to those levels. I guess possibly could be that much absorption if there's some sort of panic selling. But I'll be honest with you, I think this was it. As far as big panic sell, everybody's selling at once. Not saying it can't trail down a little bit, but I really don't expect another big rip out of this, personally.
Yeah, because they were split down like candles.
Yes.
Also, and actually the news are going to be like for the uptrend, maybe. The crypto and the Trump and Elon Musk.
Yeah, I mean, our recovery, in my opinion, isn't going to need news. I'll even go out on a limb and say that as we're recovering and we're above where we dipped from, we'll still be getting Israel-Iran news for at least the next week or two. It just goes to show how little it really has to do. You know, it's just reactionary shit, right? Nobody sold their Bitcoin because they think that Bitcoin's going down because because Israel attacked Iran. They're selling it because they think that other people are going to sell it because Israel attacked Iran. Right? And as time goes by and people feel more comfortable that, okay, maybe there isn't going to be a huge sell-off, they start to buy their Bitcoin back. Right? The news causes the speed of the news causes the speed of the move. Right? It causes the panic. It brings in the emotions. That's why there's always news. And it's not like don't get me wrong, I'm not saying, oh, they made up the news. It happened. It happened when it happened. But the fact that it gets put out and the fact that crypto Twitter is spamming it like there's some sort of global news source, like that's what gets into the heads of traders.
Yeah, except this what the ETFs want to do and to manipulate everything, maybe. I don't know.
I think it's just people jockeying for position, whether it's institutions, whether it's ETFs, whether it's traders like me or you. You know, there's plenty of traders that aren't institutional that have enough money to, for FUD cycles and stuff like that. Just paying attention to the chart, I think, is the most important thing. We can never avoid a black swan event that's going to make the chart do something it's not supposed to do, right? but we can't attribute chart movements that are technical to news events.
Yeah, of course. For example, I can't really get used to know your chart because I'm not at that level of point of knowledge. But I am working on it every day, and now actually in this Ethereum move, when I entered up at 265 something like this, I made myself my PNL 90%.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, it'll start
So
to
yeah,
click, brother.
I'm very
It'll
excited.
slowly start to click. We broke that vector gap and that uptrend on ETH. Remember I said if that uptrend breaks, chances are ETH sees the bottom of its range, which is 245. So I'm sitting on my hands right now before making any ETH purchases. We had a chance to hold at that 50%. We had a chance to hold at the uptrend. We had a chance to hold at the bottom of the vector.
Yeah, agreed.
Sol too. I need to take a look at Sol. Sol hit that 150 yet? That's definitely not Sol.
$868 million liquidated today.
It's not there yet. 140. These are green lines on my buy orders on Sol, so that's
Yeah,
good.
let's hit that 1 billion mark first.
It means they're gonna come down and clear those 2 orders that I didn't get last time, which is good. Good. Go to the 5-minute. Smaller time. Our 25x liquidations are done at 1032. Let's go look at the order books real quick. All right, so we came down through all those buy walls.
Is this with ups up?
Let me see what's left
Like
underneath us here. Couple of more buy walls, nothing crazy though. We're waiting for at this point is seller exhaustion.
Yeah.
Dude, one person lost over $200 million.
Really?
Rest in peace, that guy.
One trader lost 200 million.
Jesus. People lose that?
Is it James Wynn?
This is a crazy market, man.
I was in a space the other day with Ansem and a bunch of these guys, and we were talking about Wynn, and they brought up some pretty interesting points. They're saying that most people assume that the money that he's using is not his, that he's a front for somebody else because of how he sort of came out of nowhere. I guess it makes sense. It answers a lot of the questions that I have about his trading style. Definitely didn't feel like he was trading with his own cash. But what they're saying is that he's trading for somebody else, and it's a sort of money laundering thing where that person can't get their funds out. So the only way for them to be able to get their funds out is to be flushed through a trade.
Who is this?
That Win guy. That guy that market maker and the whales were hunting last week.
One thing for sure I'm knowing, I will be watching you every fucking night, your podcast and Tetris and analysis. Wait, I need to recover my English because when you don't practice something, you will lose your.
Oh, you got it, bro. You'll pick it up later.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're back to that full recovery here. Would be a really nice spot for a stopping volume candle if you're listening, market maker. Go to buy orders. These are gone.
Can I ask, is it necessary now to put long on Ethereum?
Necessary?
Yes, like, is you there
Never
be
necessary.
another?
Me personally, I'm waiting. Like I said, we broke those levels. So until I get evidence that this is going to hold, even if it means that I don't catch the very bottom, I need confirmation that this is going to hold because we're literally in no man's land.
So we need a confirmation first, and then if there is a break of structure or change of character,
Yeah.
we can act.
Yeah, basically.
Okay,
What's worrying me is that we didn't leave any vectors on the 4 hour on the way down on Ethereum. On the 1 hour, I'm sure no, not even. This didn't even qualify as a vector on the 1 hour. We got 30 minutes left. We want this to turn into a vector because we want that sort of gas for the recovery. But we are at our psychological ranges now on ETH. Remember I said most things were coming down to that psychological high and low. So we've officially touched that down now. Let's look at others real quick. I wonder if others made it down to it. This will be a good sort of sign on whether or not, for the most part, we should be done.
Yeah, hey,
Holy crap! I'll be right back.
Dbloc.
Doc Raj has been spotted.
Oh boy.
I repeat, Doc Raj has been spotted.
All right, so others, yeah. Yep. Others, we came down.
Well, what's Doc Raj?
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
in our
Yo,
we're in our psychological ranges now.
Hey, Dbloc, sorry to jump in. There is news out. There's breaking news.
Israel, Iran.
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically Iran. Sorry, Israel attacked Iran.
Yeah, we covered that already.
All right.
I like seeing those red vectors.
Yeah, it's a good little setup, but we got to put a bottom in here.
I think 102.5 was the daily 50 EMA.
Yeah, we're into the EMA on the daily, into the cloud at least.
A double retest of that daily 50 EMA would be wild.
That'd be great. Take it. Let's put the 50% line of our bear flag here because we want to watch. I mean, our bull flag because we want to watch. It's a very good spot for it to touch down and make a second attempt at the breakout. Yeah, same thing, right at the 50. Forex is fun, Yuski, but it's hard work, bro. The amount of research that goes into Forex trades right? It's like 90% research, 10% trading, especially in Forex, right? Because you're taking really quick trades, couple pips in and out. But Forex is what got me more in tune with the market maker. I'll always owe that to Forex, or attribute that to Forex. And let's see if we can find... Yeah, others came down way past its psychological range. Others is about to triple bottom at 2011 if it gets there. If you are in low cap and mid cap alts, you do not want this support to break on others. That's going to be bad.
Hey, Dbloc, quick question. Will these kind of dumps, do RSIs really matter?
Nah, they can get pegged for a long time. They can slam and stay slammed. But it is worth noticing, right, when it does get to bottoms. Moves like this do a really good job of resetting most RSIs on all time frames. Let's take a look at liquidations. $15-minute, all our liquidity is above. $30-minute has some 25 X's. Some of those guys are gonna live. Most of those guys are probably live though. Like our VPVR here. Remember this entire move that we had gave us no higher low. Right? Straight V-shaped out, no higher low. On a bigger time frame, do you see what that sets us up for? What a higher low here sets us up for? Let me go to the other. Let's go to the 4 hour. So this entire move put in no higher low. Right? So we didn't get a W shape to, higher low fractal to pop off of. It went right back up to the dead cat bounce. So the dead cat bounce is where we wanted initially to put in that higher low. So as long as this candle closes above, and I don't have any doubt that it will, unless something changes in the next couple hours, then what we'll end up putting in is a large higher low fractal. Right, which does two things. One, it turns this dead cat bounce line into a bullish trigger, meaning the next time we get above that line, we should see an explosive move. And two, if we get that higher low close, will end up being what takes us to that 120. Now remember, we already have the measured move from the bull flag that takes us to 128, 127, right? Bull flag hasn't been invalidated. Excuse me. So we're looking for this midpoint of the bull flag to hold. So now let's go back to real time and find our bottom here. What we're looking for is a stopping volume candle with high levels of volume, big aggressive buyers. Let's put the volume on the chart. So this needs to pick up, right? Volume down, price down.
Do we have major FUD at macro support?
The macro support is the part that's missing.
Damn.
Because structure-wise, it's not really macro support, right? We made no macro support the entire way up because we decided to V-shape the entire way back up. So now our macro support is going to have to be buy orders. It's not going to be structural. It'll be on the order book.
It's going to be a retail buy.
Here, get rid of these here.
You guys are magicians.
Nah, it just feels like that, bro. I promise you, you'll get it.
Dbloc is a magician, mate.
No. A little lower, huh?
You want it lower?
No, I already got in, but did they just conveniently drop some
bombs on Iran?
like the perfect time? These guys are not even slick, man. Like they're
Somebody said
coordinating their
that.
war effort.
Somebody said that Netanyahu's long gold and short Bitcoin.
Hell yeah, somebody's got something going on. That's too court. Come on, man. It's not a coincidence.
It's too funny. This is not a black
so
swan,
obvious.
guys. Hold on. First, let's clear up the black swan thing. This is not a black swan. Israel bombing Iran is not an unforeseeable event, right? This is just something bad that happened.
Give us a break.
A black swan would be Israel bombing the Netherlands. You know, like.
Yeah.
Damn, I could have had a lower entry. I didn't know they were going to do that. We should have put a box down there with a picture of freaking Trump and Netanyahu.
Yeah, I think it's the U.S. bombing Greenland is what you're looking for. Dbloc is the other black swan event,
Right.
Or is that 100% possibility?
I mean, now that we're trying to take it over, somebody's thought of it. That's, you know, when we sit here and we think about black swans, what we're really doing, or what I like to call it, is killing black swans. Right? If you can imagine an event, then you've killed the potential of that acting as a black swan on you. Not everybody else. Everybody else still going to react to it, but at least on you, right? Because it's giving you time to think, okay, what would I do if this happens? Aliens land tomorrow. What's the play? As stupid as it sounds, but the more of those black swans that you can kill when time, you know, when shit happens like this, the more sort of focus you'll be.
Well, I guess we don't have to worry about the Knicks ever winning a championship then.
Bro.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
Just play it.
We're already in enough pain. You notice I didn't say one word about that.
I reached for the mute button for a second, but then I decided to err on the side of not being an asshole. Almost did it though.
You have no idea how
Hey, man,
pissed I am.
Hey, listen, I
You know what though? You know what though? I'll be honest with you, man. When the Sonics get back in town, we finally get our team back. Then the Knicks can beat up on us all day long. Don't worry about it.
New York enjoyed the playoffs. That's at least one thing. I listen for Nick fans. If you're a long life Nick fan, just being able to enjoy those playoffs is like gold, bro. We've had it rough. It's not been a good. God, I can't even remember how many years. But yeah, it was quiet, bro. I'm not gonna lie. We were super loud during the playoffs, and then it got real quiet.
Them Pacers, though.
Man, it's that lucky shot where the ball bounced off the rim, went up in the air, and then went in to beat us.
It's the curse of Babe Ruth, bro. You know how they say that like Babe Ruth cursed Boston? It didn't just curse Boston. It cursed Boston and it cursed the Knicks. There's too much greatness in one city. Like a sacrifice had to be made.
The sacrifice.
Halliburton sacrificed his mom. That's why they're winning.
Done.
Sacrifice my port.
It almost looks like BTC wants to do a double bottom on that V shape and then wipe out those licks and then just shoot back up. You know how many people are going to put that stop loss under that double bottom in the bull run? That'll be a perfect place to come back after the bull run's over.
They're going to get left behind.
That's what I told my girlfriend today. She almost tried to break up with me. I'm like, yo, you're going to get left behind. What's up? Come on.
Stopping volume candle, 15-minute.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank God.
Trump is live. Apparently, he was at Camp David. You know what happens when presidents go to Camp David, right?
Bunch of nakedness and baby oil.
Wait, don't they go hunting and like shoot each other's heads off or something like that?
They discuss war. That's what they discuss at Camp David.
We need this to go back there. Less politics right now, guys. We're literally at a pivot point here. We're not trying to go down a rabbit hole.
Yeah. You have my entry. Come on now.
Everybody should be focused right now. Like no financial advice, but
Come on, a little more. $100.
got 15 minutes to prove the stopping volume candle, so it's still no rush, but you should be looking at your alts. We already hit that local high. We just tapped up to double top off that local high on dominance.
I killed that short though. Actually, closed the short a little early. 104.6.
Bro, what was that laugh?
For real. What was that?
That shit was like manic.
The Joker.
That's the most evil. That's the most evil laugh.
You have a dance with the devil in the pale moonlight.
All right, so what you're looking for this stopping volume candle to be valid is you can't close the body of the next candle underneath it. So that's what we're watching in real time. Welcome to this episode of Catching a Falling Knife.
I'm good till 97.
I got gloves on.
When it comes to 97, I'm screwed. On a trade.
What did you say about the invalidation of the stopping candle?
Stopping volume candles
Someone
are bullish
said catch
pivot
a knife.
candles until the body of the next candle closes underneath. Right? So that body close there, you need that to hold. Right? You get big vectors down, stopping volume candle, and then as long as the next body doesn't close underneath, then this is valid. If you get a bullish engulfing, even better. And your
Yo,
stop
D-Block.
loss goes at the violation of that stopping volume candle.
D-Block, if you
I
were
heard an
buying here,
invite for knife catching. I'm here. What's up, guys?
What's going on, brother?
if you were buying here, do you think it's better to buy like alts that are knifed really hard or Bitcoin still?
I mean, look at dominance, bro. Dominance is at 64.7. If you're buying an alt that's underneath $1 billion market cap, what you're saying is that when if Bitcoin does continue to correct, that your alt's not going to be one of the ones that gets hit. It depends, man. Look at the BTC pairs, right? If they're still looking weak against their BTC pairs, then it's not great. Dominance is crazy right now, bro. Like me personally, I can tell you the only thing that I really plan on picking up is Sol, maybe some Sui, and then some ETH if it hits my target. Put some money back into Bitcoin.
What's your target on ETH?
At this point, I want it to come back down to the bottom of the range. So 246, 245. We're getting there. We already cleared the psychological range. This is what we were when we were talking earlier, right? We were aiming for these ranges on everything. ETH was pretty far away at that point. You've got the 800 EMA running underneath. Yeah, if this holds up, remember what I said. If the psychological range breaks down, you have to watch the support. Look to the left, look at the support. Between that psychological range and your support is where you want to load up, stop loss underneath support. You're catching a falling knife, you don't take chances. Right? Either we're right and this is the bottom, or we're wrong, there's going to be a further pull and we're out. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're out.
Makes sense.
Are you basing that on the daily time frame?
Yeah, I mean, this specifically with the 800 underneath is the hourly, yeah. But on the daily, you're going to get the same psychological ranges.
That's a 200.
Yeah. Around 240. And then let me look at Sol again real quick, because I know Sol is getting close.
Sol fell to 142.
So beautiful. So I've got two standing orders on Sol, 140 and 136. And that would be the measured move of our M pattern that we were watching, this entire, it took forever, but we got it. Now, what I was telling you about setting grids, what I got to do by setting this grid on Sol, because remember we said it'll drop, but we feel like it could get front run. So if that's the case, you want to set a grid and you don't want to set everything at the very bottoms, right? This is when I went through the whole dynamic DCA, right? Where you set 100, 200, 400, 800, 1600, 3200 in whatever sort of denomination you're trading, right? That could be $100, that could be $1,000, that could be $10,000. The point is that you double down on each subsequent entry. So what that did for me is I got more than about 60% of my order filled at these levels, and I got left behind, right, on these two orders. Cool. Comes up, I get to take profit now on all of these orders and reset my buys. So that grid is reset. I'm in profit from my first three, and my standing two orders are still there to catch if price comes down. And what that does by buying my bigger orders down at the bottom is that it grabs my average, right? Your first buy, your average is going to be right there. If you buy another $100 down here, your average goes smack dab in the middle of those two. By buying 200 instead of 100, your average comes way down. So what it means is when price picks back up, you don't have to wait as long to be in profit. So at this point, once I'm fully in, my average for this trade will be all the way down here. Which means I don't need a full recovery. I just need a dead cat bounce or a mean reversion. And then I can make a decision and say, okay, is this continue lower or do I hold this trade? But if you just do 100, 100, 100, 100, 100, by the time you make your last buy, your average is right there, which means you got to come all the way back up to this point before you're in profit.
Yep.
Relies on his powers, but all right, we're losing that stopping volume candle. We still have 6 minutes for this candle to close, though. Yeah, Doge is gonna have come down to that level we were looking at earlier. This floor on Doge. That, excuse me, 16.5. 16.5, 16.7. That's our support. Right? That's our SR flip. Need to move that up just a little bit. So double bottom on the last low is what you want to hope for here. You see how I mean, though, that we're looking at Bitcoin and we're looking for that higher low on Bitcoin, but a lot of these alts are going to put in a lower low comparatively to their last bottoms. The lower market cap you go, the worse it gets. Right? Muse already put in a new low. Moondang is already taking out its lows. Ondo's not there yet, but I do need to watch Ondo here. Super chat.
Can you look at Trump?
Yeah, I got you, bro. I'll look at Trump coin.
Can you check Pepe too?
Yeah. Trump. Where you at, bro? Fight. Oh, there it is. All right, so Trump is still in higher low territory, right? It's not really attacking its lows here yet, so it's honestly doing better than the last few coins that we just looked at. We look to the right and we look for targets. I mean, we look to the left and we look for targets, right? So this unrecovered vector right here got filled. There's another small little piece of an unrecovered vector here, right, that they've already started to dip into. So I'd be looking for this support to hold, or you're going to take out your lows. Remember, all of these V-shapes, right? Everything strong V-shaped. So what you're looking for is a higher low. Right? That'll give us our patterns to get out. But depending on each coin, right? It's some are going to put in higher lows, some are going to put lower lows, some are going to break their lows. Coins that break their lows have a lot more work to do before they can get back up to where they were, because they're going to have to fight that SR flip. Most of the coins that we looked at earlier that weren't down to their numbers are down to their numbers. I don't even have to go through the... Oh, actually, AIOZ is still not at its psychological ranges. Okay. Okay, IOs, I see you. But yeah, AIXBT, mostly everything else is going to be conviction time, ladies and gentlemen. Either you have conviction in these alts, and you have conviction in Bitcoin, and you have conviction in the cycle, or you don't, which is cool. If you don't, all you have to do is wait for confirmation that we found the bottom, right? That's no big deal. You're going to give up some percentage at the bottom, but you're not going to be stressed the hell out. If you're a knife catcher, you're going to swing at these bottoms and you're going to keep your stops tight in case you're wrong. If you're underwater and you're all in, which is remember we did that poll earlier, who was all in and who was we were at about 50% all in. So to you guys that are all in and don't have any more dry powder to sort of hit this run, you should be doing something enjoyable right now. Hug your kids, eat your favorite food.
Dang, bruh.
Uber eat something. I'm just being real because what you're feeling right now, you can't do anything about.
All the discounts.
Just people. Now we did a poll earlier, and 50% of people were all in. So I'm just sort of speaking to them and saying, you know, stressing out isn't going to help the situation. So you got to replace some of that dopamine drain that you're getting right now from the stress and the anxiety by doing something enjoyable.
Or
Nah, you're right.
Or go get a loan.
Yeah, don't do that.
Facts.
No financial advice.
Bitcoin's holding up very well. I wish I had one of my regrets this cycle is not just buying Bitcoin. I should have just bought Bitcoin instead of going right into alts.
Yeah. And honestly, that's true with any dollar amount. You didn't need a whole Bitcoin, a quarter of a Bitcoin, you'd still probably be on average, you'd probably still have more money right now.
Yeah.
What if you got an altcoin and it is up right now and everything else is going down?
Depending on how it looks, it might be a good
I would
idea to
take profit.
think about shaving something off.
Yep. It's usually sus for me when coins do that.
I always
Unless
sell
I
my
know.
wins.
Yep, sell the wins, buy more BTC.
Won't be telling you what that is.
Let's get some likes going in the chat, guys. We got almost 400 people in here, only 100 likes.
Smash it, smash it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's a travesty.
Like,
Looks like you got your wish, Drew. Some discounts.
Yes, sir. Luckily, I got
Yeah.
well, I went all in a little bit early. I was one of those guys that took that, the pool, and I was all in. But then I had to make some phone calls and get a little extra pot, if you know what I mean.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
All right,
Man, I'll tell you what
following
was a risky
candle,
play.
respected the stopping volume candle. We're underneath now, so we still have 15 minutes to see if this closes under or not.
come on. I don't want to buy no more. But I'll buy 100. Give me 100K, I'll buy it.
Nice, good job, Bit Boss. Profit, profit, profit.
I took that 400x all the way from like 109 all the way to 104.6.
Nice.
I reopened. I closed it. I opened up the 400x long with a little bit bigger margin at 104.100.
Well, I'm not here to celebrate a 400x long, but GG's on the
Well,
short.
30 buck margin. Full disclosure.
Well, this is that Friday the 13th candle, huh? Oh, that's right. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dbloc, if
What do
we
you mean?
do a quick recovery here, you think this could be the trap shorts for the weekend?
Possible. We're running into we're going to be running into Friday, so any recovery, I'm just going to assume that whatever our low is today is the trap shorts.
Ah,
Let me see. Do I have
great question.
do I have an appropriate picture for this occasion?
So CME Gap overfilled.
Overfilled.
Yeah. Little extra meat. Oh, look at them. They want to give us 100. That's fine. Get some more.
This will be all right.
Where's the next cluster of long liquidity? I think there's one at 93. Not to panic anyone, but there is a cluster of longs.
No, the number I've heard is 97. But this little water tactic here. Playing with fire. Damn, 65 dominance. Almost.
Yeah, that's the real story here is Dom. Not very forgiving right now. And it's pumping. I'm saying be careful on your alts, guys, please. My bullishness does not extend to the alts yet.
Rick, I have
Yeah,
100,345.
$345 what?
100,345 for the next discount area cluster.
Oof.
If we break right here would be the 1 hour break up. If we break this bottom, we'll break structure, and then that's the next level. We will go down to that discount area of 100,345.
No.
165 Bitcoin at 103 flat. And then just some scattered straight until 1025, 157 Bitcoin, 102 flat, another 158 Bitcoin. So somebody set a grid every whole and half number on the way down. ETH Dom dropping like a rock. BTC Dom going nuts. Absolutely nuts, so. Nine minutes to invalidate that stopping volume candle.
Come on. Big green candles. I know somebody rich wants this deal. They want the 100K special. They already had it though. Golly. So I mean, if we come down and we hold 100K, then we got 100K, 110K range, which is pretty damn good.
Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. We got to see when the money comes in here.
Come on, big money.
What we need is these aggressive buyers that we're seeing here to continue. We need to light this tape up like a Christmas tree.
They're just playing that little you go first game.
I mean, understandable. It's understandable for people to show a little bit of pause right now if they weren't expecting it and it happened, and then you go check and the news and war, and it's like
Yeah, they're good. Never ceases to amaze me. And you called it. You called it with that little drawing with the other characters.
Yeah.
But you should have put them on there again.
I did it yesterday. I was like, bro, do I have to do this? I literally did it not even 2 hours ago. Two hours ago, I drew the box out and I said, are you guys going to make me do this every single time?
You could have scooted them over.
Bro, it's I saved it as a template. Again, not that it doesn't have an effect, right? We're obviously dealing with the sentiment of it now. Where did market makers stop his drop? Right when we got through CME Gap. This is all retail sentiment. This is people digesting the news, freaking out.
What news? Signal.
Exactly. But these type of situations are where the security of heavy spot bags really come into play, right? Because you can really swing at these bottoms on spot without the same sort of risk.
I'm so close to my coin count that I want to be at. I'm like just a little bit away.
What are you going to do once you hit it?
I'm gonna stop being so aggressive with my scalps and things like that.
You're gonna risk losing it again? Like, will you compound even after you get?
Well, now once I think this number I want to keep. I'm gonna make sure I keep that number intact. Like unless something crazy happens with Bitcoin and we break 97,005 and start going below 97, then I'd probably reconsider. But anything above 97, I'm just like, all right, man, this coin count is perfect.
Is there any relevance of the 50 on the daily?
Yeah, we're at it now. Yeah, that's always going to be macro support. So, yeah, I mean, Qui-Gon asked earlier, does this qualify as high levels of FUD at macro support? Yes, it does. Now that we're down to our 50 on the daily. Yes, indeed. Not only the 50 on the daily, but our support from this range.
Damn, I just stepped back in right before you said that too. I'm glad I got that.
Sorry, man.
It's funny, you see on X.com, they'll be like, crypto crash. And you zoom out a little bit, like, oh, damn, we're still above $100,000. And nothing crashed, really,
All right, we invalidated that stopping bottom candle, I'm pretty sure.
It's still not bouncing yet? Jesus.
It's trying.
You know how it gets when it gets spooky, bro. You have to deal with everybody's emotions.
It's a great deal.
Let's go see what that 100K level's made out of.
Here they come. Here they come.
I'm not scared of you, Carlos.
Oh, so what? We're just in like free fall now, pretty much at this point.
It's been pretty the velocity is pretty quick.
Guys, V-shaped recoveries leave no resistance. Remember, when we V-shaped out of here, right, we put no higher low in. So in essence, what we're doing is putting in that higher low now, but there's nothing here. That's why I say that our resistance is going to come off of the book, right? It means people have to buy. People have to step in.
XRP's $2.09, 208.9.
I'm the happiest about the alts. Some of the alts have definitely got to my okay, time to pay attention sort of level.
You know what we got? The Franklin Templeton XRP spot ETF application deadline is the 16th.
Okay.
Yeah, so is that Monday? Monday 16th? Yeah, Monday 16th. So it's either the biggest takeaway is that they can't delay. You can't delay on an absolute deadline. It's either it fails or it passes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like approve or decline. Yeah. So
Eat
that could be interesting.
I am hopefully taking profits on XRP at 206.
Dominance is breaking local highs.
I know that the H bar and something else got delayed because they had some spot ETFs filed for them as well, H bar and something else, and they just delayed it. They didn't decline it.
A nice
Yeah.
little pop on the dominance, and then we make some money on the alts.
Thing is ugly.
Yeah, they delayed it because they want to fill up their bags a little bit more, or let their family members.
Oh yeah, that's the SEC style. How often do they approve an ETF application on the first, the first?
They got to make sure they're
first
stocked up.
response date. Yeah, push it to the nth degree, or the final hour.
Big box,
Yeah, we
big
found a
box,
problem.
watch out.
Found a problem with your application. You forgot to cross your T's and dot your I's. You have to refile.
Guys, look at these.
Damn, do
Look
you
at
guys
these
remember
vectors on the
green
on the
candles?
4 hour here. Oh my god.
Yo, quiet. We're about to get one. Watch out.
Oh, that's so juicy. There's no market maker motivation down here, right? There's no vectors. So we left vectors all the way back up to 1069.
Damn. 102.
Hey, panic selling right now.
128.
This
Dang, I was too early.
Yo, you guys okay back there, man? I'm hearing all types of stuff.
Yeah, if you got an open mic and you're coughing up a lung, I know I'm guilty of it too sometimes, but
It sounded like you had a hairball.
That was him coughing up the rest of his Bitcoin.
There we go. 66 Bitcoins bought by a
Big
brave
bucks, big
soul.
bucks. I'm all in. Let's go.
let the
There's
chart
a
prove
winner.
it, guys. Let the chart prove it.
There's another 44, 45.
Elon, save me. Please, Elon, please. I'm on my knees.
I mean, this would be a perfect high or low. From that.
Bring me a higher. Bring me a higher low on Doge.
Get him, Quad. Get him.
Don't get him, quiet. He's fine. Doesn't need to be gone.
Classic.
You read my mind. That's exactly what I'm doing. Whatever you got to do to control your anxiety, stress, and all of that good stuff. Just everybody reach out. And
Yeah, I'm gonna go eat a frozen banana with some peanut butter. I'll be right back.
if that works.
Yeah, I just had a massive spoon of peanut butter before. Oh yeah.
Try frozen bananas with peanut butter. It's
Y'all are
delicious.
super healthy. I was talking about rolling a blunt, but I guess, yeah,
Alright,
peanut
that's
butter.
healthier.
I needed something a little stronger than peanut butter right now.
Beer?
No, no. Let's not do that. This is the wrong time to get all sauced up.
Just one.
That's when you're out. That's when you're celebrating.
Yeah. What's going on, YouTube? We got almost 400 of you in here and only 160 likes. Let's get those likes going. Welcome to all the new people, by the way. We're here 24 hours, 7 days a week. Hit that subscribe button, hit that bell notification.
Hey, can you see the likes going up and down real quick?
Yeah, you see them when they come in.
No, like 75 to 45 immediately.
Yeah, sometimes somebody that already liked will try to like again and it'll unlike their like.
Well, that's me. I'm clicking it like over and over.
Well, stop doing that.
There, I left it.
What's going on, boss? For crypto with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you, brother. W gifts in the chat. Mike, what's going on? All right, second attempt at a stopping volume candle here on the 5-minute.
All right.
We need is for market makers to start feeding those moves up.
Come on, market maker. You got the profit from all those shorts.
Give it a couple retail candles, though. It's good to sort of test retail and see how they're feeling right now.
Come on, they got a second chance. You get 100, you got 103.
Let's move up our fully recovered line. This was from our last dip. So let's say we'll be fully recovered when we get back to the front run zone. Now, as exciting as V-shaped recoveries are, can we put in some real structure? Like, we don't have to do this again later.
Paper hander out there.
Yeah, we've all got different targets, Sean. But if you're active right now and you're trying to play into, even if it's a dead cat bounce, you've got to catch the falling knife to do that. I'll be right back.
That's all right. Worst come to worst, I guess I'll have to join their little buy wall at 101 or whatever. Iran's largest nuclear site was just split up. Thanks.
33% of Russia's long-term nuclear capabilities were taken out the other day. It's just a coincidence. It's not like a coordinated attack on the axis of evil's nuclear capabilities or anything like that, I'm sure.
Netanyahu delivered a speech.
Yo, rich people are wild, man. I just walked into a hotel, like a really upscale place. There's just people, a bunch of people in the lobby, like lounging at the bar. There's like couches around the bar, and there's some dude playing piano and shit.
That's it.
And I'm like, where the hell's the music coming from? I look around and I see this dude over in the corner. He's like just playing the piano. There was like a piano in the lobby.
Did you start singing with him?
Oh, bro, we need to upgrade your life, bro. That's not even rich people shit. That's like Holiday Inn on a Friday night shit. I thought you were gonna say that we're in there eating caviar off of beluga whales live in an aquarium or something.
I don't know. They were doing some weird shit there, putting grapes in each other's mouth and stuff.
Go grab the mic.
Yeah, go jump on the piano, bro. Give him that sexy rendition of. Remember the one that you did for Peachy back in the day? Go give them a rendition, bro. Just jump on the piano like a baddie.
Yeah, I can't play piano, but Strings said that he's gonna give me virtual.
Nah, you don't play it, bro. You jump on it
lessons.
like a bed and you sing while the guy plays.
Yeah,
You do your best.
exactly.
You do your best, Marilyn Monroe.
Damn.
Ask the guy if he plays Piano Man or something.
All right. I'll give it a shot. I'm probably gonna get thrown out, but
Do it, Quad. Do it.
I'm surprised none of them are in there looking at their portfolios right now.
Yeah.
What they need to be doing. They're just lacking, bro.
They got money. They don't care.
Need some piano recommendations. Friday the 13th, Tom.
Well, in days like this, I mean, as soon as I started dipping, I was like, I got to go out for a motorcycle ride. I can't look at this. And I came back and, all right, you know.
Wait a second. Tomorrow is Friday the 13th.
Yep.
Spooky.
This chart's got nuked, bro.
Yeah, Kevin, it is.
Absolutely.
5 minutes stopping volume. It's Dom, man. I said when this thing goes down, if Dom is going up, your alts are gonna feel it. I don't think there's any alt underneath $1 billion market cap that didn't take a double-digit loss there. I haven't even looked at the charts.
Yeah, we all got hit.
I know.
All right. Well, let me just say that we are above 1 billion in liquidations for 24 hours. 1.12 billion in liquidations today.
Oh, hey, who's that
Only
money
70.
go to?
Market makers and the shorts. The people that shorted.
Oh.
And the exchanges get the fees.
Wow. How about the altcoin top 100?
Yeah, so I finally figured out what they were doing with that separate chain. It's not going to be on chain; it's side chain somehow with the whole apps and dApps and RWAs on Dogecoin. It's called Fractal Engine they're using.
Sounds fancy.
It is, man. I started digging into it, and it's pretty cool stuff.
Gold looks
Basically,
so
it's
good
not
right
going to
now.
congest Dogecoin's blockchain, even though it's happening on Dogecoin. Somehow they figured out how to do that.
Let me give you guys a quick rundown on gold if anybody's in this gold position. We drew our spider lines once we broke that, got up into the 2000s. We got caught up in this gap of spider lines here. Right, we're about to attack that next one. The reason it's interesting is because there's a big gap. Right, these gaps tend to fill quickly. There's no price action up here. Gold guys love spider lines. And this news today, unlike with crypto, does have a direct effect on gold. Like this isn't, well, gold is always sentiment, right? Fear, gold up. Right? War, gold up. Peace, gold down.
I got an old Clive question about gold. I heard something the other day. Very scientific. That gold was created from lead.
Well, now they're starting to make synthetic
talking
gold.
about alchemy. You're talking about, which they actually
was in the
can
part
do
of-
now.
Yeah.
In the
That is
particle
definitely not
collider.
how gold is created.
They're making some synthetic gold now. They figured out how to do it.
It's. I mean,
They did it with CERN.
Well, hopefully that one dude didn't open up that 50K 3x ETH long.
yeah.
I did not.
Yeah.
But I did put a shit ton in there. Nothing on. That's a lie. I did do some leverage and got liquidated, but there's some other shit that I hit the bottom so far.
That's
Not
the
nothing. Not
risk
nothing
of it.
crazy. Not nothing crazy.
How much leverage you talking?
Like 75x, 100x.
Oh, that's not bad.
You guys sound like a bunch of junkies right now. It's not
I was just going
bad.
to say that.
Oh,
Just a little bit.
you only did 2 grams. That's not bad. I usually do like 4 grams.
Just did a ball, yeah. All right, it'd be okay.
It's all right. It's all right. A little, a couple $100 in
Leverage is meant for when leverage is meant for when you have a direction. Once you know a coin is moving in a direction, you slap leverage on that move and you take advantage of the move. This is not, you don't know, we haven't found the bottom here. It's like literally what we're trying to do. You don't get extra points for catching the Pico bottom of something. Right? And then eventually what happens is you take the trade, get liquidated, take the trade, get liquidated, take the trade, get liquidated. On the 5th or 6th one, you catch the bottom and you live off of that buzz. You almost forget the 7 other times you swung and got liquidated.
Note to self: wait on the trend.
Yeah, you gotta wait for, definitely with spot it's different, right? With spot you can swing at these lows, and if it breaks your line, you take your take your money and that's it, you're gone. With leverage it's different, bro. With leverage you want a clear direction. You want to be in a pattern, you want to wait for a breakout, you want to leverage trade into the impulse.
I mean, if I'm bullish here, I gotta think that we're going to make a higher low.
Yeah, you're just trying to catch it.
That's all I'm looking for, and I'm already was too early.
These attacks, they're still going on. Like they just announced that they're doing another one right now. It's just gonna come in waves.
There'll be more tomorrow. There'll be a retaliation the day after.
Yeah, there'll be retaliation.
Do you wait for peace
This
to
could
buy?
last for days. It could take us like days to find a bottom.
Then the chart won't care.
But you guys are gonna get right thinking like that. I hate to keep saying it, but you are. Peace isn't gonna bring a bottom. Right? You don't. If you wait, if you wait for there to be peace with that situation, you're not gonna buy for a while. We're waiting for is for liquidity to come in. We're waiting for is for the shock and awe or the automatic reaction that people have to wear off. And nothing makes that wear off more than 3 or 4 green candles in a row. Promise you that. You stack 4 green candles on top of each other right now, and people will be like, "Whoa!"
Mic drop.
It's just the way. It's just true. I mean, it is. Is this affected by it? Yeah, it's affected by it. You see where market makers stop the party at. You see how all of this down here is retail. See how the only time market makers stepped in so far is to try to stop the bullshit. But this wears off. Like, this is just reactionary. This war could last weeks. Or these attacks could, like, Iran's going to retaliate. Israel's not going to take the retaliation without retaliating. And they'll eventually retaliate smaller and smaller until there's nothing. And then it goes back to the so-called peace until another big sort of thing pops out. But you just have to be able to separate the news that actually affects directly and the news that affects indirectly. Right? A Bitcoin hack, yeah, I'm with you. This is gonna get bad. SHA-256 getting cracked, that's gonna get bad. Germany's selling off all of their Bitcoin on market, and they've got a ton of Bitcoin left, and they haven't finished. Yeah, that's gonna directly sort of affect. But everything else is sentiment, and sentiment is so easily swayed, right? Whales don't have sentiment. When they decide to go, they'll go, and then retail will change their sentiment because they'll be forced to. Times like this, it's best really to look at momentum and look at structure and let the chart tell you, does it feel like continuing to drop or not? What I see is a deceleration in the drop. And I don't say it to be a dick. I literally hear the stress in people's voice when they talk about it. And I know that ends up affecting your trading decisions and shit too. So I'm just trying to look out.
So Grok is saying Iran's claim of being ready is bold but questionable. Militarily, they have a large force, and recent drills show preparation, but economic woes, 36.5% inflation, and sanction could hamper situated efforts. Diplomatically, they're active but inflexible, rejecting U.S. proposals while facing isolation risks. Internal unrest and weakened regional allies like Hezbollah further strain resources. They might handle short-term conflicts, but long-term readiness is shaky. Your skepticism seems warranted. The evidence suggests gaps in their preparedness. So basically,
they don't want war, and you can tell by their retaliation. Remember, I told you 9 times out of 10 when Iran retaliates, it's to save face with its people. Because you were just attacked by Israel, you have to do something. But just remember what happened last time. Last time they had these missile strikes, Iran retaliated with like 2,000 drones that were like easily shot down. Some of them didn't even have the battery life to make it all the way there. It was for show, right? It was to look like you didn't take it on the chin. They'll do the same thing now. They'll never. Iran, for the most part, knock on wood, will not escalate because they know they can't handle that war.
They're flexing on Twitter a little bit.
Yeah, they're gonna talk tough. You got to. You got to save face. They're gonna hit it all, the whole death to Israel, and that whole, they'll go down that road.
Yeah, it's crazy because I mean, what's the real effect of it? How does that even? I mean, okay,
Uncertainty. Legacy might get affected a little more, but it's not like there's anything major coming out of those two countries that's going to affect price in real time, right? But war always brings uncertainty, and when there's uncertainty, people move into defensive plays. So that's why you see the drops. Defensive plays, not meaning like defense projects. I mean defensive plays like gold, right? Defensive plays like metals, or maybe they go into cash. But whatever it is, they're exiting their riskier positions until they feel safe. That's why gold is flying. That's why oil is flying.
How much Bitcoin does Iran really have?
They got some Bitcoin.
Why would Israel even sell their Bitcoin?
No, it's the opposite. Right. What happens is if you do go into war, then there's sanctions. And if there's sanctions, then you get cut off from global economy. If you get cut off from the global economy, then there's a run into Bitcoin, like we saw in Russia. Right? We saw a drop in Bitcoin because of the war. The pump that we saw in Bitcoin was when the US froze the SWIFT system in Russia and they couldn't access their banks and that's when Bitcoin went nuts. Because all the oligarchs put all their assets into Bitcoin and hightailed it.
Yeah, the Bitcoin ruble pair hit a new all-time high when the price discovery before, like 2 years before everything else did. But it was also because the ruble dropped like 90%.
Iran brought this on themselves. I think Israel has the capabilities to shut down any functional nuclear projects just the same way that we did, right? The United States is in the record books for the first physical damage hack, right? When they hacked that turbine and they made it spin out of control until it destroyed itself, right? That's the first time on paper that a hack has led to physical destruction somewhere. You can't tell me that if they were ready for nukes or whatever, if there was anything functional, that Israel couldn't have tapped into its resources and made that happen. What it is that they came out the other day and started bragging about how they had nuclear material and they were refining again, and Israel was like, oh yeah?
Israel also said that Iran could attack U.S. with an atom bomb. Like they have some kind of something set up that the U.S. wouldn't be ready for an atom bomb attack.
You need to have, that's the propaganda that keeps the U.S. involved. We need to feel in danger in the U.S. to care about anything.
It was like their defense minister from Israel. Wednesday, he was saying that somehow it can actually attack the United States even from Iran.
Yeah, right.
They said Iran would not hesitate to load it on a ship, arm it with a detonator operated by GPS, and sail it into a vital port on the east coast of North America.
Just gave them the whole play. Just gave them the, all right, thanks. That's cool. That's basically saying, hey, we're going to need you back on this. Don't forget.
Basically.
Nah, dominance is being disrespectful right now, yo. Shows how much money's coming into Bitcoin.
They like to choose narratives. What about nobody cared when China tried to smuggle a deadly fungus into the United States the other week that would have killed all of our crops?
I cared about the fungus. I was telling people about that.
That didn't do anything, but we get this. This works at the opportune time.
If Bitcoin needed to drop at that time, they would have blamed it on the fungus, bro.
Exactly.
It's not that it happens when it's supposed to, it's that they spotlight shit at times when they need a reasonable excuse to unload assets. Yeah, since then it's happened more than once, shit.
I jumped in Soul here. Soul just made a new low. It's the Defense and Production Act to finance every land.
Yeah, it hasn't hit my next buy level though. Those shits are automatic. Those orders are trigger on their own.
I mean, do they wait for the US markets to shut before they do all this?
Mhm. It's a lot easier to move price when market makers aren't on duty for sure. But Asia's at the helm right now. So let's build out of this. What do you guys say? You ready, or you guys want to hang out down here a little bit longer?
Yo, I'm all in. Let's go, baby. I'm ready.
All right, let's
All
get it.
in.
You heard the
Here
gang
we
market
go.
maker.
Yeah, come on, market maker. Got over 1 billion liquidated today. Just go have your champagne caviar.
Oh, that's my buy indicator. Uh-oh, big buy.
Oh, I heard it. Hey,
1029 is the invalidation for this W. Until then, we're tracking momentum. Right? On the 1 minute, we still have bearish momentum until that 13 crosses the 50 and we get one candle of confirmation. We'll be able to say we've got bullish momentum on the 1 minute, and then we'll follow it up to the 5. You guys that are not new here, we've been here before. You guys that are new here, just lock in.
I just wanted to let you know that I just bombed my Arizona iced tea can with my Sharpie pen.
Old school.
Arizona still exists?
And I just posted a picture of it on Off Topic.
Oh, and if you're new here and you're wondering when a good time to buy is, it's after a day like this. Not financial advice.
I know you like that type of stuff, Dbloc, so if you get a chance, check me out.
Gotcha.
I threw up my old tag, drastic.
Come on, market maker, let's go, baby.
All right. Yep, I didn't get to buy 100.
We'll get back into our vector range where we'll have some gas from the vectors that are left up here. Till then, we've got to deal with this retail sell-off, right? There wasn't a whole lot of vectors left behind during this whole sort of retail move. We know how this goes. Broke. Wait for the retest.
3, 6. It's crazy how fast it moves when you get at these stages. Yeah, now you want to buy. Keep buying. And that's been my go-to since high school, Dbloc, Arizona iced tea and a bagel with lox. Still on it.
Bagel with lox. That's sophisticated.
Oh man, lox is fire.
Me, it was a quart of water and a bacon, egg, and cheese with honey bun for the bread.
Oh.
From the Aki store.
Aki, I'll just be like, yo, let me get egg and cheese with some onions, some tomatoes usually. Aki got the goods.
chopped cheese, bacon, egg, and cheese for breakfast.
Golly, dominance.
Yeah, parasitic. What you want to see is the breakout of the pattern retested, just as confirmation that it was really a breakout, right? There's times where waiting for confirmation will leave you behind, right? It goes super parabolic. You never get the breakout. I mean, you never get the retest. But there's 5 different places to take a trade in a setup, right? Some people are going to catch the falling knife, right? So to catch the falling knife, it means there's a chance that you probably swung here and stopped out, but you eventually caught it, right? So that's trader 1, or the first part of the trade. Once you're in, the higher low becomes the second part of the trader where you add to your position. Me personally, the breakout is the third part, right? I'll add to my position on the breakout. The retest, if it holds, that's where the rest of my money goes in for the run. The retest doesn't hold, then I start scaling out of my positions until the W is invalidated. If this whole thing gets invalidated, we rinse and repeat, right? Because that's what we do. This is momentum trading. This has nothing to do with prediction. This is pure reaction.
Is that why you like spot? Because it gives you a little bit more time to kind of mitigate
You're
your risk.
quiet. Your mic is coming in crazy.
Yeah,
Or whoever that is.
But yeah, I like the maneuverability of it. I like that it gives you way more options and way more flexibility.
Yeah, Dbloc. So I dug in,
That
man.
wasn't me. That was you.
Oh, that wasn't you? Okay. But yeah, man, I dug in and I found out a lot about this new thing that's basically gonna declutter from
What's up,
like, you
Edge?
know, all those Dogecoins that were cluttering up Dogecoin.
Yeah.
They figured out how to get it all basically off chain, but still sync it to the L1 when needed.
I do have some lower targets, but this is interesting.
Yeah, somebody got a mic with YouTube on.
But yeah, that 50 EMA, it's a little high. Black Mac, you got an open mic on, brother. There you go. Appreciate you.
So it's got they have this thing called RPC client. This is all from Dogecoin Foundation, and it's called Fractal Engine, and it's open source too, so that's pretty cool. And they're calling it a sidechain protocol, and it's they're focused on RWAs too on Dogecoin by storing data off chain and keeping the layer 1 blockchain lean and uncluttered with a lightweight approach. So none of it's going to clutter the layer 1. And they're doing that with this HTTP API. And that's the interface, they say, for efficient sidechain interaction. They have RPC client, and that listens for Dogecoin L1 updates and verifies with uploading the blockchain. And then they have this thing, they're calling it flexible storage. And right now, Dogecoin store NFT data, like that's all like text images and stuff, directly on the blockchain. And you know how Bitcoin, you know, it has sats? Dogecoin has SHIBs. That's the smallest Dogecoin unit. And that's about 1 megabyte block per limit. So they figured out, yeah, anyway, so long story short, they figured out how to do all this on-chain dApps and games and NFTs and whatever you want, RWAs, without cluttering the blockchain at all. It's all side chain, basically.
Sounds good. Like a L2.
Yeah. Not even L2, though. It's something else. It's weird.
Did you say they were called chips?
Shib.
Or ships?
SH
You did
or
say shibs.
Shibes. SHIB.
Oh my
Yes.
god. They called them shibs.
That's stupid. I don't like that. You could have called it anything.
Hilarious. What a ridiculous name.
Well, it's, you know, Shiba Inu, so it's...
Yeah, but nah, that's nah. We can't. SHIB means something now. After
Well,
SHIB came
Shibes,
out with all of that, you know, like...
Nah, but the Dogecoin Foundation, they've always called each other Shibes. Like, they're like our fellow Shibes and stuff like that before tweets, before SHIB even existed.
Makes you think how shamelessly like how shameless the whole copy paste idea was of Shiba Inu coin from Doge's, coattail.
Hey, I think
Shamelessly.
shit was actually healthy for Doge. I think Doge would have got too big for its own good. And the whole thing of taming Doge, I think that's what Shib said on his white paper. Like it was going to kill Doge and Doge needed tamed and stuff like that. And maybe, you never know, man. It's might have helped it out in the long run.
I hope it not hit $1. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but still, if it would have hit $1, maybe it would have just been like up and then done for you. Who knows?
That's what it did anyway.
Retested the cloud on the
it
50,
did
held the
kinda go up
13 EMA here, guys. We're waiting to break this high, and then we should get a couple more vectors through these liquidations.
Hey, Dbloc, could you go over your DCA on, so just for instance, say you have $500, how would you DCA into that? That seemed interesting to me.
I do it dynamically, right? So I'll split it up. I'll decide how many entries I want, whether I want to, split it up into 5, split it up into 10 or whatever. Let's say right here, let's say you were positive that this retracement was going to give you gains, but you didn't know where it was going to come to, and you wanted to DCA into this current retracement, right? Just for example purposes. What's usually done a lot is you pull a fib, right? So you pull your fib from the top to the bottom for several reasons. One, it's going to give you your levels to DCA into. Two, there are levels that have a lot of buy orders also sitting there because they happen to be fibs. But what I would do is, starting wherever I felt comfortable, wherever you want to start your DCA. Let's say you say if it breaks the 50 EMA, I think it's going to go down, and I want to start my DCA and be safe, right? So your 382, depending on how much money you're playing with, could be 1, could be 10, could be 100, whatever. The smallest increment that you can spread out to still get your full play in, right? So you got to do a little bit of math. But for the most part, 1, 10, 100, whatever. Your second DCA, you would double that, right? So by doing that, when you buy your first DCA, your average is right there. If you buy 1 and then buy another 1, your average is going to be in the middle. By buying 2, by doubling it, you're bringing your average all the way down to here, right? So your exit, or the time where you start to make money, is sooner. In case things go bad, all you need is a bit of a dead cat bounce or something to get you out of your position, right? When you come down to your next level, you would buy 4, right? And then 8, and then 16, and then, at the double bottom or whatever, 32. So you're doubling the whole way down. And this could be 32,000, 3,200, $320, whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is that your average now is going to be yanked all the way down to here. Right, so let's say, God forbid, it's actually going to be yanked even lower. It'll be about here. So God forbid, when price comes down, you don't get that double bottom, right? Let's say price comes down and just goes like this and then breaks the double bottom. Well, on the next dead cat bounce, you're already above your average. Then you can make the decision, if this looks fake, structure broke, it's going to continue to drop. You get out of your position, and then you swing at it again, until you finally do catch that bottom.
Right on. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Can you explain how you were doing it long?
Yeah, that would be long, right? You would be filling in buy orders to go long.
Got it.
Right, so you have an order to buy here, order to buy here, order to buy here, order to buy here.
Right. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
Like if we look at my Sol position, right? It's what I did on Sol. So the other day when we were coming down into this resistance, I said, okay, or into the support, I said, okay, I know we're going to come down into this range. We've got our M pattern that brings us down into this range. But I feel like there's a very good chance that we can get front run, which means I don't want to put my entire buy order down here. So I spread it up into 5 orders. Right, my first order got filled when we broke. My second order got filled. My third order got filled. My fourth order got skipped. So now I've got 3 orders in, and then you get 20% or 18%. Right, at this point you decide, okay, was that the bottom? And that's just as low as it's going to go? Or does Bitcoin look like it needs more retracement? Right, if we look like we need more retracement, then we can take profit off of our 3 buy orders. We're already in profit. We've got more dry powder for whatever the dip is. And then we set our grid back up. Right, so I took profit. My grid is set, and I'm 3 positions back into this trade. But remember, my largest positions are down at the bottom. And the buys were made from profits that I made from my first 3.
Right on. Practice, 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 everybody. That's some shit right there. Very good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no problem, brother. That's what we're trying to find out right now, Roka. The first step is taking out local highs. Right? So this is our local high right now. Once we start climbing above these local highs, then we can start thinking about it. But momentum is bullish right now, right? We've got our crossover. If we go to the 5-minute, we're probably just attempting to flip momentum now. Yeah, we haven't even got up to the 5-minute EMAs all the way up here, 50 EMA. So we've got a while until we're going to flip momentum bullish on the 5-minute. We just have to track it on the 1-minute for now. As long as that orange EMA, as long as the 13 EMA is above the 50, your momentum is bullish. Yeah, I use the VPVR all the time. We use the VPVR to find our ranges during this drop down. We talked about it yesterday. Hold on, let me go to a bigger time frame real quick.
Do you change any settings on the VPVR?
I add rows to it.
How many rows?
200, 300.
And that just gives you more data, right?
Yeah, it gives you more definition. So we were looking at it yesterday when we were still sitting above the front run danger zone. And we were looking at this high volume node here. Right, what you really want to pay attention to with these VPVRs are the gaps. Right, so this is a high volume node. Right, that acts as support. That might as well stretch all the way across and be a floor that price hits, right? Think of it like that. Or you can pull the price over and see. Right, like price comes down and actually catches on those supports. The problem is that when they break and you have a large gap, then price moves really quickly through these gaps. Really quick, like it's usually a straight shot. Right, you saw no hesitation there because there's no volume there to support price. Then we came to this next high volume node. See how we consolidated? As soon as that high volume node broke, we went back into another gap here. See how fast price moved through that gap? And then now we're consolidating or trying to find the bottom at this high volume node here. I know it's messy. I'm trying to eat with my other hand and do this with my left. Hold on. All right. So if we go back and then look forward again, we see that This is our main high volume node here, right? This is where we need to get back over 104.6 to start finding support. There's not a lot underneath us. All we had was that V-shaped recovery. We didn't build any sort of support in these ranges at all. Just remember that these gaps work in both directions, right? Meaning, as we move up, this will be a fast move, right? The green candle that we get through that will be quick. Once we get above this range that we're at right now, up to this support or up to our measured move will be a quick candle. Right now, we are finding resistance at that high volume node. My bad. That was a long ass explanation. I should have just said, yeah, I use the VPVR. My bad. You didn't ask. You really didn't ask for all that.
I learned from it, so it's good.
All right. You know the play here. We got to hold the 50, hold bullish momentum until it can leak into the 5 minute. Looking at the VPVR after what we just covered, see the issue, right? 50 EMA is the only support. Once that breaks, pretty quick move to fill this vector. Once this pops, if we get above, right, you see the resistance. Like you can almost shove the price under the VPVR. Right, so you see the resistance. Once that pops, we go back into a bit of blue sky territory until we get to the 200 EMA or to our measured move. If you can avoid falling through this gap. Super chat.
Thanks for all the explanations.
Nah, you're
Love
welcome,
it.
bro. You're welcome. Appreciate you guys for coming through. Don't forget to subscribe, guys. We're here every day. Hopefully next time we'll be under some better circumstances.
I mean, this could be considered good circumstances. A lot of people were hoping to get some more coins, so
I know, I just keep thinking about the 50% that said they were all in earlier.
I was one of them. I still think it's a good circumstance, though.
Right.
Because even before you asked, we were still up higher, so we still
Yeah.
had a lot of time to get to where you were at, where you put the pull up.
Yep. Yeah, it's a free indicator. Just put in VRVP and just use the main one that TradingView provides. I warn you now, the colors and the setup that it comes with are god awful, so just prepare your eyes for a flashbang, but you can change all that.
No.
Still got Bitcoin above 103,000, hanging out
Bomb
pretty
emoji.
comfy.
AOK
if you
hand
ask me.
emoji.
Oh hey, we tapped the daily 50.
Yep.
Bye.
Yep. That officially gives us macro support with high levels of FUD. No, Dom looks ridiculous, try. Like, Dom is just being disrespectful right now.
Well, that's
I
kind of
tried
what wouldn't we want that really before the
Not if
big
you're in
shift
alts.
happens?
Not if you're in alts right now. You're not
No,
wanting
but
that at all.
not for the present moment. But if you're thinking ahead, it's like usually after blow off top is where things change. organically, right?
Yeah, so like this, the one thing I can attribute to the war news is this Dom candle. Right, what this shows is even though Bitcoin price isn't going up, the drop that we're getting from the fear is being matched evenly by the amount of people that are pouring into Bitcoin, that are taking their alts out and pouring into Bitcoin. You see it on the alts, you see it on Dom. Right, so remember how we talked about when shit like that happens, people go into defensive plays. Right, so literally $6.48 out of every $10 is sitting in Bitcoin right now and rising. But just because Bitcoin price isn't moving doesn't mean that money isn't coming into Bitcoin. It just means that it's stabilizing the dip that we're getting. Right? Remove the money that's coming in and we're still dropping. Right? Remove the fear from the war shit and we'd be, almost fully recovered at this point. It's like a tug of war where both sides are even. Right? The rope isn't moving. Al with the super chat. W super chat, brother.
Super chat.
Super chat.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
What Galactic? You gotta retry that one, bro. That hurt my brain. I tried. Usually I'm good with typos and I can make it work. Came back, retested the 50. Market makers attempting to break this high volume node. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we were looking at that the other day, Ruben. All the totals against their BTC pair looked like they had a little bit more to come down. I'm gonna check that again. Once we can establish a bit of a bottom here, we'll go and look. But we like literally was less than 24 hours ago. We were saying total 3 and others, and even total 2 still have a way to come down before they hit their support. This high volume node is still providing resistance here.
The macro multi-time frame stochastics are so bottomed out.
It's great. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. This thing probably slammed all the Stokes.
Damn, my altcoin portfolio doesn't look good.
Tavison, I can't tell you when to long, brother. We talked about what we were looking at, the breakout we needed, the retest we needed. Decisions are meant to be made at those points, but I can't just come out and tell you it's time to long. That would be financial advice, and I am not a financial advisor.
Inverse head and shoulders on the 5-minute. Let's go.
Sounds like that intro from Outcast. Potterlicious.
Yeah, just dealing with the resistance. That's all. Remember, market maker is not going to pay for it all. Market maker gave you a green vector, then he gave you a stopping volume candle, and the decision is in retail's hands at that point. One thing you always have to remember about these green vectors, if they come to an end and you get into the retail section of the vectors or the candles, right, the hollow candles, and they do not continue to buy, market maker will not stop price from coming back because he pays himself on price coming into these vectors, right? He set short positions in this vector. Right, he's now fully paid himself for those. Same thing down here, right? Market maker short positions. Remember, at this point, we're just tracking momentum. 13 EMA is still above the 50. Another attempt.
Yeah, we got this. Retail got some money. We ain't broke. We got girlfriends we can call up.
She said,
My girl's got money.
I don't know about you, Drew, but I turned on that Uber Eats button real quick.
I had to call my girlfriend, I'm not gonna lie. I bought a little early. You know me, I like going
How
all in like a nutbag.
how fast does Uber Eats pay you? Is it like
And you
daily?
could get paid right after your gig. Like
Oh,
it's
so
like
you
that.
could literally just go run orders and buy dips.
Dude, yeah, that's why there's so many
That's pretty
crackheads
cool.
doing it.
Nah,
They're
that's
just
pretty
doing it
cool.
to get their crack.
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty cool.
You can pay a fee, like it's really minimal, and then get it deposited into your bank account within seconds.
That's what I was
You
gonna
could do it
ask. Where does
without.
it go? Bank account, Cash App, whatever.
You could do it without a fee on DoorDash if you got
Your,
Crimson. You just hook up your Crimson and DoorDash. You do it for free. They don't even charge you, and it's immediate.
your bank account, $2.
But yeah, but PayPal and Cash App, they have routing numbers and account numbers. It should work, right? I'm just thinking of making it if somebody really wanted to do that, they could have their payment go right into PayPal and into Cash App, and then on Cash App have it turned
That's not the
directly
way.
into Bitcoin. And you would just be getting paid in Bitcoin on a daily.
The way is making sure they're not charging you that like a transaction fee or anything, like even that $2 per time you dip out. And you can do that like if you use their payment systems, but you got to get a debit card, a whole new
I
debit
got you.
card.
Yeah, I got you.
You use that debit card, and then from that debit card, you hook up to your crypto account and you get your Bitcoin like that. Here, Tana, does Uber Eats have that yet? Like, do they have a card where you can get paid immediately without paying the transaction fee?
I don't know. I stopped doing it months ago. So, I'm not sure. I just applied for I guess they have an insulated bag opportunity now, which is dumb because I've always used an insulated bag for food that I pick up, especially if I have to drive it to Malibu or something, and where it's going to take me 30 minutes or 20 minutes because they don't have like food over there, so they order from over here, and then I'll put it in my
Yeah.
insulated bag so that it arrives hot. So I don't know what this.
Get a pizza bag too, because you can
Oh
get extra
yeah, I don't
good with
want
that also.
I mean, before you didn't need one with Uber Eats. I guess now I don't know if they're going to direct. I don't know. I don't really pick up pizza very often. But when I do, I set it on my Case Logic CD case that's vinyl, and it kind of insulates the bottom of the pizza box.
That's a good idea.
It's kind of a MacGyver hillbilly way, but
yeah, people don't know, man. If you want to hustle, like if you hustle all day in big cities, like you could make $300 a day easily if you do 12 hours. Like once you catch the groove of it, it's not hard to make $300 a day. But you got to do 12 hours.
oh yeah, I don't know about that. Once like the algorithm will switch me off, and then I won't get anything for hours.
Well, that's why you got a multi-app.
Yeah, I'm still on the waiting list. It's been months for DoorDash. There's too many people over here.
Damn, now you guys got me all hungry and shit.
No bullshit. And I just
Tip
ate.
your driver.
I only made it through half of my
Ain't no-
meal.
Man, tip your driver because they'll keep 100% of it. So
What, the tips? Yeah, ain't nobody gonna deliver to me though. I'm on the highway right now. Don't want
Oh
that
yeah,
in here.
they'll deliver on the highway. You never know.
I've had Uber Eats come to some crazy places, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah, I dropped off to a semi truck once that was just pulled off into a cul-de-sac right by an Amazon center, like what do you call it? It starts with a D. Just a big warehouse distribution center, and luckily it was still light out, and then so I pulled right up to it, and he came out of his truck, and it was fine. And then another one, I've delivered Starbucks to parking lot people, parking lot lizards.
They make CSI movies out of that shit, you know.
Yeah, I've delivered
I
the
know.
crackheads in the hood.
That's why I don't deliver people. I
They
don't
gotta
let people in my
they
car.
gotta worry about Tana. Tana ain't worried about that shit.
I have fingernails. I'm gonna get your DNA all up in there.
Damn, I guess times like this is why it's good to have some extra gunpowder sitting around, huh?
Always good, man. It's always good. I consider myself
Yeah.
all in, but even when I consider myself all in, there's always 15% on the side. That was never. It's never really. I don't consider it as dry powder because honestly, it's never intended to come into crypto at all. But it's 15% that if shit happens unexpectedly, I can dip into, and you know that like break glass in case of emergency fund or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, my thing for that now is like, all right, I'll probably sell my motorcycle if I really got another opportunity if we dip lower. And then if we dipped even lower, I'd have to sell one of my trucks. Dip even lower than that. I might have to get my girlfriend to start working.
Them
Like really
kidneys,
working.
them kidneys are going for a lot lately, bro.
Yeah, in Amsterdam, you can get loot for kidneys.
Are we doing this right, Dbloc? Or are we supposed to be selling our assets at the top? Like,
Wait,
no,
what?
you're supposed to sell them at the bottom,
Hey,
right?
no one told you to sell your ass. We're good. We don't even have to sell your ass. You're like,
Did I
know you
stutter?
do better. Oh, you said
Assets, yeah.
assets. Oh, it sounded like you said sell my ass. I was like, sheesh.
Oh man.
Sorry about that.
I mean, I
That's
guess
because of that
scripted
shit you
slip.
just said about your girl. That's why it was on your mind.
That makes sense.
Nah, I remember during the bear market, bro, we was just looking around the house for shit to sell for no reason.
Oh, dude, in the bear market, I was defending a position in the bear market and I needed money pretty quick. So I signed up for like this interest-free credit card. It paid off, like it worked out. But I was using my pay from my job to buy all crypto and just living off the credit card, like just living off credit. And I was like, I'll
Risky.
pay the credit back
Yeah,
when
of
the
course.
bottom is in, and because I want a position. This is time sensitive.
You
Like I need the
pay it
money.
back when money's cheap.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So it worked out. It did work out.
Yay, profit.
But you gotta
But you end up looking around at all the
you-
shit in your house, especially when you're down at the bottom, right? And you're just
Yeah.
like you might not even need the money, but do you really need this thing? Like that's how my brain works.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
it.
am I gonna
Exactly.
really use this in the
This-
next 2 years?
Yeah.
Sell it and buy 3 of them.
With credit cards, you really have to think, can I accommodate this? Like, is this gonna like be impossible for me to handle? And if it is impossible, if it's too difficult to handle, don't do it. Like, you have to be able to justify it. You can't. Don't do anything that's unjustifiable to come across money. You know.
I started buying Doge at 23 cents, 22 cents. So I actually had to sell a vehicle to be able to buy at these levels. So I sold a Mitsubishi to get some more dry powder. I'm living proof.
We've had people in here take second mortgages. Yeah, I've heard of some crazy shit. Definitely
After
not
averaging-
advisable, guys. Don't risk your kid's house. You know.
But after doing like big buys at 22 cents and you're just like, oh yeah, you're happy. And then all of a sudden, bang, you're down to like 17, 18. It's like, you got to do something. So, you know.
When I did the credit card thing, I had people advising me not to do that. They're like, "No, don't do that. That's crazy." And
Yeah, bro.
people telling you not to do something is also financial advice. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, that's
you know what I
true.
mean? Like, I could have. I'm better off for what I did. If I didn't do that, it wouldn't have been as great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know.
The credit card thing comes down to math and conviction. Right? How
Yeah,
much
you
you're gonna
have
have
to
to
be
pay
able to
back? How
justify
long
it.
do you have? Where you are and where you at in the cycle? Just like anything else, just like taking money from a bank to start a business.
Mm-hmm. You have to be able to accommodate what dependency that brings. You know. Yeah, don't do that kind of stuff at the top of the market though. I would say it's probably a good starting point.
Yeah, right.
Or yeah, when we
Wall, selling a kidney is crazy, bro. But selling a kidney to put in a short at this level is even crazier.
Yeah, no.
Your last thing you want to do is liquidate your kidney money, bro. Like, you can't get that kidney back. You need to make something out of that money.
Oh, he's probably thinking, I'll just get a transplant when I'm rich.
Bro, we've all been liquidated, but to sell your kidney and then get liquidated on that is, I mean, like, how do you?
Oh,
That's a
damn.
bad beat. Now you're out of bread and you only have one kidney left.
They got plasma. They got plasma donations, and for the gentlemen out
go
there,
get another
they
one.
also have sperm banks too. You could get some dry powder that way. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
these dudes don't qualify, bro.
Wild. Swimming's wild.
And you can only go 4 times a month, and they're gonna have to wait till next month.
The dry powder bank. Yeah.
Women, I think, don't they have egg banks? You girls can sell your eggs at or something.
Yeah, I could sell an egg. I
Yeah,
could
go
get a
sell
lot
that.
of money.
Get that dry powder.
I'm
I
only
remember
born with so many.
I
I
remember
lose one
seeing
every
some
month.
some strange article that this woman was pumping milk and it was selling for a lot because it's it's natural human
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
breast
love
milk.
human.
So like that sold for a lot of money and she was making all this money.
That was me buying it.
A lot of that
That's
is going.
wild.
A lot of that was going to freaks, bro. I promise you.
Oh, yeah, probably.
You have to.
Yeah, a
You
lot of
have
that
to
was going to freaks.
surgery to donate your egg. You take a bunch of hormones and have
Yeah, it's not the
surgery.
same. And like she said, you only have but so many. Like, it's gonna willy nilly give those up. You know,
Yo,
we're at a
human
dip
milk.
when people are talking about donating organs and shit. Like,
Human milk is a delicacy in Romania, straight up.
By the time the egg was ready to harvest, it would be the bear market.
So I guess us guys got it easy.
yeah.
In more ways than one, Drew.
I mean, there's some things we got it hard, and you girls got it easy too. But
We're about to attempt another breakout here. Consolidating at resistance is never a bad sign.
My question is why did obviously people that are smart enough to buy altcoins, why sell at levels that are demand levels? You know what I mean? Like for here, all of this blood water, I'm like, ooh, like I want to buy this. And then if I'm the person that was selling this and then I just saw it starting to go back up again, I'd feel foolish.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, it's like being out of rhythm with the market. Like you're stepping on your partner's toes,
They,
You're out of
When you
rhythm.
buy
It's
back
like,
in.
they definitely do.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is that they won't buy back in, right? Because
they're
this
burned.
is just a dead cat bounce, right? So they won't be convinced that it's not a dead cat bounce until you start breaking some of these highs. By the time they get convinced to buy back in, where we dropped from.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? It sucks because it's like if you're so patient or if you're so careful that you're not going to buy a dip like this, then you're probably also too patient or careful to chase.
Yeah.
Which is
And,
why I
it's a
say that
common thing.
there's times to get in. Like every single pattern, I try to standardize it so it's easy for you guys to but every single bottom pattern has 5 different opportunities to get in. You don't have to be the guy that catches the falling knife, right? You could be the guy that waits for the higher low, right? You could be the guy that waits for the breakout. You could be the guy that waits for the retest of the breakout or the retest of the 50. But at some point, you have to find your comfort level. And if you wait until it feels warm and fuzzy, it's too late. The good buys come in when it's scary.
Yeah, man.
There's no way around that.
Look, dude, I'm still learning the art of selling into strength rather than selling into weakness. You know what I mean?
It's
like
the opposite.
selling out of the top's in. You know?
It's the opposite.
Yeah.
Selling into
It's just
euphoria
all
is very
opposite.
hard.
It's hard, man, because it's like, oh, you've got this like what if thing in your head. Like, what if it goes even like twice as hard tomorrow or something? You know what I mean?
I promise you guys that the
'Cause
new guys that
sometimes
are
it
in
does.
here that haven't been through a bull market, that's going to be your biggest test.
Oh yeah, big challenge.
My biggest headache, honestly, is going to be trying to keep everybody focused when we're starting to top out, because every other YouTuber is going to be telling you that it's going to 500,000, it's going to 750,000. They'll have all the beautiful charts that tell you it's going to keep going. The super cycle, you're done for buying, you're done for selling. It's not going to feel comfortable to sell when it's time to sell. It's not. And there might be 1 or 2 days where price keeps going and you feel like a complete idiot. But it pays off to sell on the way up. I know that dream that you have of catching the Pico top and just hitting the sell all button right at the very top and walking away, you know, chances are that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I was telling someone the other day, I'm like, just average when you're averaging, when you're selling, just average out. Like, invert your chart, pretend like you're trying to catch a falling knife, but hit the sell button instead. And like, just average out the same way that you average in. So if it goes up, sell a little bit, but not your whole position. If it goes up even higher, sell a little bit more, but not your whole position. If you just keep doing that, and then you wait, you look and wait for a momentum shift, for where you start to like break structure, you put in a lower low, lower high, sell that lower high, and then average your way out of like the rest of the back that you hold. Like, you know what I mean? Like sell the rest of your position on the way down if you have to. Average in, average out. But like if you sell just a little bit of your position each time, you might catch the top, but it might only be with like 5% of your holding or 10%, or maybe even it's just 1%. But if you just keep selling on the highs, then you might catch the actual top.
The majority of the people will be down 30 to 40% on their entire portfolio before they hit the sell button at the top. It's much better to leave 10%, 15% on the table and get a good exit than to wake up one morning and you're 30% down, 40% down on your entire portfolio. You made 100K and now you're only taking 60 pre-tax.
Yeah, you know what else too? When there's a ton of people FOMOing, you sell into the strength.
It's liquidity.
There's plenty of liquidity.
Yeah.
There's a ton of people that are willing to buy your shit, so you don't have any problem selling. You get a good price whenever you hit the sell button. If you're trying to sell on the way down, everyone's running for the door and panic selling. So you're probably going to suffer slippage. You're going to get a bad price. And like if you try to mark it out and realize that you got like a price that's
My mentor used to say, when you go to the park, you feed the ducks while they're quacking. If you wait for the ducks to start quacking, to start feeding, you're going to end up with rotten bread in your bag because they're full. When you come to the bag, you come to the pond and all the ducks are quacking, or you're going through parabolic moves and every retail around is just pressing the buy button. You have to feed them when they're hungry, or you're going to get to the top and you're going to decide to take your bag and there's going to be nobody left that thinks it's a good buy. And then you're going to have to go down on the book to find some buyers.
some stale bread.
When you said 100K to 60K, my stomach went numb.
Bro, it's
I put a 9 there
listen,
just
these
thinking about it.
25%, 30% candles at the top of the market are not unheard of, bro. Especially on alts. So for me, I'm not waiting for Bitcoin to top out to take profit on my alts. I'm running these alts after the summer into August, September, October. As their narratives pop, as gaming gets hot and gaming runs and gaming pops, I'm taking all of my profits from those. As AI pops, I'm taking profit at the top of those narratives. Each narrative as they play out. To where when we get to the last sort of month of being able to take profit on Bitcoin, 2 months, at that point, I'm out of almost all my spot positions. Those profits have been rolled into Bitcoin. I will 100%, if we get to 150K, be buying Bitcoin at 125K, 135K, 145K. Because what I'm doing is I'm taking the Bitcoin that I took out of Bitcoin to put into these alts because they were a better beta play, and I'm converting them into Satoshis to realize those Satoshi gains. And then I'm selling everything at the top.
Ooh. So it's like a hard reset, essentially.
Yeah. We're testing this uptrend here. We'll fall pretty
I
quick
thought you
through
were
this
doing
gap
that.
if we don't hold. What happened?
I thought, sorry, I thought you were gonna do that plan so that you could like feel out the rest of the M2 part
Oh
of
yeah, I'm not
your
gonna walk.
pattern that
I'm
you're
not walking away. Like locking in the gains is just not giving it back to the market. If we end up super cycling or something crazy, then guess what? I got a big bag of money I can make decisions with. Right? It's different than leaving it in place and hoping that it happens. Like I need to realize those gains.
No one said double dipping's illegal.
Yeah, it's dangerous, but it can be lucrative. You just want to defend your bag. You don't want to double dip with the whole bag. Right? You make 50K at the end of this. Don't throw it all on whatever altcoin happens to be popping at the top. You go to the bathroom and come back and you lost all your shit.
But if you make 50K, you throw it at Bitcoin, then if it drops a little bit, it's not as
It's not going to
exponential
drop
as an
as
altcoin.
exactly. It's not going to drop as bad as the alts. I'd rather get the signals that we've topped out sitting in Bitcoin than get the signals that we've topped out sitting in 25 alts.
So when you get the signal, then you throw it into like USDC,
Yeah, I'll just go into
or
stables.
do you just remain in Bitcoin
Nah,
and
I'll
ride
go
it
into
down to the bear
stables.
market?
Yeah. I go into stables. I don't hold my Bitcoin during the bear market.
Oh, okay.
And that would also
So you,
depend what part of the bull cycle, because if it's when the alts are getting a lot of love, there are times where Bitcoin will drop a little bit more than the alts. You know, if it's like, I think if Bitcoin finishes doing what it's got to do, and then
Not on
Ethereum gets
not on average though.
Oh,
Right?
you're right. Yeah,
So
not on average.
then you have to what you have to hope is that you pick the right alt. When your money's in Bitcoin at the end, the whole portfolio is sitting in Bitcoin. When your money's in alts, it's spread across like 10 alts, right? So even if 3 of those outperform, you've got 7 others. One of those might 50% drop. One of them might, you know what I mean? So it's just about protecting that. And then once it's all in Bitcoin, then you can start taking risks. Now, okay, this looks like it's moving. All right, I can risk 10% of this to, go over here and play. What you don't want to, the reason that I don't just go into stables is because of Bitcoin's blow off top. Right? We didn't get one during the last cycle, so a lot of people aren't even used to expecting that. But if we do get a blow off top, I want my majority, to get the biggest oomph. I want the majority of it to be sitting in Bitcoin. All right, we fell through that first gap. We're coming up to the next high volume node here. We got plenty of liquidations underneath us though. So just like on the macro, what we're looking for is this to be a higher low. Right, to put in our hold on. So the same way that we're looking at this price action, looking for a higher low to establish our W pattern or our higher low fractal. When you come down on the 1 minute, we're looking for the same thing. Right? Our W invalidates at 1029. What you want is a higher low above that to put in a larger fractal. If that breaks, then we're back to the drawing board and looking for that fallen knife again. It could cause some pressure. The war could cause a little bit of pressure, but I mean, Powell is so diehard right now, bro. I don't see Powell moving on emotion. We're about to lose that high volume node here. Oh, I forgot I rolled this shit up. I wondered why it didn't work. Apparently you gotta light these things before they start to function. Yeah, gas prices aren't gonna be pretty for as long as this is in the news. I promise you that. Oil is going nuts, so yeah, exactly. And every day those prices get set. right? When you own a gas station, you set the prices based off the barrel price. Yeah, we're falling through those low volume areas. The reason when we're pushing that we say we want to consolidate at certain areas is because of how it builds up your nodes. Right? You want to pop, consolidate, pop, consolidate, pop, consolidate, so that when you come back down, there's resistance or support. Let me see, is ETH down to where I need it? Oh, baby. All right, we're back down to the bottom of the range on ETH. The Sol's about to hit my next buy order here at 139, and then I've got one more underneath at 136. You build up calluses over time, Thomas. Hands get rough, you build up calluses, and then you're snatching those knives right out of the air.
I'm not even looking at YouTube chat, but I can imagine what the message said.
Yeah, at this point, right, Hoover? At this point, I'm just going to start rooting for dominance. Crazy move. Thing.
Yeah, Clive gave dominance to Viagra.
Does dominance work like a regular coin though? So the fact that it went parabolic like that, will it give it back?
No, because it's
Give
not
it
really
some
based
full-
off of, it's not, the way you quantify it is different. There's people that even argue that patterns don't work on dominance. And to some
Yeah,
degree,
because it's
I agree with them, right? Except for maybe some bottoming and topping patterns. But yeah, it's based off percentage and not price, so it doesn't move the same.
yeah, it's not the dynamic of supply demand, the dominance chart. It's a statistical chart.
Yeah.
Like it's a different dynamics. Yeah, yeah.
All right, so we broke over that high volume node. We've got to reclaim the 50 here on the 1 minute because our momentum is bearish, right? The 13 crossed the 50. We locked in bearish momentum here. We've got to reclaim it or this will just reject and come back down. If we do hold here, then we successfully put in our higher low fractal on a bigger time frame. Right, this W that we're looking at, we're on the 1 minute. This W that we just put in will be a higher low fractal on the 15. Like if you switch to like the 15 minute. Right, our original W is nothing on the 15 minute. But here you're starting to put in, right? So that's what fractals do, right? They're like snowflakes. Fractals go from a small pattern to a bigger pattern to a bigger pattern to a bigger pattern. In the 5 minute, you now have your higher low structure. But let's hyper focus on getting this bullish momentum back. Without that bullish momentum, this W is not a W. Yeah, dead cat bounce just means it's just a reactionary bounce to seller exhaustion, right? And as shorters or bears get their money back by going long, they then reattack price. Looking decent so far. Price above the 50 means nothing until the 13 EMA crosses. It could easily still be a fake out here. You want to see vector candle through the 50. So this next candle, we want market maker to step in.
Everyone set up their shorts. Now we're gonna liquidate. Oh, short squeeze. Let's go. Rockets, rockets, rockets.
While I'm here, does anybody here owe me money?
Just in case I forgot.
Just in case. You'll let me know.
All right, remember the high volume nodes that we talked about, right? So if we push price right underneath, you see the difficulty that we're having here. Not until we pop out of this high volume range can we get any sort of like bigger movement, right? Unless market maker steps in here. So we're watching the tape for the spot buys to continue, right? We want to see plus at least 1 or 2 Bitcoin buys on the regular. Right? We don't want to see any of this 0.001, 0.009 shit. Keep the sells low and the buys high. And we want to see as little black as we can, right? We want all of these to be bullish deltas.
What's the yellow mean again?
Hmm?
Where it was green and then it was a yellow. What does that mean again on the tape?
Oh, the buys, right? So the red delta is buys that push price down or sells that push price down, right? So they have a heavier bearish delta. Green delta pushes price up. The black ones are equal trades, right? A neutral delta. I sold 1 Bitcoin, you bought it from me, that doesn't move price. Right? If I sell 1 Bitcoin to you at 1035 and you buy it at 1035, price has no point of moving. What we're watching when we watch price move up and down is price move up and down a order book, right? The order books are set up, there's buys and sells, the price is moving up and down the order book. The only reason that it creates patterns for us in the order book, price just does this all day, up and down, up and down, up and down. On a chart, since it's time-based, moves down on the chart, happen in time, moves up in the chart, happen in time, down in the chart, so you get your patterns. But what you're really seeing is price move up and down the order book. And the only thing that moves price is a bullish or a bearish delta. Meaning I wanted to buy 1 Bitcoin. You were willing to sell me 1 at 1035, but I couldn't get my entire order filled there and I had to buy my next one lower. Right? I had to hit the book. I had to go to somebody else at a different price. If they're willing to sell it to me lower, price moves down. If they won't sell it to me unless I buy it for more, then price moves up, right? That's the difference between a pump and a pump that's being sold into.
Yeah, a good spread.
Now we broke this uptrend and the retest of that break has come in bearish. Right, so we attempted to get back above that uptrend, couldn't. Attempted to get back above that high volume node, couldn't. So we're gonna need to see what's up here. Momentum is still bearish. 13 EMA has not crossed the 50.
Bitcoin suck at life so bad right now. Couldn't get it to stop ripping the other day.
At least people have been getting good practice in for what it's like at the top, because the top of the market has a fair chance of behaving similar to like the highs that we've seen lately, you know?
Exactly like it.
Loss of momentum,
Exactly
loss of
like it.
structure, all that stuff.
The last
Yeah.
high looks just like the 4 highs before it. The difference is timing. The difference is how far are you into it. And then if you guys go into the Discord, there's a top and bottom in education. Basically how to find if we're at a top or bottom. There's certain indicators, on-chain metrics that we can see. Right? Things have to line up. When we call the top, it's not just going to be because the chart looks a certain way. It's going to be because we're a certain distance in time. It's going to look, the CBBI is going to be above 90. Right? All our topping indicators are going to be screaming. Pi cycle top is going to be lit up.
Ben Cohen did a video the other day and was saying that typically whenever the 200 weekly EMA gets above the previous all-time high from the previous cycle, that's when the top's in.
Yeah.
Have you ever looked at that before?
There's a lot of cool metrics. The Bitcoin bull market support band is also good.
It's pretty dead on. I forget if it's the SMA or the EMA. It's the 200 weekly.
But look, if you guys come here in education, if you're in the Discord, right on the education where it says cycle tops and bottoms. Right, this is going to give you every indicator that you want to watch, what it should look like when it's at the top, what it should look like when it's at the bottom. Goes over the MVRV, pure multiple, the SOPR, spent output profit ratio, NUPL, reserve risk, right? Your minor hash ribbons. Gives you the setups for what it'll look like at the top, what it'll look like at the bottom. Gives you a quick overview of what social media tops we're going to be looking for. Right, Bitcoin's going to be at all-time highs on Google Trends. Coinbase and Robinhood will be at the tops of the app stores on Apple and Android. Right, so it's just a quick little overview if you've never been to a top, to sort of give you a little bit of, because I promise you from here until we do get to the top, every top they'll be saying is the top. And they're going to get more and more convincing as time goes because we are getting closer to when it's supposed to be. So if you don't have a firm grasp on what the top should really look like, you're going to get convinced to get out too early, in my opinion.
Yeah, I found an interesting metric here with Bitcoin wallets, Ethereum wallets, XRP wallets, Dogecoin wallets. So the number of non-empty addresses in ETH, it has 3x the number of wallets than Bitcoin. So there's 148.38 million non-empty addresses right now on ETH. So it goes ETH, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, USDC, and then XRP. XRP has 6.53 million non-empty addresses. Dogecoin has 7.97. USDC 7.79. But that's crazy for ETH. Do you think that's because of the NFT craze and the dApps?
So many wallets. Yeah, the gaming too. How many wallets were created for like Axie Infinity and all that shit?
That's crazy. 3 times the amount of Bitcoin addresses for non-empty addresses. That's I thought maybe 2x the most.
I think it makes
3x,
sense when you think about it because there's a lot more Ethereum. And some of these wallets probably have less than an Ethereum in it. You know what I mean?
That does make sense.
Ruben, if you can't see it, go to if you guys are in the Discord and you can't see certain sections, first make sure you're verified. If it's completely blank and you can't see anything, then you're not verified. You got to verify. Everything that's open right now is basically full premium, right? This is what getting the Cypher family role brings you, everything that's here. We haven't cut everything off yet. We will eventually market's been crazy. I suck as a Discord manager, so it's just been taking too long. But eventually, yeah. So get your Cypher roll so that these don't go away. If you can't see them though, you want to come up to where it says browse channels. And then here, just make sure that you have everything checked, or click follow channel. And then just scroll down to where it says education. And then all your educational stuff will be right there. All right, your profit per hour is right here.
The 1 hour has a pretty nice looking dragonfly. And it was a stopping volume candle, it looks like, but it was this next candle is closing beneath the body. But this next candle that's about to close did make a higher low. It's got a nice wick on the bottom, but it's the low is higher than the previous.
Yeah, this looks decent right now.
So, I think we're still in business.
We're still fractaling, right? So we're putting in, so check this out. We have our small W fractal here. We're putting in our larger, right? But as we're putting in the larger to give us that move up to close it, we're also putting in another fractal here. Intention is up right now, in my opinion. Panic can change that, emotions and all that. But like I said, that it wears off. Right? Like it just takes time for it to sort of wear off. And retaliate, you know how it's going to be. There's just going to be back and forth. But the initial is the scare, right? The initial, I guess I want to say, the Black Swan event reaction. Because if Black Swan events are unpredictable events, and it's not unpredictable to us that happened, but some people didn't even have it in mind, and they're going to react as if it's a Black Swan. But that initial shock goes away, right? The next attack won't elicit the same sort of, unless it's an escalation. My opinion.
Yeah, it's like the people that are all in Bitcoin. It's like, oh yeah, well we already heard about that yesterday.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. And to be fair, anybody that was, we were in here, yesterday talking about them evacuating the embassies, right? Like this happened before the attack.
Yo, get this, man. Trump is saying he may have to force interest rates change and attack on Powell.
How?
This is via Financial Times. Yeah. This is via Financial Times. I mean, it could just be him, like,
he's just talking. In my opinion, there's like no mechanism for him to do it.
He called him a numbskull. So he said, you'll get this. He called him a numbskull for not cutting the interest rates, saying the White House may have to force something if the U.S. Central Bank does not reduce borrowing cuts. He repeatedly caused me to see how he would be able to do that. So we're going to spend $600 billion a year because of a numbskull that sits there saying, I don't see enough reason to cut the rates. And that's
I mean, he's not wrong, yo.
Yeah.
He's really, if it wasn't for the fact that I was invested in risk asset, I wouldn't want him to. What he's done has worked so far. It's working. There's really no panic. There's no need to rush. There's no fear of anything breaking just yet. The trader in me wants him to cut immediately so that we can, you know what I mean?
Trump gave him the nickname too late.
Well, you got to remember that the run here for the administration is for everything to be green by midterms, right? They can't lose the House. They can't lose the Senate. For that to happen, the stock market has to be green. People's 401ks have to have fully recovered and be looking amazing when it's time to go into the vote. So his rush, the reason that he's so rushed is because he's on a different time frame. Powell doesn't care about midterms. Like this could take a year. As long as it's sustainable and we don't go backwards, Powell's going to be happy.
Yeah, so he didn't specify what he meant by force, but he said it at a press conference, and he was like, I may have to force something. And they were asking, what do you mean? What do you mean, Mr. President? How can you force something? And he didn't answer.
That's why they asked, because really the only person that could do that is Powell, unless he's talking about just injecting liquidity, They could always do that somehow. Have you heard of that talk of the Trump card going around?
Yeah, 5 million bills to get in.
Yeah. No, not the golden ticket. Trump card that's supposed to be like they're calling it stimulus, COVID stimulus 2.0.
Wait, well, they're calling it the Trump card, the $5 million. Like anyone
That's the
could come in
golden.
here.
That's the golden ticket.
Yeah, but now they're calling it the Trump card too.
Well, there's the Trump card that I'm talking about is a card that he's talking about sending out like a EBT or something that has stimulus in it, and that just sort of ties to the talk of the Doge. Remember the Doge dividend? He's been talking about it for a little while.
Yeah.
So he could inject liquidity, but he can't directly drop rates.
So speculation, they're saying he could nominate a shadow Fed chair in a bid to massage expectations of future rate cuts once his preferred candidate takes charge of the central bank.
No.
So a shadow Fed chair.
Well, that's what I said about calling him about Bessett.
Secretary,
it's Bessett.
This is where that dude Scott Bessett.
Yeah, we were talking about this. We were saying if he brings up his name now, what it does is it turns Powell into a lame duck on the macro. Meaning people will pay way more attention to what Bessett says than what Powell says. And the market will react to it because he's next. Right? He's coming up next. So that takes a little bit of the power away from Powell, but it still doesn't mean that he can cut, right? It's just more pressure. But it's a smart play though, right? Because it's like, the king is dead, all hail the king. Like, you're gonna start kissing Bessett's ass, or at least paying attention to what he's saying, because that's the next guy. Like, he's up.
Yeah, Elon, why are you punching him? Why are you getting in fights with Besson? Elon, chill out.
Yo, I can't believe that Elon said this.
Yo, Elon hockey checked his ass. Elon rugby footballed his ass.
Bro, we immediately saw Elon that day and said he had a black eye. We immediately saw it and said somebody got in a scuffle in the White House.
Something happened, dude.
I still like to believe that Trump punched him in the eye, but that's just I'm just
Trump
gonna
got
live
the
my
left,
life
man.
thinking that.
You're right.
And then
Trump got
Bessett
the left.
and then Bessett took the blame because he's a real one, and Elon went along with the story because sometimes you gotta cave.
Yeah. Now, but when you get a shiner in the right eye, that means a lefty hits you, man, straight up. And you're right, Donald Trump is a lefty, so you nailed it.
There you go. All right, we're slowly building out here, guys. 330 people in the chat. If this is your first live fallen knife catch, welcome to the trenches.
I just bought some new gloves today. They're working out all right. Motorcycle gloves.
It's like a premeditated falling knife, though. You nailed those spots.
Appreciate that. Aquino said target, brother. We're not in target mode just yet. We're in locking in a direction. Once we lock in this bullish direction, I mean, short term, our target is right here, 104.2. Right, the measured move from RW. If we get that, then that means that we've already put in our larger W. The neckline is right there, right? So we've already put in a larger W, then at that point, not yet because we haven't done it yet, but at that point, we'll have a measured move that takes us back above CME Gap. That measured move would take us to 105.2. But we're future tripping right now, right? So the chart has to prove it first. But right now, our current target is 104.3, 104.25. And then we slowly build this out. And as we slowly build this out and we start building support and we start getting above these 50 EMAs on higher time frames, like the 5-minute, right? When we start getting above these ranges here and holding that as support, if you haven't moved your stop loss by now, then that's when we start locking in some of these gains. Right? If you caught this fallen knife and your stop loss, original stop loss was down, and I'll speak for myself. Caught the fallen knife, original stop loss was a couple of ATRs underneath price. As we put in our higher low on the W and broke out, not only the higher low, put in the higher low and broke the local top or broke out, I moved my stop loss underneath. Currently, that's where my stop loss still stands. If we had broken out and held support on the breakout and pushed away, I would have moved my stop loss a couple of ATRs underneath support. But that didn't happen. So I've had no reason to move my stop loss yet, and I'm sitting it right underneath the invalidation of our original W. As we break out here, I hope you're following me because I'm going through this quick, but I need to make sure my other position is ready. As we lock in this higher low and we put in this larger W, right? As we break these tops, if we break out, then I can move my stop loss above that range, right? So what I'm doing is as we secure ranges and we break out with confirmation of the breakouts, my stop loss goes moving up. Once we break this 50 EMA on the 5-minute and hold support and push away, my stop loss will be above the 50. And I would have completely locked in the gains from the fallen knife catch. There's a method to the madness.
You put your stop above the 50 or below the 50?
Stop loss is always below the 50. Once a 50 gets taken,
You get some deep. I hit 13.
didn't know. I have to look at it. I'm still waiting to see what dominance does before I get into some of those smaller stuff. And deep is like almost at the bottom level of how low I'm willing to go on market cap, and it's not even that low on market cap.
But did I when you got started, they're playing it too.
And then see we went into the twos again.
Let me make this pattern dotted so it doesn't stand out so much, just because my OCD is driving me crazy and I'm about to draw the bigger pattern so we can track it. All right, we're at our neckline for our W on our bigger pattern, which means we need to break out here. This is our larger W. If market makers sanctioning this move, then we should see a blue or a green vector through resistance or through the breakout, which we're currently getting right now on the 1 minute at least. So we're not worried about our smaller W invalidation anymore, right? We've got a larger pattern to work off of. So our invalidation, we move up to the invalidation of this W. Right? This is when trade gets invalidated. Stop loss moved underneath. Measured move from our larger fractal takes us through this CME gap to our SR flip, if I remember correctly. Yeah, through the CME gap back to the SR flip. We're breaking our local highs, right? Slowly crawling over, turning this into an uptrend for the first time.
That dominance is looking kind of toppy, huh?
Hope so, man. I'm just looking at it. I'm like side-eyeing it right now. I'm trying not to give it too much focus. I don't want to scare it away. Every time I look at it, it pumps. So I'm like,
I mean, how much more can this thing pump, man?
stop. I've said that way too many times during this run, bro.
Really?
It almost feels like bad luck. So we're
real.
above our original uptrend, right? So at least we're not bearishly rejecting off the back of our uptrend anymore. We want to hold our 200 EMA here. 200 EMA on the 5-minute. We go to the 5-minute. That means we're fighting with our 50 EMA right now, right? Or at least in the cloud. Right? So the same way that like 15 minutes ago or whatever, we were watching for the momentum flip, right? We're watching for the 13 EMA to get above the 50. Now that we've got bullish momentum on the 1-minute, we can follow that same fight on the 5-minute. Right? So the plan here is to drag that 13 EMA above the 50 and lock in bullish momentum on the 5-minute. And stay above this uptrend if at all possible.
And don't leave vectors behind.
I mean, it would be nice. I don't know if retail is going to do this all on their own, but it would be nice to not leave any vectors. At least what you want to see is 3 or 4 retail candles and then a vector, and then 5, 6, 7, 8 retail candles and then a vector. What you don't want to see is market maker paying for the entire trip all the way up. You don't want to look at it and say market maker felt like it was a good idea to run shorts all the way up to this level. Like that's when you're like, okay, probably not going to end well. Right? Remember, they decide when to match and when not to match. So if they don't have intention to come back down, they won't leave solid vectors from point A to point B. Right? It'll be staggered. What's good, YouTube? You guys hanging in there? Let's go watch it on the 1-minute. It's way more exciting.
Yeah, we're just chilling here. We're all good. Thanks, Dbloc.
I'd be scared if YouTube started speaking. Can you imagine if YouTube had a voice? I mean, I love y'all, but some of y'all, I'm glad there's a Discord filter. People would just come in here. The trolls would just come in here talking crazy. Nah, I've always been team chat, man. Even on the other channel, I was team free to chat. My people.
They do have a voice if they buy a super chat. Your little robot lady comes on.
Right, right.
Don't get me started again.
Yeah, I was tripping out on that.
Too soon to even really start looking at this, but just so you know where we're at on a bigger playing field, if we get this entire move up, we're halfway to what would be considered a full recovery. Right? Not until we get back above 106.59 and hold support here will I consider this fully recovered. But we're about a quarter of the way.
So which one of the 12 steps is okay?
Big buys, big buys.
You can go into the vector, Kai. Sometimes if it's a vector, like say on the 5-minute or 10-minute, you can look at what happened on the 1-minute and see. Sometimes that candle didn't become a vector until the very top of it, right? And it's already been recovered. Sometimes the entire thing is a vector.
Hello, my name is YouTube. I love you.
Super chat for Crypto X4, $2.
You guys hear the AI voice on YouTube? Because I don't hear it anymore when she comes on and reads the super chat. W super chat, brother. I appreciate your support. All right, cool. I was just
Hello.
making sure she was still working.
My name is YouTube. I love you.
Now we got a little AI, that little AI girl that comes on and reads the super chats. I say girl because she can't be more than like 15. It sounds like a little anime character. It's funny.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. She pronounces your name Block.
What's funny is when you start to if they super chat emojis, it'll just spam read the emojis.
Poop emoji, laughing face emoji.
Exactly.
100 emoji.
Doge Viking likes to troll sometimes with like 37 emojis.
Thumbs up emoji. Thumbs up emoji. Thumbs up emoji.
Thanks for guiding us through this dumped block.
Super chat. You're welcome, brother. Thanks for being here, guys. Y'all could be anywhere on YouTube. I'm sure there's other people covering this shit, but they're probably freaking y'all the hell out. I'm gonna move this over so we can see the candle.
Well, market's over, so I'm selling everything. Here's what I'm doing with my portfolio. I'm panic selling. I'm already down 85%.
Nah, it's the same
Here's why
people
you should
that,
follow me.
bro, it's the same people that just dropped the list. 10 altcoins that you need in your portfolio for the altcoin season. And then something like this happens, and then they come on and they're like, I hope you guys bought the dip, or I hope you guys took profit. Always remember to take profits. I'm like, bro, what do you mean? I just loaded up on 10 freaking altcoins from your list yesterday. What do you mean take profit? You took profit. After you made me load up, you took profit, and you knew the dip was coming. You didn't tell us. You sold us all your bags, and then now you're gaslighting me.
Yeah, dude.
My bad. That shit gets me hot, bro. Almost made Brooklyn come out for a second.
Now you're gaslighting.
Yo, Dbloc, you think we get maybe one more test of these lows on market open tomorrow?
It's going to be
Like,
interesting to see. We have a test as each market opens. We have to see how UK reacts. We have to see how US reacts. After we go through a full cycle, we should have a pretty good idea of what we're looking at. You know what I mean? Like, less predicting, more reacting. Like, I hate to say that because I know it seems like I'm always predicting, but this is one of these moments where we really have to react to price action and stay tuned. I'm talking about all of them, JR. You could insert YouTube here. And what sucks is that those channels have such a high turnover.
Scooped up
Super
some
chat.
Osmo all the way in the bottom. Thanks, DB.
The
money they leave.
Yeah, the problem is that
Nobody knows that they got screwed over.
yeah, they've got such a high turnover, right? That if they go through all that and the gaslighting doesn't work, let's say the gaslight doesn't work and you leave, who cares? Well, you're going to be replaced by 2 more retail that comes in tomorrow. And if the gaslighting does work, then they'll convince you that if you were part of the super extra inner circle club in the Discord that only costs you, $1,000 a month, you would have got the heads up on the exit. And it's just because you watch the YouTube channels and, if you guys want more up-to-date news, let me get that $150 a month. It
Yeah,
sucks,
that's
bro.
so true. That is so true. I used to pay for it.
It sucks, and that's where they're making their money. Why do you think the videos are so crisp and all these so well produced, and look at all these overlays, and it's so professional. Yeah, they spend their whole day making the video.
Why
They haven't
not?
made a single trade
Best
today.
$5 spin in this economy, lol.
Matt is with the super chat. Appreciate it, brother.
That's what I so appreciate about this space. This space is so safe. Safe.
I try to keep it like that. It's hard because, especially like from my perspective, right? Because a lot of people have projects that they work on and they want to come in and talk about it, and like they're not scams. But like if I let person A talk about a project, then person B gets to talk, and before we know it, there's 37 people in here shilling to the community, and I'm trying to keep it safe. Like I'm trying to keep it as safe as possible.
And you never ask for any more money. It's just like we pay one time and that's it. That's it. No more.
Yeah, and it's mostly just to make sure that you're not a scam. You know, these bots, they're not going to pay $50 to come in here and troll. $50 is enough to keep them out. Maybe we'll get some high-level trolls that really want to hear themselves on YouTube, and they'll come in $50 and try to shill and get kicked out, and hey, free, you know, free $50. But other than
Really
that, nah,
appreciate
yo.
you.
No, I appreciate
Really
you guys
appreciate
being
you.
here. Thank you.
Nah, man. Don't keep yelling.
Damn, that's how much he charges for his Discord, $99 a month. That's crazy, bro.
Who charges that?
Somebody said
Dang.
Crypto Lifer's Discord is $99 a month.
Wow.
There are some Discord that even cost more.
Yeah, I've seen,
That's
and the
crazy.
courses, the courses are obscene. The courses are obscene. You're talking $1,500 for the base course, and then you got enhancement courses, right? Another couple $1,000. You're like $10,000 deep by the time you get through this course that you could have just Googled.
Oh,
And they overcomplicate it, right? Because they have to sell it. Yo, my course would suck, bro. My course would be so short. Like it really would. I mean, I guess it could be an advanced, you know, one that would, an advanced one would be more. But like my beginner course would literally be so short. And these guys, what they do is they overcomplicate it with, well, this indicator, and you got to look, and when this happens, and you got to. So
yeah.
they're creating value, right? They're creating chapters inside of that course, so that when you pay your $1,500, you're like, oh, look at all this stuff I got. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, look at all the content that I have to get through. Wow.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
It's like paying thousands just to teach you how to get analysis paralysis.
And then what happens?
Let me show
Okay,
you what this indicator does.
let's say I have a paid course and I have
you
a
guys are
paid
gonna-
inner circle, right? And you guys get my, like, you guys get all the alpha and all the everything. So what happens when somebody jumps on YouTube and has a question and says, hey, what's a vector candle? Am I supposed to tell them, bro, I'd love to help you out, but yeah, join the Discord. So I'm supposed to gatekeep the knowledge now because the person that's so gross, bro. I believe in karma.
And the level of alpha that they're offering is something that you can just go on to Watch a Guru on X and see for free, you know?
Well,
It's
that's
like
because
just a
all they're
headline or
doing is
something.
going to watch a guru, cut and pasting. Bro, these people are going, they're going to the people who have alpha. They're feeding that into AI, saying, rewrite this for my Discord community, and then they're charging you for it.
And also read stuff on AI. Yeah, we have AI. Get look stuff up with AI. Usually they see pretty good answer to like almost all of your questions.
Hey, what's wrong with AI?
Drew bot.
And most of them don't do these kind of things like you do 24/7, you know, and there's no off day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see.
I mean, I don't think anybody should strive for this. I do think it's a bit of a sickness, but yeah, I really love this shit. Like, I'm not just doing this to make money. I'm not just doing this for content. Like, I truly love this shit.
And you can't compare being in touch with live, like the now, like what's happening exactly right now, compared to someone that's just spent 2 hours making a video and polishing it up. When you put it out and upload it to YouTube, it's old information. Like that could be stale. It's like irrelevant now.
Yeah.
It's like, thanks for telling us what we can see on the chart. We can look back on the chart and see what you're talking about, you know?
Well, you know, the problem is that you haven't joined our inner circle. See, our inner circle got the new, and then they'll show you, and then they'll have the balls to show you the post from the inner circle. See, before I told you guys, 3 days before I told you guys, look, this post up, it's like, okay. So
and it's a
you're
hedge
just
post.
admitting
It's
to
like,
shitting on us. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
Yeah,
They
or
say two things at any moment so that
delete
they
the
can
one
point
that,
to the one that
yeah,
worked out.
delete the
Yeah.
one that was wrong.
Yeah.
Yep. Bro, I've literally heard people say, this is going to so-and-so price. It's just some obscene number, right? Well, this is going to so-and-so price in the next 24 hours. And then I'm like, what? And then they go, I just wanted to get that on tape. I won't say the name. I think if anybody can pretty much read into who this is that I'm speaking about. But yeah, just to get it on record, just in the off case that it does happen to play out, you can have a clip of it to go back to. Like, I don't even do that shit, bro. I could go back to all my old streams and all the amazing calls and da-da-da and put them in a nice little format with some cutscenes and a little music and shit. Like, bro, I don't have time for that shit.
It's kind of like the people that are chasing the pat on the back instead of money. Like they're not chasing profits and good trades. They're chasing just like, oh, well done, you did.
It's because they're trying to sell you something.
I mean,
Oh.
there is an incentive to it being that like one, you're being creative and you're trying to make more content to upload, and you're also saying like, hey, look, I was right about this. This is why you should follow my YouTube channel, and then you just get more followers. And the
Yeah,
followers
no,
are
I mean,
enough
I get it, and
to
it
get
would.
big enough where you can make an income off.
I would have more followers if I made YouTube shorts based off of every call, and I did the call and the pre-call, and then fast forwarded to the breakout. Or if I started every video and was like on the last episode of Crypto Cypher and played a 5-minute clip of the call out and then show it play out in real time. I know that all works. And I understand why. It's just, one, I don't have the time to do it. And two, the people that do it are usually doing it because they're selling you something. Right? They're doing it as evidence that what they're doing works, and you whatever. But I should do it. I should 1000% have shorts with. Yeah, I'll get into all of that. I got to get into cap cut and all that. But I mean, this is an urgent time in the market, bro. If you're a trader, you're trading right now. You're not learning how to edit videos and all of this extra shit. This is trading time. I'll get it together, guys. I need to get a t-shirt that says pretty good trader, pretty shit influencer.
I'm more concerned with coming on and like making a video of me giving TA for an hour than I am actually like trading the market, like prepping and planning out my own trades is still the point.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, oh, okay, sweet. If it helps other people, awesome. But then it's like, am I really helping myself as well? Like, you know,
people like the evolution, yo. That's why I don't mind saying I'm a shit YouTuber or whatever, because people like to see the journey. You know?
Yeah.
It'll get way better, and then we'll look back on some of these early streams and be like, yeah, we were just wilding out. Like, we were just literally press and play and go. But I don't know. I feel like the raw nature of it, though. I mean, there's 300 people in here. Y'all can tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like the fly in the wall sort of aspect of it is an attraction, right? Like, you come in and you're just sitting in a room full of traders, and if you don't want to talk, you don't have to. You're just a fly on the wall, sort of listening to sentiment and getting confirmation on TA or whatever.
It's like a live.
It's pretty valuable.
Like a podcast. Like anyone can get there.
It's like,
good night, Dusty. Appreciate you for coming through, brother.
If you want to take a sample of retail and what retail is saying, just listen to the communities, because we're kind of like the veteran retail, though, because a lot of us have been around the block.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 cycles, or this is their second cycle or whatever. So it's like we're trying trying to read where the traps are and how the smart money plays it.
But still, it's like it's raw, it's uncut, it's not rehearsed.
Support
It's
for the
like,
Cypher.
you know,
Right
it's all
face
live.
increased
very
emoji.
it's organic, yeah.
Well, not everything. Yo, we are at 4,987 subscribers, yo. If you have not subscribed, please hit that subscribe button. Let's get to 5K. That'll be a great way to top the week off. Super chat. I appreciate you, DXB.
5K, let's go.
If you listen to more than one stream, how can you not have subscribed? Have you not seen the art that this man creates on the Bitcoin chart?
If you don't subscribe right now, you're under arrest.
And you know what's the best part of this channel? We have Drew, the rocket.
Rockets, rockets, rockets.
That's right.
Big buys.
We're looking at the 1 minute on we're looking at the 1 minute chart on Bitcoin Zigzag. Mike with the super chat.
I need some
Merch,
clippers like a
yeah.
merch fan.
Merch will be good. I think our first merch will be I survived the 2026 bull market. And you're gonna need to show that you took some profits to even be able to buy the shirt. Yeah, no round trippers. That shirt doesn't go to round trippers. That shirt goes to people who took their profits at the top.
Okay, is the t-shirts going to be made in China or made in USA?
Hey, it depends on what the tariffs look like. We still don't know. We'll figure that out when this tariff issue is settled.
Yeah, I just got some gear from Vietnam, and it's pretty dope.
I appreciate all the support, guys. Definitely, you guys are killing it. Nah, no round trips. Ski trips, island trips. No round trips.
Someone say ski trip.
RH, you're already in the Discord, right? If you're in the Discord, to pay the one-time fee, you just have to click this link here. Hold on, I'll post it for you. This link gets you the Cypher family role. Oh, hey, I got it. W mod. Yeah, so if you're not in the Discord yet, guys, the Discord of the free section, to just come check it out. Everything's unlocked right now. We're not gatekeeping anything.
I mean, I'm gatekeeping.
Is right there.
Well, there's something important that we've learned. If you get the Cypher family role before you do the verification, that disrupts the verification process.
Yeah,
So either a
yeah.
mod has to go and add the friend role, or it's better to just get it all set up before you.
Yeah, what I can do, I think, is I can go, once we go full paid, what I'll do is I'll go into the WAP store and I'll add the friend role into what you get. I did it separate on purpose so that we could give the friend role for free to people in the chat and then they buy the, but yeah, she's 100% correct. You want to go into the Discord first, verify, get your friend role, and then you want to click on the WAP store link for the
But
one-time
if
fee.
anybody has any issues that has the Cypher family role but doesn't have full access, just get a hold of one of the mods.
Yeah, message me. If you
including
if you paid for your Discord role and you still can't see, then I have to send you your family role. I mean, I have to send you your friend role personally. So just find me
check
in the
mine for me?
Discord and contact me.
So message you?
Yeah, wait, I can just check for you if you're here. What's your Discord name?
Black Mac.
Black Mac?
Yep, Black Mac 7.
All right. No, it says you only have your friend role. You paid on the WAP thing?
Yeah, there's a message on WAP.
All right. Give me a second.
I think there's a message on WAP, should be.
Yeah, if you've got it up, you can just screenshot it and message it to me, and then I'll send you your but I can check on the log. But yeah, just message me. I got you. And remember, guys, if I message you first or I send you a friend request first, it's not me. It's a scammer. There's tons of them. They're coming out of the woodwork. I guess it means we're doing okay if it's worth trying to scam us, but just be careful. If you want to contact me, find me in the Discord on the members list. I appreciate that, Zigzag. Yeah, I'll let you know if we ever get to that point. Yeah, Krishna, that's the scam that they're trying to run. I'm not, no matter how much money you give me, I'm never gonna let you copy trade me. I've never been interested in copy trading, would never do copy trading. I'm way more interested in teaching you guys how to fish than just having you pay to follow me.
What? Someone's trying to pork me? Cold cat. I got Drew many times on pork more than he got me. You got me on some pork, cold cat.
I'll be right back, yo.
It's actually hanging somewhere around 10 million probably still. I'm surprised. But yeah, it dumped. It dumped hard. Don't trip by the dip. Unless the dip keeps dipping. How you guys feeling? You guys feeling all right out there? Thinking we're gonna continue this little dippity doodle? I'm hoping we hold, but it's in the cards that we might keep on dropping. But the R size reset pretty nice. R size cooled off.
Flare-ups that we saw with typical attacks. Trump has that military parade coming up too. I'm wondering what Trump's gonna say. I'm just waiting for Trump's tweet. I told him not to attack, but they attacked.
Trump's gonna say bye.
Bye now. I'm gonna stop this war.
Trump's gonna be like, I made up with Elon, and we're doing strategic reserve Dogecoin.
I bought here, but part of me feels like there's one more knife.
Yeah, there might be, man. I'm gonna hold even if we keep dipping. I like my coin count.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that big though. I think it's just gonna take any high leverage degens that got in at this knife catch. Just
If I do,
slightly take them out.
yeah, I can't do any more
I'm
buys for
also
next week. If I do any more buys this week, I used up all my dry powder for the week.
I'm also in here, but I have a very strict stop loss in pretty much very small profit, so I'm willing to cut if need be, because there could, yeah, like you said, there could be another knife, another leg down, and it would suck to ride that knife. Ow.
I think that one will be like, if it happens, it'll be fast and quick and just bought. You'd have to like be right
I
there.
know, you'd have to have limits ready to go to catch it. Yeah. That's the beauty of setting limits and like sort of scattering them in a zone where you think that it will bottom out, is it'll get you in. You don't have to even be there for it. You can be asleep and your limits will hit. If you've got a cloud of orders like in a zone waiting to get filled, some might not fill, like some extreme ones, but at least you got something happening if there is a bounce.
Some might fill though and keep on dipping. By the time you wake up, it's already down 40%.
Yeah.
I hope that doesn't happen to Doge. Oh, well, I don't have a liquidation anymore. But if it comes and stops me out of my short and then it does that, then I'm wrecked.
Oof.
Man, I don't know. As long as Bitcoin doesn't do anything extra crazy, like the devs on Doge, they're going crazy right now, like in a good way. And things are going to pop off. Just Bitcoin's just got to hang out and chill out a little bit.
Man,
Fractal.
Tron is like kind of taken off on the 5-minute chart here. TRX.
Yo, quiet. When you got a second, check out the whole Fractal engine they got for Doge now.
Oh yeah, check it out. What is that? What is the site again? Doge.
Just go to Dogecoin on their official Twitter, and you'll see they just retweeted something from where was it? It had something to do with RWAs and with Doge OS plus Fractal. It's one of their last tweets. Where is the Doge thing? Hold on.
I'll have to go on my old phone. I just got a new phone, so my Twitter's on my old phone. So I'll have to boot it back up.
I'll be right back.
Rick, did you say you have a position?
Yeah, I do. It's only a 5x. It could have been better, but hey, man, at least it's something. It could have been a little lower, but I was waiting for more confidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can always get a better entry.
Yeah, yeah.
99% of the trades I make, I'm like, oh, I could have done this better.
Yeah. There's no question the velocity of the selling has slowed down, which is that's how you start building a confidence of a low coming in. But you just never know. So I guess stop loss is in place. If I'm wrong, I'll catch the next one down. And we'll keep repeating that until one of them sticks, And that's the way I'm going to do it. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. If it stops out, then, that's fine. Dust yourself off and try again.
Yeah, like that
Dust yourself
hypothetical
off and try
from
again.
last night.
Yeah.
That thing
Yeah,
goes
the hypothetical, the Doge thing. Yeah, it got
Look at
stopped
how
out,
much
and that's fine.
more of a
Yep.
discount there was afterwards.
Yep, exactly. And the cool thing is, if you stopped out, you were out, and you didn't ride down the trade, and you now have a look at a much cheaper Doge, which is cool. Starting to get a bit dicey.
A little bit of sell pressure. It's retesting that W breakout from before. If it doesn't hold it though, it's probably gonna try to sweep more of those licks down below. The
Yeah.
irony is that because people are bullish and they're going long, it keeps going down.
You see how here we've kind of, when the velocity slows down and you start chopping, it's like it's like a big traffic jam, and your chances of getting chopped up and stopped out in the middle of traffic like this is very high, because there's so much back and forth. Like, it'll make you question yourself 15 times in a row, you know? Because it's just dicey. Yeah. Whereas if you were, I don't know, it's not advisable, but when you roll the dice on a big crash and you see like a really nasty candle and you just throw a dart at it, sometimes, yeah, it gets you to the point where you can sit back and just not stress about the diciness in this kind of zone, you know? Like, let's say you bought Bitcoin just recently at 103,000 when it hit that level. You'd be comfortable in a long right now, because it's not you could even bring your stop loss up to like 103,200 or something like that, you know? And at least you're tapping out with some profit.
Yeah, stops in the profit are always good.
Yeah. Or my parachute's just about to tag on this little trade. And there it goes. Okay. No, didn't work. So I'm not trusting it yet, man.
What, you
I don't know.
stopped out?
Yeah, on that little trade that I did. Yep. In profit, but yeah.
You said parachute. I thought you meant that you were getting stopped out or short.
No. No, sorry, yeah, wrong word. I just got stopped out on a little 5x leverage long position. Trying to get cheeky and catch a bounce.
Earlier today when it was like, oh, is it going up or is it going down more? Is it gonna recover? And then it was like, I kept looking like it was gonna break down, and then it didn't. It's like, okay, well, good thing I didn't jump into a short. And then it goes up a little bit, and you're like, oh, nice, my long's gonna pay off. And it freaking dumps. And it's like, I just kept being like, dude, I have to look away from the chart for at least 15 minutes at a time. Like it got down to the point where I'm like, I can't look at this I'm like, okay, I'm gonna look at it for like 30 seconds, and I gotta look away for 15 minutes because I can't just be looking at it like constantly, because I'm gonna be second guessing all the time.
That's like most of the chop comes from. Like, it's just, if you're looking at it, you're just gonna get chopped up. That's what I've experienced this last couple months.
Yeah, the emotions of the sideways, man. It's because it hits all of the emotions. Like when it starts to look up the top of the range, it's like gets all exciting and you get, you know, bullish and confident, and then it snaps back down and you start getting pessimistic and miserable, and it just washes both directions, and you just, you know.
I am glad that I kept an eye on it though, because it was like when it did fall and Drew comes in, he's like, big sales coming in. And I was like, oh shit. And I look at it and I pulled the parachute real quick, and I was like, I'm glad I did, because something bad could have happened.
You know what's crazy is the warnings broke out exactly when the stock market closed. Like, you weren't able to trade or anything like that. Right around 8:05, and the market, like, after hours closes at 8.
Yeah.
They waited 5 minutes after to break the news.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We're in the Matrix.
Well, it's gonna be a strange weekend because of, you know, the way this weekend is, or the way this week is wrapping up. It's been strange, man.
Do you
last
remember?
weekend was the
time?
Elon Musk.
You remember, like,
last weekend
the airstrikes that Iran was doing when their dome was protecting, the Iron Dome? Remember, that was on a Saturday.
The Iron Dome.
That was like on a Saturday. I remember waking up at like 10 a.m. I'm like, why is everything crashing? And there was like nonstop coverage going on that the Iron missiles are attacking Israel. That was on a Saturday. So
last weekend's little narrative in the media was the Elon Musk Donald Trump thing, like the little breakup they had. So that was cute, and that caused a V shape. And then the top, I guess you could say the top was CPI of that whole leg of, like, you know, the rally that preceded that or followed after that.
I'm back, yo. Excuse me.
Whoa, okay, XRP's
Small bull
going
flag
on.
breaking out on Bitcoin should give us our measured move here. Again, just coincidence, guys. I don't want to hear any market maker allegations. I literally went to pee.
Yeah, awful convenient how you come back. And the second you come, you say, I'm back. We get it. God,
Yeah, baby. We back. That's how he does it, baby. That's how he does it.
The aggregators singing. Bling, 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 bling.
Oh, ye of little faith.
I'm wishing you a good night, guys.
Take it easy, brother. Good night.
man.
Have a good night, buddy.
Thank you so much for the lessons, Dbloc.
No problem, brother. Anytime.
Bye-bye.
Arrivederci.
What happened is we formed a bull flag at the tip of a breakout, which gave us the retest and kept the bullish pattern enough so retail would be interested in the break. Very, very crafty.
Yeah. The little pullback was enough to shake me out of a little position, but now I'm back in again. Oh, I just wanted to stay alive now. Come on.
What did you bought XRP? Or you went
Yeah, I'm
long
just
on
doing
XRP?
XRP just because I'm used to I've just got like the comprehension of the price levels and stuff, like, because I've been trading it lately, and you know how you get accustomed to a certain pair, like coin or whatever.
Yeah.
You know the levels and stuff. Yeah.
Like
And
me
I'm
with
like,
Dogecoin. You gotta get back in
yeah.
the Doge army, bro.
And just becoming, yeah, like when you get used to like the level of volatility that it tends to get as well, so you can sort of accommodate or, you know what to expect, kind of thing, almost.
This better not be a fish hook on Doge. I'm looking at it. I'll be pissed.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. At least we're not buying highs. You know what I mean? Like this, we've just been through some kind of correction, some kind of dip. The worst place you can buy is in FOMO and in highs, right? And then at least you're trying to buy low. if you buy a knife or you buy a dead cat, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least there was a
RH,
dip.
what's your Discord name? My bad, I'm trying to check something for somebody on Discord.
I'd rather FOMO into some blood than into some green candles. Some big
Yeah,
green
exactly.
dildos.
Yep. And it's a much better starting point.
Yeah, Worley, I like Bookmap. I mean, the liquidations on the chart are good enough just to see where the hot parts are, but Bookmap is going to be way more in depth. I've got Bookmap running on my other monitor that's hooked up on a laptop. I don't like the way Bookmap makes my PC act. The thing is a hog.
I was very close to pulling the trigger on a SUI trade about half an hour ago.
Yo, how did that guy make it out of that plane, yo? I just saw footage of that. That's crazy.
Oh, the dude just walking down the street?
Where
Yeah,
does he
that's
jump?
wild, man. That's wild.
But
He couldn't have been in the plane, man. That's crazy.
Conspiracy. He
Give
was
respect to your
paid
messages.
actor.
Yep. Inside job.
RDO is your name? Okay, hold on, let me check.
Not Black Mac.
Man, I'd love an RDO, a rostered day off right now. That'd be great.
Then, are you a roster, Rick?
You're RH, you're in the Discord, right? You can see all the channels and everything?
Yeah, I got a shift in 3 hours. Quiet.
Oh,
Ah,
I had to go to sleep. I didn't
got a
even
sleep
sleep
shift.
last night.
A sleep shift. Shift in bed.
I appreciate you for crypto. Welcome, bro.
I have some alerts set, so if I get stopped out, at least I'll wake up.
Yeah. Man, I've slept through so many alerts before. Because sometimes I just can't. Or I hear them and I'm just, oh, the tiredness just takes over.
Yeah. Oh, dude, yeah, I've done it before too. Trust me.
So I need some like alert system that has electrodes that you can hook up, get you out of bed. Or something that tilts your bed vertically so that you have to get out.
Okay, all right, RH, then you should be good. The WAP app sends you the role automatically. The Discord sends it. The only problem is if somebody goes to the WAP store before they join the Discord, then they get sent the role, but they still have to join the Discord after and get the friend role. You're good, brother. Appreciate your support, man. No, I know you've been in the Discord for a while. That's why I was asking. I figured you had already been there for a little bit. All right, so we're retesting the break of that bull flag now. Let's see if we really meant it. Basically 50 EMA test on the 1 minute. Try to turn this high volume node into support. It's automatic, RH. You should already have it. Your name should be yellow.
RH is my buddy.
I see your name here on the list, and it says you don't have the role. Just go to WAP and screenshot it for me, and send me the screenshot, and I'll send you the role by hand. It should have done it automatically though. Yeah, if you see the role in Discord, you're good. If your name is yellow, you're good money. Eventually, we'll move the room that we're doing the YouTube in to another room, and you'll have to have that role to get in there. That way we can keep any of these new retail guys that come in from jumping on the mic and acting crazy. All right, we're at that 50 now. Let's see.
See if it's made of.
Yeah, I just saw it right now. RH is green. Just go to WAP and screenshot the receipt. Or you know what? Let me look. I can just look on the list of recents. You just did it right now, right? Oh, it actually wouldn't be on the list because it didn't send you a roll. Yeah, just send me that screenshot. Uno, dos, your name is Eminem and you don't have the roll. Let me check.
Black Mac.
If anybody paid and doesn't have the roll, just send me a screenshot of your receipt. Let me check the Discord and see if there's something wrong with why it's not handing out the rolls when it should. Yeah, you're good, Eminem. It looks like you've got two. It looks like you've got two accounts in the Discord. One of them has the Cypher role, and the other one is just a friend. Did you double join the actual Discord? Yeah. One of them has it. You're good. Actually, I can just. It doesn't matter. You can have two if you want. I'll give you the role on the other one since you already have it on one. All right, boom. You're good.
Bet. It looks.
And then your first one, I've got to add the family. I see what happened. You probably double joined because you didn't have your friend role. All right.
I might have accidentally did one and then didn't know that it was gonna be. I don't know what I did.
Yeah. I got you though. You're good to go. Neve, you're good to go, brother. Just refresh if you don't see it. Right? The whole point of doing the WAP thing was so that it would be automated. But nah, it's cool. It's not a problem for the few people if they have an issue. Cypher family. Or a Cypher gang if you got a little street in you. Whatever works. Not yet. Price is underneath the 50, but the 13 has not crossed the 50 EMA yet. It does look weak though. Basically have to hold the support here. We're going to come into these liquidations. Building this support is not horrible. Right? And everybody wants the big green candle that just goes and doesn't stop. But every time we come down, catch support, and break another high, we're building resistance and we're building support the price has to fight through on the way down. So if this support doesn't hold, then this vector gap is sitting right where our liquidations are the thickest. That would seem like a decent retracement target. That would take us to a high volume node. You got your high volume node, your vector gap, and your liquidations, the mass of your liquidations there. All right, RH, appreciate you. RH, what is that a screenshot of? I'm on bad. Hold on, I'll message you. Give me a second. All right, I messaged you, RH.
Yeah, we don't seem to yet.
What you gonna do, Bitcoin? You gonna crawl back over that 50 or what? Trying to scare all the people? Let's go check our progress on the 50 EMA on the 5-minute. Alright, we're still fighting with it. It got above on price, never flipped momentum. There's still the fight here. I'll be right back, y'all.
Can y'all hear me?
Kind of. Try talking again.
Oh, testing, testing. Hello.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little. I don't know if you want to try connecting whatever you're using or restarting Discord.
Is my mic coming in clear?
Yes,
All right.
kind of.
Kinda testing, testing, testing. What about now?
Okay, now it is.
All right.
It's like a little staticky.
I think I had the mic too close. I had put a headset on.
Okay. All right, yeah, you're good. I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little better. Try again. Keep talk again.
Hello, hello. Testing, testing.
There you go. Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear now.
Awesome. Thank y'all. Good to be here.
Welcome.
Hey, is it Aeon?
It's AI on. Close.
Aeon. Do I need to, if I don't see my role showing up, do I need to close out of the app and then restart it?
No. Which role are you not seeing? What's your
I don't
name?
know. Black Mac. It says friend, but I think it was looking for the family. It said he said it should be yellow. It showed up on his end. I didn't know if I needed to try closing it out.
No. So were you supposed to send him
Yeah.
that screenshot?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
you can.
already. What did you say?
I missed that part. So
Nah, you're good.
you definitely don't have the Cypher family role right now. So
I'm gonna try to log
think it'll be
log back in.
I don't think that'll work because it's in the system. It's that you don't have it.
Maybe he put it on my other Discord.
Maybe what's your other one?
I don't know. He said there's 2 of them though.
I only see Black Mac and Black Soul White.
Nah, just Black Mac.
So yeah, you're just gonna have to wait until he comes back or message him.
All right.
I'm back, y'all. My bad. I should have taken care of everybody that signed up. For some reason, WAP isn't sending out the roll right away. But on the actual WAP page, it shows everybody that paid. So
Should I try refreshing mine then, or closing out and then logging back in?
yeah, it could be a Discord thing. I'll figure out what it is. There's one more person that paid. I don't want to say it doesn't have a Discord name. It has a full name, and I don't want to say your name out loud.
Yeah, same thing. That's it. That's it. Same one.
Okay. And you got it? You have the yellow tag now?
It's a pseudonym for market maker.
No, not that one. There's another one. There's somebody just recently.
Oh no.
Name starts with a D, last name starts with a J. If you just recently paid, I just want to check if you got your roll or not.
Not I.
All right. Well, if anybody pays and notices that their name hasn't turned yellow, they don't have the Cypher family roll, just message me.
It's Danger Junkie. You're talking about me.
There you go. Yeah. Did you hold on a second. Let me fix your volume too. All right, let me check to see if it sends you your roll automatically.
Mine still doesn't show up.
No, you should be good.
Mine just says friend. I was looking for the yellow. I don't know. I'm looking for the yellow family one, right? Or what am I looking for?
Yeah, Cypher family.
Yeah,
Danger. All right, Danger, you got yours. Cool. So why did it skip 3 people and then it should have showing Danger favoritism?
I think
Because I logged out. I heard you say other people were having a problem because they were already logged in. So I logged out, paid, then logged back in.
Okay, that might be it. Yeah, it might be a Discord thing. Black Mac, I sent you yours. You should be good money now.
Check. Does it show up on Discord?
Yeah, I'm gonna check right.
On my end, it don't.
I'm gonna check right now. Yeah, it might be the refresh thing. Give me a second.
I might try to refresh it. What is that?
Wait, is that Black Mac or is that Eminem that needed the?
Black Mac needs it. I don't know if I don't. I think it might be one and the same, but it's a Black Mac that needs it.
Oh, you got 2. You're the same person as Eminem, though.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I got you. So you've got 2 accounts in the Discord.
I don't think so.
Yeah, there's an Eminem.
Unless I got one on my phone and one on my laptop.
Yeah, the Eminem one has the Cypher roll.
See,
that's the one that's linked to the Eminem one's the one that's linked to the thing. You want it on the other one?
Yeah, if you're able to, because I'm gonna use the laptop more than my phone probably.
I got you.
Thank you,
Hey,
sir.
I just had a question about it. You were saying that the colors are supposed to be different because, like, I'm in Discord. All the names are like just basic text.
Give me 1 second. Let me check. What's your screen name?
It's Danger Junkie.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good. I just changed yours. Yeah, if you go to the members list, there'll be some green names and there'll be some yellow names. The yellow names are the ones that have the Cypher family role. On the regular chat, I don't think it shows. I think you have to go into like the members list and look yourself up.
Gotcha. Okay, I was just curious.
Oh wait, Uno, you're Eminem?
Not Black Mac.
No, somebody named Uno Dos says they're Eminem on Discord, and they have a
Oh,
yellow.
maybe they don't know what we're referring to.
But you're positive you have both accounts on.
I'm checking my phone.
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
Check your phone and see if it has the.
Discord.
Uno might just be trolling.
I'm trying to figure out that name. No.
He said yes.
No, on my phone it says Black Mac too.
Oh, so it's not Eminem. Wait,
No, it is. That's it. The one on YouTube. That's the same way. Check the end. You can see it on WAP too.
Yeah, I see Eminem on WAP, but what we're saying is that there's an Eminem on Discord, and I sent
Same
him.
name?
Yeah, Eminem. I got you, Uno. And you haven't paid for the membership, right? We're on the honor system here. It'll make this difficult for me.
I know he's talking to you, Uno, not me.
Yeah. I'm talking to Uno. No. Eminem's a popular. It makes sense that there's another Eminem in there. I just figured since the WAP name was Eminem that it was the same person.
That other guy trying to claim Eminem might not be Eminem, but he could be the real Slim Shady.
You already know.
That's funny. And yes, you paid? Okay.
Yeah, see, check WAP. I sent you a message on WAP and then sent you the screenshot on Discord.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I'll check the screenshot.
Yeah, check Black Mac screenshot and then you can see the MM in there from the message you sent me. So from
Alright,
this chart,
cool.
is this like a confirmed hold above the vector gap, or
So
we still
far,
gonna
we
see if
still
it
got to get
taps in
above.
there?
Yeah, we want to get above that 50 before we really start
To say that it's actually held.
Yeah, I got it. Eminem, you're good too, bro. I see both of yours. It's funny. There's Eminem and then you're Eminem.
There's that one.
But they're right on top of each other.
Ah, okay. So then I guess I was.
Yeah, you
we
both
were
paid.
talking
You just
about two
happen to
different
both
ones.
be Eminems.
That's funny.
This is a pair of M&Ms. Appreciate you, Uno. CM, are you in the Discord right now? The family role just keeps everything that's in the Discord open for right now. The trading rooms, the AI rooms, the educational rooms, and all of that. Yeah, what's gonna happen? Yeah, I'm trying to set up some bots. At first, it's just gonna be for research. It's not gonna be any trading bots, but there's gonna be some AI rooms that you guys can go into and do some research for sure.
Is it under research links?
It's not. I don't know. It's not up yet. I think the room is up, but it's not filled.
I see the AI bots, the
Yeah,
market
yeah,
analysis
yeah,
bot, and the support.
CM. So what's gonna happen is when we switch it to paid, everything's gonna be shut off except for the free chat and the free voice. So it's just a one-time fee just to keep the Discord open. I left it open all this time because with all the shit that's going on, I didn't want to sort of leave anybody out just because they didn't have $50. You feel me? But I've been saying that for the longest. I should have done this 6 months ago. Appreciate you, Dose.
The great thing is that you thought you would have to by now. It hasn't really gotten rowdy. Everybody's been really respectful.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. We haven't been forced to do it yet.
I have a serious question. If they're both M&Ms, how do I refer to both of them in the plural?
You just call mine Black Mac.
Yeah, their Discord names are different, luckily. That's like mics. We've got like 7 mics in the YouTube chat, Discord.
I got a question for you for off the grid. Are we able to, how do we take the guns off the grid, or do they have to be sold?
So what they're gonna
How does that work?
do, what they're gonna do is things aren't on mainnet yet. So right now you can only use your guns to buy items. But what they're gonna do is when it goes mainnet, they're gonna have OpenSea integration.
Okay,
so then all of the shit that you open. Now what's interesting is nobody knows for sure, but what a lot of people are starting to do is to keep their hexes unopened.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah, so you know the theory is if it's an epic hex, it'll probably go more if they don't know what it is than if it's a gun skin or some shit. You know what I mean?
Man, I had like 1 or 2 epics, and then had 2 people run up on me. I was cursing all up in this house.
That's the worst, bro. Nah, I know those feels.
You on PC, Xbox, PlayStation?
Xbox. We can all but get rid of this bull flag. This shit is ugly and it's bothering me on a technical level. I've seen some on the floor, but I think what happens, bud, is you can only carry one. Right? So if you've got a regular hex or a green hex, and then you open a case and there's an epic one, you're gonna leave that green one right on the floor.
You can drop it.
Yeah, if you got a hex on you, everybody can see you on the map. You gotta get ready to fight.
Do you know if the color of the hex matters, or does the dust behind you always show up red?
It's always red. Yeah, it's always gonna, even if you've got a, that's why some people won't even pick up the common ones.
Yeah, because there's no point, because they're gonna be on you.
Yeah, unless you need shit. If you're still tooling up and you need attachments and you want to, you can take what you can get, but yeah, that too, Butthead. Some people are just playing for kills, playing for wins. They might not want the attention.
I was talking to a few people on the game. They don't even know anything about the guns. I was like, oh, damn, that's the only reason I'm playing.
They're just playing a game, bro. They have no idea.
Yeah.
That's what's good, though. That's how you get adoption. Just make it fun. Make people want to play, and then later on, let them know that their inventory is actually worth something. And it's like a win-win.
It's pretty cool. Cyberpunks and Fortnite, Call of Duty. It's pretty cool.
It's just fun more than anything right now.
Yeah.
Hey man, I seen you draw the lines in the pattern, and so is that like a breakout of the pattern the first time, and then it fell back in the pattern, and then it's breaking out again? I mean, is that what that means?
Yeah. So you broke out, which is good. You came back for the retest, held, pushed away, but couldn't finish, right? And then now you've lost the sort of retest. So the pattern's still valid until you invalidate the pattern. For W's, that lower wick is going to be what invalidates the entire structure. So this could come down all the way to here and still end up playing out, right? The bullishness of this structure isn't invalidated until you get past that line.
Like, sure.
Yeah.
But first, it would have to eat through the vector gap, right?
Yeah, before it gets there, it's going to chew through the vector. Getting through the vector would bring it right to your uptrend. So even if it did come down, you still have some possibility of holding price there. It can leave it behind too. It's not mandatory for it to come get it. Remember, we're on a 1 minute. So like on a 5-minute candle, some of these vectors don't even exist. I'll be right back, yo. I'm here, y'all. I'm just finishing these hot wings while this plays out. I'm off mic. I'm right here, though.
Anyone else's law of buffering? blowing this popsicle? This popsicle stand, bruh.
Come on, China. China, buy now. Yo, what's the deal?
Retest 50? 50?
I think China sell now.
China sell?
This popsicle stand ain't going nowhere. Big Bad Wolf said no.
China already sell. China buy. It's okay. Some room to come down. Test the trend line. Just keep stair stepping. What do we come down to? 103. Is that it? Can't see.
Hey, Dbloc, I got a question whenever you're available.
Oh, 102. retest. Well, that's what you wanted, D-block, right? You didn't want to V-shape it. You wanted to. What you want to do? You want to U-shape it. $104, 500. $103, 2. Fine. We got how many days we got in this month? 30? 30 or more.
30 days this month.
All right. 2 more days till we get to the midpoint. Yeah. Might have been it. 100K might be the bottom for the month. I'll eventually renew the subscription to do the videos, but I'm really not using it right now, so why pay? And nobody's sending me any money to work on anything. Maybe sometime next month I might, if I have some songs to do videos for. I got a couple of songs I gotta finish for the album. Need to get the ones from you.
Got open mic.
Oh, my bad.
Do I need to say it? Big buys.
Let's go. It comes straight through. Did you buy that dip?
I did.
Excellent. I sold the short and I bought the dip.
There you go.
Now I just need to sell the long. See how much I can get. Be nice if I could get 110. But at that point, do I even want to sell it? Because I don't know. I have a feeling that when we come back up there again, we're going to go for that 120.
I think it settles around 118.
Oh, that'll work.
I'll take it.
Yes, sir. Let's see, let's go look around the crypto verse at some of these altcoins. See how bad it is. Who got decimated?
You got any other lows you looking at?
Yeah, I was looking at 100 earlier. I was ready to buy it, but it didn't give it to me. I came in early on my long at 104, 100. So I'm just getting above water on that. But between that, when I came in there, it kept coming down. And then I was waiting to get 100, like right around 100K. It never came. So I just had to settle for coming back up here now. I'm in it. But
I bought
unfortunately.
Bought in at like, what is this? 102.
Oh yeah, you killed
102, 103, 103, 250, 103.5, 104.
Oh, okay.
I bought in all over this V. And then, hey, chill.
Oh. Did you buy 102 before you bought 104? Did you buy 104 first?
102 was the first buy.
Oh yeah, you did better than me.
102.7, or what is that? Yeah, 102.766.
Mm-hmm.
No, that might be the liquidation price. Hold up.
How did you catch that 102? Did you wait for it, or did you just happen to show up?
I took off work today. I was chilling, watching the charts all day today.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that 104, and it was too tasty, and I took a swing at it there. But I saw the 102. I was there. At that point, I was looking for 100. I figured they were going to go all the way to the 100, and they didn't. But that's fine. 104.
There's a couple other places I'll be looking at. I have like people that I listen or follow. I was looking at 102.708, and then if it didn't hold that, 101.670.
Yeah, and then of course there's your worst case scenario of 97 to 98. And
that's like bear.
That's
I
Max
need
Payne.
I need everybody to lend me every dollar y'all got.
And if that doesn't hold, then something ain't right, because that's not how it's supposed to be now.
That's when you start
That's,
seeing everybody sell.
I don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
But so far, so good. And I'm willing to short when I can, but it has to be the right one. The next short for me would have to be 100 and I'm really 110 to be honest. But we'll see what happens. We'll get there. We'll get there.
I messed my short up. I sold up above the CME gap while it was bouncing off of that support resistance. I sold up there before it broke through. And I was like, damn.
Yeah. They made it really hard to hold it, but I was set at it. I wasn't gonna be removed. I think my liquidation was like at 100. Oh, what the hell was it at? I think it was like at if I remember right, like 112. I have to go look. 112K. And I entered like at 108. No, and was it even that high? I can't remember. It could have been 107. Somewhere up there.
What
Either way, it worked.
What exchanges you using, or dexes, or whatever you're using?
I'm on weeks.
That's what everyone keeps saying. I'm about to do weeks. I've been using BitUnix, or what was this other one? Our Bit.
It's good. I mean, some people complain about low liquidity or whatnot, but I don't use a lot of money in my futures account anyway, so I really don't care. Not gonna be putting a lot of money on there. Futures, $300 max, 500, something in that range. But I put my link in referral section if you want to.
Is that for weeks?
Yeah, you get the bonus.
What's your tag? Hold up.
EMAD
EMAD. How do you pronounce that, bro?
EMAD SOD. It's my screen name right here.
I see it. Man, I knew this shit was gonna go to the lower trend line. Now, does it break it, or does it shoot above? That's the question.
Oh, it came back down. Yeah, I haven't ruled out that I'm going to buy more at 100. That's why I didn't do nothing. I might come for it. Who knows? What's BitUnix? What's the leverage that you can do on there for Bitcoin?
$1.25.
You only do 25x.
$125.
Only 125. Well, we could do 400. Be careful. That's my hotspot. $30 with 400x cross.
Say cross. You got other positions you do, or you just leave the bread in USDT?
No, I do spot. I just hodl it. I accumulate it, and I trade on futures with small portion of my money.
Was a
And
small
I
portion,
hodled
like less than 2%, 1%
like from $300 to $500
of the entire account, or
yeah,
okay.
to back it up on cross with $30 margin, like 400x.
When do you take profit?
A couple of my trades is like 11,000. 111,400 down to like 97, 98K. That was a good one. That was a short. Now I'm doing a long right now, 104,000, and I'm trying to take it to 110. But we'll see how that goes when I get there, if we get there. I'm kind of I should have came in at 102 like you, but I'm right at my entry now.
Mine was right below 103.
Yeah, you're doing better than me. I had to eat that downward to that 102, but the cross was able to hold it. I didn't lose too much with the 400x with the $30, but it came down. I was like down $50 from the 104 to the 102.
Oh shit! On the way down, I was losing money left and right, and I was like, "Let me catch a knife here. Let me catch a knife here. Let me catch a knife here." That's not the way.
Yeah.
That is not the way.
If you're a bull, that's going to be the way. Make sure your entry's good. You know the deal. Depends where you're going with it. I mean, my line in the sand was 97. That's where I put my liquidation at. My liquidation is my damn stop loss. They wanted to come to 97. I was just going to be done. I'll just go into recovery mode and start buying, adding to my spot bag and chilling. I mean, I like high leverage, but I don't put a lot of money in it. I would like to see, man. That'd be nice if I get 110. Let me see how much I can make. Let's see. Take profit 110. 110,000. Not bad for $30 on Bitcoin.
Take that all day.
$30 to make $500.
All day.
Couple days, maybe. See. I'm just waiting to be finished on this section of that money flow schematic, or that down little section. get through that. Should be. I mean, I hope we're nearing the end.
I hope so too, bro. I hope so too, because I deployed a lot.
I really, I don't want to put a short in. I just want to be done with that. Chill. Able to sit this freaking long in. If they want to play hardball. Well, I got to play hardball, man. I got to come down to 102, 197. I don't think I'm gonna go down there, but I'm prepared to. Look at that. We're right in the middle of this wedge. Come on, break that stupid bullish trigger.
Emery Perez, where did you hear 90,000 from? Just wondering. And Latina. I agree. It's been helping me keep my emotions in check too.
Latina. Saliba.
Latina.
I mean, I was surprised we came all the way down to 102 again. But they brought their little war FUD.
I wasn't surprised. I thought it was gonna
Got
go
them there.
I thought it was gonna go deeper.
I was looking to just go to the CME Gap and just maybe test right under there at like 104-ish. That's sure enough what I did. That's where I entered. Then it started to get a little nasty, and 102 showed up, and I was like, give me the damn 100, and they didn't. It's all right. The good thing is I didn't over leverage. I didn't put my liquidation, or I didn't want it to be, so that's good. If I would have added at 100, it would have been good actually. I mean 102, if I would have added, it would have been actually good if this holds. But that would have been kind of tight. So either way. Let's see any alt deals. Still point to buy then.
What alts you looking at?
Beam.
You said Beam?
Yeah.
What is that? What ecosystem is that? That Polkadot?
It's a game coin.
Oh, game.
Gaming infrastructure coin. I think it's on Ethereum. I gotta go check the price. I haven't been looking at it. I got something else, but I can't say what it is. Spot.
Beam. ERC20. That shit's is definitely bottomed.
I know.
That's back at
Keep
original starting position.
Yeah. I know. Long story.
What is it? It's got an 83% profile score. The max supply is infinity. I don't like that. I hate those. But that's just me. What is it though?
Gaming infrastructure coin.
I mean, what type of game? Like, is it a computer game?
No, it's not one game. It's like for all games.
Is it a governance token? A little bit.
I think something like that. What is it at? Is it at 60?
Beam?
Damn, fart coin got hit, huh?
Yeah, I'll put it in up there. I try to buy Fartcoin too.
20% debt today.
Should have known better with it.
SPX.
Should have known better with it being listed on Coinbase at the 10 op.
Then that other one, SPX 6900, that thing was a beast.
Was, still is. Still is.
Still is, even at that, look, 15%.
Yeah, that ain't nothing for that thing.
That's a good pullback, but it's scary.
Yeah, that thing still at a. That thing looked like damn BNB.
Damn, open mic.
Open mic.
Open
Hot
mic.
You don't like
Gulag.
mics?
Gulag him. He doesn't know.
Малко по-оправи, моля ти, събери бухуците и на терасата. Я нахрани.
He's
Moderator.
Russian or
that's not Russian. Was it?
What is that? I don't know. That's what I hear.
Yeah, I got him.
Gracias.
I'm just looking at what got hit. Damn, is anything up today in the top 100?
Everything got hit.
There's a coin that's up today in the top 100. I'm not going to say what it is.
Except for gold and silver.
There's another one on there.
Sonic looks a little interesting.
Yeah, Sonic was, I was looking at that too. Sonic was added to the Coinbase watch list as well. What was it called again before Sonic? What was it? Phantom?
Yeah, that was Phantom.
I think I had a Phantom wallet.
I didn't know that Sonic was Phantom when I started playing with it, but I had a fish. My last fish was named Sonic, so I started playing with it in memory of my fish Sonic. And then I found out it was Phantom. I always was a little interested in Phantom, so
I like Phantom better than Sonic.
hey, Sonic pisses me off sometimes.
You checked it out on Deck Screener at all?
No.
Was he blue?
It was blue. Originally, Phantom was blue. Now it's black and white.
Oh, Phantom. Sonic was red. Are you talking about the fish or the?
I'm talking about Sonic the character, but Phantom itself before it changed to Sonic was a blue emblem, I believe.
I was talking about her fish.
Yeah, my fish was red. My current fish is blue. One day I was talking about them and I confused them. But
what type of fish?
Beta.
One of the betas?
Yeah. They only live for like 2 to 5 years, so I get a new beta every 2 to 5 years.
Don't be doing no beta fights, do you?
No.
I'm playing.
I love creatures. Nope, just
I always buy the. I buy the feeder fish. The goldfish, the feeder
broke
fish.
the trend line.
Yeah.
Please tell me it's
They're
invalid.
cool. I've had them as pets.
They never die.
I had a turtle and I got some feeder fish for the turtle. And they didn't all get eaten and they got huge.
Who's bullish? Do we buy here or we let this shit drop?
Nah. I don't buy here. Bullish and don't buy here.
I bought here, but I shouldn't have.
I buy at 100.
Why you say you shouldn't buy here? If you're bullish, wouldn't that display your conviction in buying here to help the bulls out?
Nope, because I already bought here already. I bought at 104.
Right.
And then I had to take it down to 102. And now I'm back here, so
I think
I'm
this
good.
is a shakeout. I think it goes. I think it's about to blow this popsicle stand.
I don't want to increase my liquidation.
Where's Drew at? I need some big buys. Big buys.
If they want to give me 100K, we can talk.
I don't know if we're going to go to 100.
I don't want to go there.
It is very over leveraged, so.
Please don't go there.
Got carried away.
I do not want to over leverage down there. That's where I over leverage. I thought 104 was good enough on the way down.
I wonder what's going to happen when in the next hour, half hour. This is about the time things start moving, but when I have to start getting ready to go home.
Oh, you work late?
Yeah, I work till, well, I try to work till 2, but I never end up leaving till 2:30. And then things start happening, and then I drive home, and I can't look at the charts the entire time. And then I'll have my phone charts when I get there. Once I get my business restructured, though, which I'm working on now, I'm going to focus on a home office.
At least something like that to get away from my children.
All right, I better get things wrapped up. I'll talk to you guys later.
Have a good night.
All right, peace.
Thanks. I'll be back in like 45 minutes on YouTube. Have a good night.
Drive safely.
Well, I guess we're back to moving slow again.
I wonder what's left for news this week. I don't think there's any. Let me double check.
The news was war. Iran. Israel. That's how they got us to 102.
Yeah, but like Dbloc said, that's just like sentiment. Like that's just people acting off of it. It doesn't. I don't think it really affects Bitcoin in a whole. Like it's temporary, right?
I feel like we were gonna. I thought 104 was cool, 104K, but I feel like they used that to get us to 102, and they thought they were going to use that to get us to probably 100 or 98 or whatever, but it didn't work for now. They always have something nice something that's real convenient to happen at the right time when the technicals are showing something.
Damn, look all the longs below, bro. 100, 99, 98. Oh my god. And for the shorts, everything's like 111 and up. Like the orders. I don't know.
Well, as somebody that was on the short side that has closed it, I've closed it.
You took a big loss?
Nope, I took a big win. That was up at the 108 range-ish, I think. Down to 104. And then I pivoted too damn early. Then I ate 102. Came down to that. And now I'm back over here.
Get up
Now,
above that little thing.
They want to give me 100, we can talk. Do I want it? No, I don't.
Hold it, Nelly. Hold it.
They can hold it right here. Cool enough for me. I don't need to over leverage. Don't want to be too greedy. That sure would have been nice if I could have entered down there at 102. Both ways, because then I could have closed the damn short down there and pivoted. Oh, that would be really nice. Oh well, I still did good. It's just did it a little better. It's all right. Wins win. Got to win this way now. Got 105, 106. Got to get up there, make a full recovery. 105. Maybe do a nice little cup up there, make a nice little handle. Shoot it back up. Test 110. Maybe this is the time. We're at that point in the money flow chart, and then that sucker goes. And we see that 118, 120. And at that point, I probably got to sell or pivot. I'll pivot short up there. Well, then again, maybe not. We'll see. Because if this damn thing's going to 130K, is it worth it at that point? Goes to 118, 120, then it comes back down to like 110 to test it. Well, it's a 10K range. It probably is. Yeah. What I would do is I'll leave the long open and then I'll do a hedge and I'll come short at like 118, 120.
Broke back up above the trend and go, go, go.
All right. To start. Come on, Bulls. Boom up, boom up.
Still not out of the woods yet.
Almost.
No, we're not out of the woods. You're right.
Yeah. We're trying.
That's all right. I'm a hybrid. I'm a bearish bull.
Yeah. I'm a dip buyer. Well, I try to be. It's when the dip keeps dipping that it makes it a bit hard.
What did you catch?
Well, I tried to get into XRP again, but it stopped me out, so I didn't. I just like, okay, I won't touch it then. Fine. I get the message.
You got to try again. Just figure out.
Yeah.
Hopefully you got back in.
Yeah, I'm totally in cash right now. I'm waiting for I'm waiting for more confidence. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's good because it feels safe. I mean, no matter what, you got your money, but
yeah,
you know how it goes. They could easily take off without you.
It could. I got to go to work in like half an hour, so
Did XRP stay over
You
too?
out in Australia?
Yeah, man, Australia. Yep. So probably better not to take position and then stress about it while I can't be, there to monitor it. But yeah, we'll see how the weekend treats us.
Yeah.
No, bro. I hope it's a good weekend.
Yeah, we got Jerome Powell next week. We got the FOMC. So that's like another, market moving type day potentially. That is on. Well, for me it's Thursday 4 a.m. So Wednesday afternoon for you guys, I would say. Wednesday 2 p.m. 19th of June.
I thought you were talking about right now. I was like, no, that is way off.
Nah, Wednesday next week, 2 p.m. New York time. FOMC meeting. Jerome Powell. Forecast, of course, no surprise. Another pause to the rates, no cuts. They've kept it pretty damn high. It's the highest interest rate in the world. Next is Britain with a 4.25%. Then it's Australia with a 3.85%. Yeah.
All right, we're in that money flow schematic now. We're like at the bottom range of that part.
Yeah. Well, I guess one positive that you can pull out of this, well, at least the savage selling has at least slowed down for now. Like the velocity has, yeah, it's lost momentum to the downside. But that momentum,
Right.
that's not to say that it can't pick back up again and start selling off. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Well, I mean, they used their little Iran Israel FUD to get it to 102, and that's all it got to.
Yeah.
So what are they going to use next?
Yeah. We'll see what they come up with, eh?
Let me guess, Elon.
Yeah, maybe.
Too soon.
Insert news catalyst.
I'm going Elon on this one.
Dude, I've seen bad news like come when the market didn't want to move down at the time anyway, so it had no effect. So it's like the market will only move in the direction that the news suggests if the market is ready to do that. Like the chart is ready to do it. Otherwise, the effect is just not really felt. Like it's not really impactful. So I guess this recent correction means that the market was looking to do that anyway, you know, regardless of Iran.
Yeah.
Regardless of the situation over there.
What's today? Thursday. It's Friday. Okay, so here comes the weekend trap. Now.
Yeah, we trap
the
better.
trap.
Trapping bulls.
The shorts could be trapped now.
Yeah.
Possibly. And now we could be coming all the way up to trap the longs. So
Or they might be trapping the bulls this weekend.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, huh? There's no doubt there's bulls already trapped up high.
Okay, you could. I guess that would be starting before the weekend, though.
Yeah, like, well, people stuck in positions up high. But if you mean trap is in like in the CME and all that, yeah, like in the
Got the
gaps.
CME.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a clue. They came for their CME. They came below it, and that could have been the trap shorts.
And then everything else is just like an
the trap longs.
An over exaggeration, perhaps.
I'm saying it backwards. The trap longs. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, good.
So now we trap the shorts. I was saying it backwards. I'm sorry.
So good.
So maybe now we trap the shorts.
Yeah, it's potential.
You guys think we're rolling over here?
I hope that's the case. Please trap some shorts. You don't want to trap shorts?
No rollover.
It looks bearish
wanna
on the
go
screen.
down.
What do you think, Rick?
I think yeah, well it's definitely not bullish. The trend is down.
It's holding the bull line, all right, yo.
Yeah, like
keep hope alive.
Yeah, I know there's the people that want to hear hope and hopium, but the reality, like, it's not even an opinion. Like the trend is down. There's a downtrend that we're in right now. Identifying like the pivot point, like is the selling exhausted? Yeah, there's ways to sort of check that.
It looks like it's just getting ready to fall straight down out of this wedge. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
What about?
Oh yeah, as long as if you see price start to attack and regain like position above moving averages, that's a good start. Like so, Bitcoin above the 200 EMA, on like the, you know, the time frames that it lost the 200 EMA, like probably like the hourly, maybe, I'm guessing. Yeah, the hourly,
What were
it
you,
lost.
what were you saying about the oscillators?
Oscillators usually shine when price is stuck in a range. So you could argue that Bitcoin's in a range between all-time high and about 100K. Like you could class that as some kind of range. And you just have to get to a time frame that reflects the all-time high as the oscillator topping out, and the 100K test is where the oscillator bottomed out. And then that's how you know you're on the right time frame to get context of the oscillators on that. So the 4 hour seems to reflect the key moments pretty well. The 4 hour like RSI. Also the 4 hour MACD is not too bad. So I would only start getting bullish if the 4 hour Bitcoin MACD starts to suggest that it's going to start crossing up. The good thing is that it's dipped below the histogram on the chart. So that's a good start. I'll let me put it up on screen for you guys. I'll show you before I go to work. Something to look at.
Where do you have to work? What time is it there?
It's 4:21 p.m. So 4:20. It's yeah.
Is that your time? 4:20?
Yeah, 4:20. Except I got to go to work instead of relax.
I'm kidding.
So if you let me get a clean chart. Let's go BTC USD like Bitfinex or something like that. I don't have any drawings on that chart. Okay, so I'll just draw 2 lines. I'll draw an all-time high up here, and I'll draw a $100,000 down here, something like that. Coordinates.
I like the MACD.
Yeah, so if you can see, like check it out, like see that the 15-minute chart, it doesn't really give you tops or bottoms. Like yes, there's highs and lows, but it's not giving you the big swings. Like it's not really depicting that very well. The hourly might, like, oh look at that, that's bottomed out really nice there. So that sort of depicted that. However, I think, see how much noise there is between the all-time high and then that last weekend pivot. If you look at the RSI, we came to the same levels like multiple times on RSI anyway. So that's not really giving you any clarity on where the highs are. So just find a time frame that is giving you that distinction. So if you go to the 4 hour chart though, like look at this. This is different. You've now got an extreme to look at. The high, there's the all-time high. And here is like, it's picking out the significant like lows and highs. Look, punch out above it, that's a high. See how they correspond on the price on the 4 hour? And look at the MACD. Beautiful crossover. There's a dip to buy there. You know, it did a cross back there.
It looks so bearish. But we're bottoming out on the RSIs at least.
Arguably, so did this bit. That looked extremely bearish. Like all of this, like coming down here, that was all. But then you had this, like this reaction. So it's the same again. Like you got this downturn, which could give you a reaction. It just depends if the range is respected. See, this is where I've got the range: 100,000 range low, all-time high, range high, or something like that. It's not so precise, but it's within that. It's within those boundaries, I would say. Like I think that's pretty reasonable to suggest that that's the boundaries of the range that we're in right now. And And the oscillators kind of help you identify like the turning points. So I wouldn't start really getting truly excited until you see the stochastic RSI cross back up into the band here above 30. And then you want to see a MACD cross up. So do like that, where it crosses up. And then your histogram bars start changing color and then even going green. And then, of course, RSI. Like if RSI is to, maybe let's say the next couple of bars, it finds a bottom and then pivots. Are we getting? Ooh, we might, like, you know what?
I think it might be. I think it's rolling over right now.
There's some kind of evidence here of some bullish divergence as well, but we do have to pivot to lock that in because look, we're already RSI. We are already equal, if not lower, on RSI, but the price just ain't that low. So that is divergent. Any divergence that you identify on the bottom of the oscillator is bullish divergence. Any divergence that you identify on the top is bearish. So because we found this divergence on the bottom, that means bull divergence, which means there will be some kind of, it's just hinting at the possibility of like an upside coming soon, you know?
I hope so.
There is actually a divergence indicator, though it's not highlighting it here. See if it does it on the daily. No. Yeah, so it's not actually drawing in the divergence yet. But if price manages to stay above this low here and the RSI travels further down, that is massively divergent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is kind of like a little hint at what's going on, you know?
We may be in for some upside. Maybe. If there's no bad news.
Yeah. Yeah, if the RSI did something like that where it got extremely dipped, but the price kind of still hung around this level, then that's really cool. That's a good indication.
I'm looking at the liquidation heat map and holy shit, it's filling up.
Yeah, man.
Like I've never seen
Liquidation
so much, bro. At 100K and down.
Have you
Holy.
seen the 93? Have you seen the $93,000 level for Bitcoin? How much liquidity is down there in a cluster? Like it's like a cluster of liquidity down at 93.
Do you think it's going down there though?
I mean, just because there's liquidity there doesn't mean it has to, but it's just like it becomes a point of interest if you are heading in that direction, you know? You sort of go, oh, you know, there is at least a liquidity reason to go visit that level. I think if it did, it would probably get it over and done with pretty quickly. Like it would be a spike down and we'd get it all over and done with within a week. But yeah, it's not easy. Like nothing's ever like so black and white and easy to call. It's always difficult to be so sure about it, you know, otherwise we'd all be rich if it was so easy. But we can only ever speculate and have an educated guess and sort of try to identify moments like these that have happened on the chart before so that we know how the market handles those kind of scenarios and situations, you know. So we've seen something like this is what happened last weekend. Like we were dipping pretty nasty. People were getting a bit freaked out. It's the same thing.
Yeah, we pulled out of it last weekend though, no? We thought we were heading into a weekend trap and then we went like a leg up and I don't even think we revisited, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It's the real tell comes in when we try to make a high, because if we don't break structure back to the upside and get higher, the writing's on the wall that you're getting more highs, and that's that's not strong. That is weak. That's a sign of weakness. So the highs coming in kind of help to define what's going on, but we just don't have that information yet. We're only dealing with the dip so far, not the bounce.
I guess you could hedge these lows with your YouTube channel. Put a membership on there.
Yeah.
Become a trading guru.
Yeah, nah.
Oh, you could coach people.
It's wrong. Like, it's like, because you're exploiting people that don't know, like, the difference. They don't know otherwise. So, all they know.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, I know. But it kind of happens out there. Like, there's people that exploit people that have no clue what they're doing. You know. So.
No, you left and right.
Yeah, they don't know any different. So that's why it's up to us, like, that have been around a couple of cycles, to sort of call out the garbage, tell people what to avoid, and don't get sucked into all the stupid hype videos like "old season's coming, these are my top 10 picks," you know. That kind of crap.
Yeah, you have a good channel. You don't charge. You're a good Samaritan.
Oh yeah, I mean, try to be. I wish I had somewhat like channels like Dbloc's when I was completely new, but I didn't. No one was doing that at that time. No one had channels that were, you know, kind of like a crypto nursery where they were looking after all the newbies, all the new people.
When I came in like a year and 2024 February.
Oh yeah.
I first discovered crypto banter. Like, that was my introduction, and it was not a good introduction. I mean, I guess it could be worse.
Yeah, they're okay, but they're not like.
It's not good.
They're overhyped.
I
think they're not that amazing.
I think they guide a lot of people to like over leveraging.
I've certainly seen a lot of their like videos like, oh, these are the alts that we're sniping out, and you know, 2 days later it's completely dumping or something. You know what I mean?
I heard they were great, and they were constantly like, buy the dip, and like the dip kept dipping.
Yeah, shilling altcoins and like highlighting like good things to look at, and yeah, that's kind of, it's a slippery slope.
And then I learned you should wait for confirmation that the dip is not still dipping.
Yeah, some structural identifiers that supports are being held, and you're getting higher lows and that kind of stuff. The hints kind of start on the lower time frames and they work their way up. So if you look at the weekly chart, there's probably no threat to the uptrend yet, you know? Like, it's probably still fine. It's like, yeah, this is a dip, but it's not threatening the weekly structure, so to speak. We're still above 100,000 for now. Yeah.
Hey, is it cold there now? It's winter time.
Hey, mate, some people are getting thirsty, Rick. I think you better get to work.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It
Are
is
you
cold.
late? Are you running late?
I'm putting a jumper on and pants and everything. Yeah, people will be boozing up on a Friday night.
It's never cold in Brisbane. It's never cold in Brisbane, mate. Put on your shorts.
Yeah, it's not that cold.
Don't be late for us.
Try being down here, mate. We've got the cold snap.
Oh, yeah, you would. Yes, you'd be feeling it. You've got like the Antarctic weather systems that come up from the south.
Yep.
Whew. A little bit nippy.
Yep.
Yeah, far out.
What up, boys?
What up?
Yo, what's up?
Very interesting day.
Have you finished work for the day, Fly?
I don't have a bloody job. What do you reckon?
Oh yeah,
I'm
nice.
kind of retired at the moment, but we'll see.
Oh, well, that's good. That's the goal. That would be beautiful.
I haven't retired a millionaire though. We'll see how it works out. They might drag me back later in the year. We'll see.
You've retired to the streets.
I'm skirting around the edges.
You've retired to the bedroom.
Yeah. Full time looking after well, yeah, it's complicated. Let's just say family matters.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm with you. I'm in the same kind of boat actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that it's not my family, it's my sister.
Anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you, mate. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if on the 15-minute we got a fractaling of this W pattern again.
15-minute of Bitcoin?
Yeah, you have Bitcoin.
Yeah, okay. You know, I was looking at just the nature of this bounce here, this beautiful V that we had, and it's like, can you draw up like yeah, it kind of looks, it's got like similarities, dude.
That's like a 1-to-1.
I hope so. It's the same magnitude of drop. It's got all of the elements there. We're sort of, if you could argue that we're in this little cluster here trying to figure out what we're due to do. And then, yeah, before you know it, we could be on our way back. I didn't even stretch that. That was just a complete duplicate of over here. It's just like perfect copy. But yeah, similar time, similar push.
Yeah. Let's hope so.
Yeah.
I'm hoping so anyway.
If you duplicate that 1-for-1, like the entire run, like where it goes to the high, I mean, it never works out like this. It never goes that perfect, but just for fun, let's see where that goes. Take it off automatic. That takes it to a new all-time high of 113,000 if it was to do that. Woo.
And I think 111 is a trigger to send us flying upward.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, if we can bust through 111 convincingly, that's, yeah, it's like what's above us? Nothing really. The all-time high.
Yeah, that's the word for it. Convincingly.
Yeah, exactly. You need candle closes and stuff.
You need like, you need to, like, people need to be convinced. Okay, this is the level where we're just gonna hold. We're not gonna sell. We don't take profit at 110.
This whole time that we've spent above 100,000, you could argue that is like a sort of way that the market is convincing everyone that Bitcoin deserves to be above 100,000. You know, like all this time, like we start feeling comfortable above 100.
That triple touch on 110 though, that we had the past 3-4 days, that's heavy manipulation. You could see it's with a naked eye. You could see the triple touch, and you could see that the powers that be don't want it there yet. But we triple touch 110 without retail.
Guys, the breaking news. Jordanian skies. The rockets are on the Jordanian sky heading toward Israel now.
Oh shit.
From Jordan.
Rockets, not just drones now. Oh my gosh.
Okay,
like warheads.
Actually, you know those safety, what they call it in English? the horns, which you hear it all over the country that there is a
Air
war.
raid,
What?
air raid siren.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's all over the streets outside, and they
Oh,
are
yeah,
saying
Jordan's airspace is all shut down. Yeah, yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, man, it's crazy.
That's
Wait,
scary, dude.
why is
Actually,
Jordan in?
last time Iran they hit Israel, they did not do that. So it's weird this time that they are saying, and they are just asking everyone to stay at home.
Yeah. Well, if anyone's in that region, please stay safe. You know, I don't know if you can stay safe from a strike like that. Damn. I don't know how you would. You'd probably just leave the area, right?
It's also
Why is
close. It's also close. Everyone's so close there. It's
coming from
crazy.
Jordan?
I'm thinking about
Really,
Anan. He's in that area.
in the
Jeez.
middle.
Yeah. Well, I think Iraq is smack bang between Iran and Israel, right? Like
Yeah,
Iraq is in the middle.
Jordan and Iraq is
Yeah,
between.
he's in Jordan.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we're bordering Israel. They are bordering Iran.
So, so if you're in those countries, you might see the activity flying overhead. Is that right?
We did it.
Yeah.
One day I will share a video for that.
Yeah, that's wild.
It was crazy night, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I was driving my car like.
Are you safe? Are you in a safe area?
Yeah. I'm next to the American embassy, like literally 1 minute and a half away walking distance.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, keep safe, brother.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you for the information.
The rockets are coming from Jordan, not
They
Iran.
are using the Jordanian skies. That's why they are asking everyone to do not go from home so they will not get hurt. Because you know there was an incident the other day that a failure rocket just fall into city, the capital actually of Jordan, Amman.
Are you in Romania?
No, Jordan, Amman, the capital, Amman.
He's right in the middle.
I wish I can let you hear what I'm hearing, guys. Unbelievable. This is the first time in my life.
I'm sorry you're going through that.
Yeah, all our thoughts are going out to you, mate.
If you can, man, like if you have family with you, how far is it to like get out there, but get out of the area by land?
No, Jordan will not have any problem.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Like, the rockets are coming from Jordan.
Coming from the sky, you can see it. If you just
Jordan, over.
You just see them. Like you see hundreds of rockets flying next to each other going to Israel. I'll share. Yeah, I'll share that. I have a small video from the previous one back in February. I'll try to share it on the public chat.
Crazy.
Sounds very
There's
scary.
going to be a response for sure. That's inevitable. So the 15-minute has really got to get, recover this time frame. It needs to come back over 104.240, and 104.420 is that pivot point. And it's slowly, you know, the more time we spend here, the more bearish it'll get, because the 50 EMA is going to come under that line, that upward angle, so that we're going to lose shoot, I'm losing my words. Our impulse up. So we kind of need to be moving forward at this point before long. So the 50 EMA on the 15-minute is at 104.975. And I'd really like to, you know, get over that 420 area so that we can curve, you know, further before that 6 hour. Otherwise, it's possible to see those lower numbers through the weekend. 106 is important to achieve today. So that would be the 800 EMA on a 15-minute. 800 EMA is above 106.5. So that would help us curve and see it right here. It would be that turning point. So you go from a descending angle to a more horizontal, and then we begin to get our upswing again at 107.7. So this is extremely important to go after this 50 EMA, and then throughout the day, try to achieve that 800 and the 200 before things start curving down below. So this doesn't look terrific here. If we, you know, can't even get our 5 EMA at this point. So now when we come up to this pole here, by 3:30 in the morning, my time is about an hour. It's 2:45. 3:45 would be an hour. 3:40. So less than an hour from now, we might see an impulse up.
I damn sure hope so.
Yep. It's got to come now. Yeah, cross this gap. Okay, so on the 5-minute, we're at the bottom of the structure. We've got 50 MA in between the 50 EMA and the 13. So it's right here, about 104,074. And price is just under that 5 EMA. There's some liquidity down below our previous low here. So if we go after that, you know, it's possible to, let's see if we would make a lower low. Well, no, we wouldn't. We'd still be up higher. So we can come down here, grab that 103,791-ish. And then come back up. We just don't want a continuation downward from that point, from this point. We just want this to be a little liquidity grab and then one up.
Thanks for the update, BJ.
No problem. Good morning.
Morning.
Early morning.
Good morning,
It is.
America.
Yeah, good morning.
It is
Rick.
it's 11 p.m. for me.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
It's like almost 3 a.m. here.
you must be West Coast. Oh, that's right, Alaska. Nice.
1 hour behind. Yeah, West Coast. 1 hour behind West Coast time.
Oh, there's our pop-up. Let's see if it holds up there. Woohoo! Yay! We need a continuation over 104,420, everybody.
We need some bullish energy.
We do. We need it. Let's go. I think I'll refrain from saying rockets today.
Oh, yeah.
No rocket.
No rockets.
Let's go. Let's go.
No
Let's go.
more rockets.
Hi, Fly.
Hey, BJ. Always good to hear you.
It's always good to hear you too.
Oh, hey, the vector crossed the 50. Dbloc was talking about how that's what we needed.
Big bus.
All right, now if we can come on up here and go over that 105,420, that will be thrilling.
I don't trust it just yet. Looks like a bear flag.
No, you don't trust. Yeah, we still have a lot of descending pressure. Remember that 800 is way up here, way up there.
Yeah. The 50, the 100 has already crossed it, the 800, 200 is pointing downwards. Once that 200 crosses the 800, that's going to be something.
Yep, we got work to do, but we're moving in the right direction. Yeah, we have plenty of work to do.
I think is going to cross the 800 in about 2 or 3 candles. The 15. So short term. Unless you can scalp it for what it is, and good luck. But yeah, I think that's right, BJ. If we go above, at least above 105, with 13 coming, the 13 has to give us a confirmation that it has enough strength to go above the 50. At least that. I don't mind if it goes sideways, as long as the 50 keeps going down and the 13 keeps going up. Then we can have some price action we can agree on. Right now, that's too dangerous of a gap. Unless you got AI doing the trades for us. Or you got a pro gamer of a finger on your mouse. Maximize your profits per candle, but like, yeah, that's a little stressful.
You got to be sharp as a tack. You got to be sharp as
BJ.
You got to be sharp as BJ. Yes, you do.
The chat said that you're America's sweetheart.
Oh, that's so sweet. Wow.
It was actually me, but I said it in the chat.
Sweet. Thank you.
But the chat is BJ positive right now.
Go BJ. That my BJ.
Last
BJ's
night,
very
BJ
smart.
saved my life.
She's smart. She's America's sweetheart. Somebody said that you're adorable.
You're so nice. Thank you. That'll keep
That wasn't me. Somebody else said
me
it.
awake for a few more hours anyway. Give me.
BJ is our Morpheus.
She's the America's sweetheart version of that, like, the X-Men guy who like runs the school and he's like a super psychic.
So was that green line? That's what we were looking for to cross?
Yep. We have the second one here. Yep. We got to get over both of them. And then we have to close the candles so that the bottom we open up above, the previous close.
Oh, yes, Professor. Yes. Sweet Professor. The chat is so pro BJ right now.
Oh, good. That means that they weren't earlier. I was just kidding.
No, I don't know. It's just happening right now. I'm reading it. Somebody said I'm pro BJ.
Well, BJ sat down. She started telling us about the lines that we need to cross, and we started crossing them.
You bet. I make the market move. Let me tell you what. Yeah.
Oh, I see the mouse moving.
Yeah.
The market isn't balanced without BJ.
I see that you see this moving. Man, I thought that move right there was gonna go downward, not upward.
Nope. Nope.
Kristen said the bears are terrified because BJ is on fire.
Yeah, those bears need to go back in their cave for a little while.
BJ roar and scare those bears away. Everybody loves you. Look at that. You should read the chat right now.
Oh, let me try.
How we feeling, chat? I'm bad. I had to run to the gym
Morning,
real quick.
Dbloc.
Hey, BJ.
What up, D? You still awake?
Awake? Oh yeah. Just banged out a quick session at the gym.
Oh, nice. Oh, it's still 3 a.m. Okay. Yeah, you're still good.
3 a.m. is like brunch hour for Dbloc.
Vector candles on the 5.
Definitely apologize for the slow motion recovery of this thing, but it's gonna make for one good 12-hour stream, I guess. Need to rename it to Catch a Fallen Knife.
I try to catch about 10.
Catch a falling knife and put it in your wallet.
Excuse me.
It seems that everybody have been a juggler.
AXBT is back to like the very bottom of its range.
Yeah, poor alts, man.
BJ, what do you think of Fartcoin? What's your expertise?
So I have not looked at that coin. I just don't think I would buy that coin just because of the name. Maybe I'm just old fashioned.
Oh, I think we talked about that once. I forgot about that.
I just don't like it.
It's fair enough. Fair enough.
Hi.
Are you still bullish on Dogecoin, BJ?
Yes, I am. However, I'm not it's not ready yet. It's getting there. I could put that chart up if you want, but I'd like to wait for this move over to get over with here, and then I'll do that.
Oh yeah, whatever you need to do. You don't.
We just hit our bullish trigger on Bitcoin.
Yep, we did.
Big buys. Big buys.
This could take us to 105.1 and hopefully over 105.266. But that 200 is going to be a big reach for right now.
Our first measured move from the original W is at 152. Our current measured move from the larger fractal that we put in is 165.
Yeah, I agree. I got it right there.
I just, because today is again a CME close, right? I just hope it's then a bit higher than the previous week, otherwise we are stuck with the same issue, no?
Was that bullish trigger a common spot for retail to go, okay, we're all jumping in here?
Nah, it's subjective. It's a bullish trigger because of the resistance and the gaps above and the sell orders that were sitting right there.
So
Meaning if all of
subjective
that
to who?
breaks and it gets into those liquidations and into this vector gap, it should be a faster move.
Okay.
We're sort of dealing with that supply right now.
What part of the cycle was in when the Ukraine war started?
But it's still the bear
Do you know?
market.
Okay. I was wondering if it was like maybe comparable to to this.
It's a different part of the cycle. I blame hardly any of this at all on anything that happened today in Israel, personally.
I see what yeah, fair enough.
This part right here, if we're going to point at anything, right, it would be this section of basically retail panic. But market maker put the brakes on at 104.2. Right, that was our technical drop. That was the clearing of the CME gap. And then retail just kind of lost their mind for a little bit.
Insert news event.
But people love a good excuse to sell. And shorters love a good excuse to keep shorting. So we'll have to see how many days this sort of war cloud sits above us for. But right now, let me just take off this pattern. Let me just run back to where we were so you can see what I meant about these W's fractaling. All right, so this was our first W pattern. Oh, I did not do that. And let's go to the 1 minute, I guess. This was the first W pattern that brought us out. Right, we all caught it together. Well, we all spotted it together, followed it up, went through all the stress of it breaking down or whatnot. So this was the first W here. Right, and our measured move for that W was at 104. Right, so let's look at what price did for a second. We take the neckline of the W, right? We broke the W, did not get the measured move, came down, did not hold the neckline, but didn't invalidate, put in a higher low, right? That was that W. Then that higher low that we put in gave us a larger fractal, right? That then brought this W here into play. I'll make it a different color so it's not weird. That brought this green W into play, right? So we fractaled from a smaller W into a larger W. On the breakout of this larger W, we hit the measured move for the first one, right? So this measured move is hit. Now on the retest of the break of the W, same as here, we broke, right? Broke down, but didn't invalidate the W. So now, even on a larger fractal now, on the 15 or the half an hour, now we have, now we've got our third stage. That's our current W. So as these go, remember we talked about stop losses and invalidations. As we go building out, we go locking in our gains and moving up our invalidations. Let me move this so it's not so in the way. And now we're waiting for the breakout of the larger W that'll eventually give us the measured move from our second one. The same way that the breakout of our second one gave us the measured move of our first one. If the fractal's gonna continue, we'll keep scaling like that all the way up through time frames. Right. So that's basically how we got to where we are now, right? This is the 1 minute, but now when you go to the 15, right, for the first time on a larger time frame, the 15, we have our higher low fractal, right? Or as close as we've come to the beginning of a bottoming pattern. Now we just got to break our MAs. If and when we close eventually above 106.6, that'll be a full recovery from today's dip.
That'll work.
Building plenty of liquidity underneath, so the bulls are really chomping at the bit here to long this, so we got to be careful, because if that gets too hectic, it's going to be irresistible for market maker to come liquidate them. So bulls right now, your biggest enemies are leverage bulls.
Uh-oh. That's me.
You shorting and longing?
No, I've been long since 104. But that was before any of this happened. That was on the way down on the initial downward movement. So I had to watch 102 and all that. And I'm just finally in the profit. But I guess it does put me in the leverage group. Although I didn't just open it.
Now, what I'm talking about is people going 100x long right underneath price and sitting their liquidation levels closer and close. You know, like it becomes too attractive. Like, look at how close this guy's flying to the sun right here.
Yeah, that ain't me.
And this guy just opened his long here.
Oh, he's tripping.
Yeah, they're trying to make something happen.
There's no way he makes it. Get that damn thing closed. Get out of here. He won't. Well, I had to burn him real quick with a wick. But what I'm looking at is that guy over there at 103. Can't see. Is that 650?
Yeah.
How is he surviving? He should have been done burnt. I guess he's gonna eat. Maybe. Maybe not. A lot of people hit the sideline though.
I don't know. Seemed like chat anyways was pretty aggressively buying the dips here today.
Maybe I'm wrong.
But that's just us. Yeah. Not a lot of people.
How about the dip before the dip was done?
Me too. Me too. A pink candle.
ABC wave people, Elliott wave people still talking about 95K?
Bless their hearts.
I'm 98.
Probably both. Elliott wave guys can never agree. I've seen some amazing Elliott wave TA. I've never met two Elliott wave traders in the same room at the same time that agreed what wave they were on. It always ends up being an hour and a half discussion, each one trying to prove to each other that they're on wave 3 or wave 2 or...
Well, I've watched like a pretty good Elliott wave guy like go on and just with his own cases, and he'll go on for like 40 minutes with his all of his
You hear
different.
Zeusy do the same thing sometimes. Whenever he's quiet and he's in that, I mean, whenever everything's quiet and he's in that mode when he's talking to himself, if you ever hear him go through like some Elliott wave shit, he'll change his mind like 3 or 4 times. It's funny. I find Elliott waves to be really good explanatory tools. Right, once a move is done, come back, dissect. Just I don't find them to be very predictive. Doesn't make my trading any quicker.
It gets too much for me when you have like one person has 5 different possibilities.
Yeah.
Like that's a lot.
Well, that's how you're right though with Elliott waves. One of those will play. And then you'd be like, oh, okay, we must have been on a wave 3. And then this was the
That's
wave 4,
ridiculous.
and then that's the wave 5.
Yeah, okay. Just choose every possibility, and you're right.
It's done. I mean, it can be done correctly. I know people who do. You know, the thing is that there's math attached to Elliott waves. There's certain percentages that need to be hit. And sometimes you'll see people just doing Elliott waves by eye. And that's not the proper way to do them. When you do them by eye, you'll find them everywhere. The
Seems
same
like
as
most of them
harmonics.
do by eye.
Right? It's the same as harmonics. It's the same as any sort of overcomplicated system. Like, there's beauty in when it works, right? There's beauty in confluence. Now, when it comes to trading, you want speed. You want speed and accuracy. Speed and directional accuracy. You don't need 30 possibilities. You don't need, you know what I mean? Like that, it doesn't help. That's slow. It's like analysis paralysis, right? It'll slow your trades down. But it's really fun to go in and find tons of different correlations and cool spider line hits and just market symmetry, right? Like math is. This is the thing people have said that math is beautiful. We're like hardcore nerds. And I guess I wasn't wrong, but I didn't understand until crypto. And just seeing some of the like symmetry that plays out.
I think that guy closed his long under us there. Or is that it right there on that 104,000?
What do you mean? I haven't checked the book in a second.
Well, on your chart, there was a guy when we were just talking the prior conversation that was long. That we
I didn't.
Guy right here.
I didn't hear it. I don't know.
I think he disappeared. That's good. Unless that's him right there at 104. That one little, is that a red line? I can't see it good. Oh well, guess it's too petty anyway. So what did you get filled all the way at the 102 and all that?
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, So, because remember we were on the 1 minute, so I caught the stopping volume candle here. I added to my position at that higher low. Added to my position at the breakout. Didn't move my stop loss because we didn't hold support. And then price came all the way back down and almost wicked my stop loss, bro. So close to wicking my stop loss. Wow. Right, my stop loss was still underneath these wicks. So stop loss was under here, came, built that out, pushed out, moved my stop loss up.
Oh, you were moving.
Got another piece of entry here. And then I haven't put anything back in since then. Those are like my 4 entries. I didn't catch this until a little bit higher though. Somewhere in those ranges. My average is right around 103.1 probably.
Oh, a lot better than me. I just bought at 104 and stared after that.
I like when we're in active drops because Catching the Fallen Knife is one of my favorite games. It's one of the most dangerous games, and you shouldn't do it if you're new. but I love it, bro. It's just so easy for me. Like, I don't even mean that in like a cocky way. I just mean you buy, you know where your stop goes. You know, hits your stop. Okay, I was wrong. If it doesn't hit your stop, cool. Puts in another support, you know where your stop goes. If it hits your stop, cool. You made a tiny little bit of money. If not, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, I had to stop. It was in the 90s, upper 90s. But what happened to me is when it got to 102, I wanted to buy it like at 100, and like a little over 100. I didn't get it, but it was cool.
no, I got you.
So I was like 104. Then I was gonna go 100, and then I was thinking worst. We're gonna maybe hit the 90s, and then I'd buy some more, but it didn't work out. So I just got stuck at 104. I didn't get 104. I didn't get to buy the damn 100. But
The problem with getting too ahead of ourselves on these drops is that if you automatically start thinking 90, or if you already, you know, start thinking, okay, mid 90s or something, then 102 is not going to seem like a good buy until you get to 104.
well, that's the thing. I wasn't. I bought at 104.
Yeah, I remember you said it was on the way down that you, yeah, I remember you were saying.
And then I was waiting to get like 101 or 100, a little over 100, and I didn't get it. So like probably should have. I was a little over aggressive, but at the same time, I was a little early. I don't know what to call that.
EMAD, a 104 is a pivot point, so it's not like it's a bad buy. It's whether
No,
or not
I'm not saying
this pivot point holds.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying I should have scaled my buys a little bit more than
Yeah.
104, than 100, than 90 something.
Yeah.
It's fine. Ultimately, I didn't have to over leverage, so I'm cool with it. It's just cool to see where other people are at and see what they got down there. There's a couple people that got 102 in here.
Pal, I'll look into it, but I don't think there's a way for me to add subtitles without slowing the lag of the stream down. Like we're on a 1 to 2 second delay right now. If I had subtitles, it turns it to a 5 to 6 second delay. But I need to see what I can do about for the VODs, right? Once it gets recorded and uploaded, I might be able to turn them on for the recordings. I got you. I'll look into it.
What threw me off was that war news crap. It wasn't in my game plan. I was just looking at the CME Gap at that time and thinking if we could come under that some, that would be good. Not that that was the reason, but I mean, kind of threw me off.
Well, yeah, in the long term, yeah. Right. Anything that's uncertain is good for Bitcoin because Bitcoin is a defensive play. But you have to get over the initial shock of bombs and shit going off. Right? Nothing about the war made the price drop. What made the continuation happen after it came out was people's fears that someone else would sell their Bitcoin and they didn't want to be holding the bag. Right? So you try to get out of the way of the problem, then you wake up in the morning and you've already recovered the dip. It's not a good place to be sitting.
The thing with
And then on top of it, go ahead, DJ.
Well, the thing with Bitcoin is that you usually get another chance. I mean, it's just rather, there's rarely a time that you don't almost come back to a full, a roundabout. You just might have to wait. You might wait 2 hours, or you might wait a couple days, but typically speaking, you can come back to almost your entry, unless we're at a macro point, you know. So if you miss it by a little bit, it's not much. But on leverage, that's a different story, obviously. But on spot, you can, you know, you don't have to panic about not getting the actual bottom.
That's crazy. Like if 102 holds down there, that's only what, a little over 2% than the last time it came to 100. My God, it's close.
Yeah, this 102,991 is an extremely powerful number, in my opinion, because it goes across from way back under here. It's like the it's like the horizon. If well, this is too messy, but it really is like a horizontal inflection point. So other than that number, it's the 98.5. And the reason why 98.5 is important around there is because the 1 minute, I know it sounds crazy, but the 1 minute 50 EMA climbed up over that spot. And when your 800s come up and over, that's the start of a new series, right? And so you're building upon the 800, and that started from back here. Make sure I get that out. Boom. So I'm on.
Well, it's good to know.
Yep. So you have you have a macro cross right here. So that's why we need this line up here, and that is now that 104, because up here is our 200. So that's why we get this arc, and we meet that inflection point from right here, from this center, because you get like a skirt, the swing up from the left, okay, and that circle goes upward and counterclockwise, right? And then if you can imagine, then that spiral comes up and counterclockwise, but then it folds in the center, right? And so then it spits out, right? And then we're going to go up from that point and make another spin. And then you have a burst up and out from here. And so this angular that is produced from the bottom on the outer ring on the left side of the chart is what we're trying to cross now in order to achieve the numbers from 111 to upwards of 130 and higher. And because that, if you see here, you come out and through, so you almost have like two areas of spin. So here's the one area and the tighter spin, and then it comes around from here, right? Here's the outer edge, and there's the top, right? This is the top here. See where that blue line crosses like that, like this? And there was a potential of coming up to this point from this move, right? Right here. So you have potential of achieving a higher number over here of 115, but we didn't. So then you have the spin, tighter, and then you come down. We came way down under here, And so in through the middle is the higher averages, like the 200. So the 200 EMA is flowing right through this section between this pole and this pole, right? And then when price comes back up to meet that 200, I know this is messy, just think about it. When price comes up to meet that 200 up here and we cross that, then we're able to come out this spoke and build upon it, because now we're building upon the higher moving averages that were achieved from back here. So that's what we're doing. If we cannot get over the 800 here, like on this 15 minute that we're just talking about, then we're going to curl over, and we'll have to dig down deeper until we can find that again and bottom, and then come up again. So we're either going to do it now and come on back up over the top on this angular, or we're going to fail here and come down and potentially to the 84 area and possibly even back to the 60s. But it looks like our time is running out to get down to those lower levels. But I'm not trying to scare anybody, because that's not what I think. I'm just saying that's a possibility of what can happen. If you had like a black swan event where everybody just folds under, then the movement can just happens rather quickly, and you can just lose, descend, because it's all it would just flow right out from underneath us, similar to what happened during FTX and so on. But because we're building upon a structure from over here, and then we climb up, the 800s are up higher. So if we cross them, then we build up and we go further from this area. So it's like a cross here and here. And because this cross happened from such a deep level from down, we have the potential of achieving higher number. In fact, when you really look, you can go to the 500s from this point. That's no joke. It doesn't. I'm not talking about in 2 days, 2 weeks, but in years. Yes, you can. You can. That's right here. If I see the 400, that's not a wild number. That can happen. But anyway, we'll get out of the pies in the sky, and we will come back to Earth and see if we can at least get to 105,000 today.
Yes, ma'am.
Dbloc, do you have any targets that you thought about yet to the upside for the trade?
Other than the ones that are on the screen?
For your 102K entry, like have you thought about where you would take profits? Oh, okay, they already there?
Yeah, 105.2 is the first measured move. 106.6 is the second measured move. If we reject off of that, if we reject off of the support demand zone, which was our front run danger, if we test that bearishly, I'm taking my profits from 102.
At the full recovery.
Yep. At the failure of the full recovery, yeah.
Okay.
Unless I see like significant weakness at the 200. Excuse me.
And that's at what, 105, 200?
200 is at, yeah, 105.2.
Okay, thank you. Keep an eye out.
Chip, that AI just made up some shit you wanted to hear, bro. That's crazy. Sometimes I'll try to ask it questions and I don't give it enough. Like I'm speaking to it the way I speak to you guys. I'll use crypto terms. I won't define them. But I'll just ask it something random and it'll give me this like wild poetic ass answer. And it's like, that is 1000% wrong. But, you know, good attempt, I guess. Yeah, we can take a look at M2. We're going to be deviated from it. I would imagine here. Let's take all of this up so fast. So these 75 offset boys are loving life right now with this dip because it brought them right back in the correlation. Watch. Right, so now before when they were saying that their two peaks were already done, now they're saying, nah, this is the second peak.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going on? But more importantly, it's just the direction, right? The fact that our directionality is still up. So that should be interesting for now. I'm in the middle of answering a question, Clive. Just give me 1 second, okay?
Go ahead. Yeah, no problem.
Appreciate you. So that's the 75-day offset, guys. The 95-day offset, guys, are still lower, but either way, we're deviated. Right, bit of a deviation. Nothing big on big time frames. Not meant to be followed. Like I said, dip for valley, but the 75-day offset, guys, or the 105-day offset, guys, say we're right here. I didn't go ahead, Clive.
I'm saying there's about a 20% chance BTC sub 100 tomorrow. Futures are really, I mean, obviously, yesterday I came in and said, be careful because the embassy staffs are being moved, U.S. personnel are being moved, et cetera, et cetera. U.S. green-lighted this whole Israeli attack. They knew it was coming. It's been in the works for 15 years, but I think BTC has a good chance. I'm not going to put a specific number on it, but sub 100 tomorrow, sometime next 24 plus hours.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Market will probably drop 3 to 5% tomorrow at open. It's already down 2.
How you figure?
Because I'm watching all the futures from all the countries. Oil is already up 9%.
Damn.
3 hours ago.
Yeah, oil and gold went stupid.
Yeah.
Defensive plays.
I mean, Iran has no chance of hitting Israel. We green-lighted the whole thing. We said we're not involved, but if they attack back,
Just
U.S. is going to defend Israel.
Just like we said, we weren't involved with the Ukraine knocking out 33% of Russia's nuclear capabilities. 2 attacks on our 2 major nuclear rivals in 2 weeks, and yeah, we definitely had a lot to do. Probably way more than just planning stages too.
Yeah. We were on my father, of course, connected with the embassy because of the FAA. We were on our way to Germany. I don't know why we were pulled off the plane in that particular instance, but we're on the plane and pulled off because of some conflict back in the 70s. We're all ready to take off, and the State Department said, no, we're pulling everyone off the plane.
Bam, you got an open mic, brother.
And most people don't realize those drones take hours before they hit. From when they're launched, they're literally in the air for hours before they hit their targets. This isn't like they're moving at supersonic speeds. Easily trackable, easy to take down. And this will probably drag on a couple of weeks at least. And then Trump has his the military parade on his birthday. Big coincidence, huh?
No, that's his presence himself.
Yeah, first military procession in Washington D.C. since 1991.
He wanted, so the story goes that when he saw the when he saw the military parades in North Korea, he was like, why don't we do this?
Right.
Like he wanted like tanks, missiles, and they had to be like, Mr. President, you will destroy Washington D.C. Washington D.C. You can't drive tanks down the road in front of the White House. Like, I know it looks cool, but yeah, he got his parade at the end of the day. We'll see what they do.
Yeah. Well, look at all the photo shopping that Obama did, Biden did it, Trump did it of the crowd. 90% of that was fake. I'm not a conspiratorial type of person, but man, I sold off just about everything. I sold all my NVIDIA yesterday. That was the biggest holding I had. Now, the other one that's interesting, I didn't realize this. Palantir is now has software to help ICE. I didn't know that. So I'm dropping Palantir totally. No, they've been doing it for 15 years. I never knew about that. They did a $30 million upgrade on software to help ICE.
Strange bedfellows.
I don't mind. I don't mind the company, et cetera, but I don't think the American public knows. And should they really find out what they're doing, then it's just going to cause no one is going to want the company.
Or at least 50% of people, which is enough to drop price.
All the banks will pull it out of their folios. It was almost.
It's not that
3%.
bio, it's just the effect that it has on the stock.
Yeah. Yep.
It doesn't matter if you're for ICE, not for ICE. What matters is what the people that you're trading against think.
Agreed. Yep. Oh,
I was answering a question on YouTube. But yeah.
Oh.
About what we were talking about.
I bought Lockheed Martin. I bought Raytheon. I bought not McDonnell Douglas. Boeing. Boeing did take a hit because of the crash.
You went war heavy, huh?
I've always been. It's good for the economy.
I go in and out. I hedge against wars with.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not human nature, it's man's nature. Another breaking news is Japan has agreed to buy, I believe it's $5 billion, or it's at least $5 billion worth of LNG from the United States. I think it's 20 billion over 20 years.
What's LNG?
Liquid nitrogen, liquid gas, liquid natural gas. We found ways to supercool it so that they can transport it easily. When I was in Saudi Arabia, when the super tankers like that came in, they're just so huge. They're absolutely massive.
Hey, now that you're here, I could ask you my question.
Go ahead.
Is it true that CERN was used to turn lead into gold?
Yeah, we can do that easily. Yeah, absolutely. It's been done many times.
With CERN, by smashing the particle.
All you have to do is add. I think it's 1 proton, 1 neutron.
Problem is, it's microscopic and it's expensive.
Yeah, it's beyond
very
microscopic.
expensive. Very, very expensive.
They produce something like 30. I don't remember the extension on it, but basically it's like 90 atoms of gold.
Yeah, you could go to the local pawn shop and find more gold cheaper.
Yeah, it's less than. It's beyond a microscope. You can't
But
even see
like
it under
we were talking about earlier today, it is a proof of concept, and technology will improve, and who knows, eventually. That's not a good. I mean, I guess you could sleep comfortably if you're a gold guy for now, but 50 years, 100 years.
The energy involved it costs it costs billions of dollars to produce anything. But that's how a fusion bomb works, is you take 2 different elements and smash them together and make something, I forget which one it is, cadmium, and another one, it makes U-232. The
So
difference
it is
between hydrogen and helium. Okay, I'm going to get on a different subject of why the helium, we don't have any more helium. I mean, that's all escaping the Earth.
It's all these damn clowns.
Yeah. Well, helium, unfortunately, it's found in nature underground, and once it escapes, it goes up into space. Doesn't stop. It's gone forever.
Well, it's so interesting.
Yeah, when the sun collapses, it will go from hydrogen to helium and it'll go all the way down to iron. It'll just keep collapsing and collapsing and pushing the element. The core will become heavier and heavier elements until it's iron. Generally, before that, it explodes. But our sun will actually become bigger and bigger and bigger until it engulfs the Earth.
Interesting.
And the moon will eventually escape Earth. It's moving about an inch a century right now away from the Earth. At one time, it filled almost the entire sky.
Wow.
What about the dome?
And by the way, in a few million years, you will not have a solar eclipse. The moon will be too far away to cover the sun when it moves in front of it. And the moon will face the Earth.
Hey, on a brighter note, we'll all be dead.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll probably be one of the shorter species on this planet.
What if I think the Earth's flat?
Yeah. There you go.
Somebody in the chat said, what about the dome? Like, the moon's not going to float away. The dome is going to catch it, obviously.
That's it.
What about the hole on the top and the bottom of the Earth?
The hole? Well,
Yeah.
have you ever been to, in fact, most people don't think Antarctica exists. I've been there.
The inner Earth. You've been there.
I've met people
Ooh.
who think Australia doesn't exist, so that doesn't surprise me.
Right. Antarctica
What
took
is
a long time to discover. It was not until, I believe, the middle 1800s before we actually discovered Antarctica. It was too tough to get there. The current around Antarctica is just too strong for most boats.
Is there a pyramid there?
A what?
A pyramid there?
Pyramid?
Is there a pyramid there?
None that I see.
Oh, what about the
None that I
ice
think.
wall?
I didn't see one.
It's
I was
not a
there.
giant ice wall.
I was there for 6 months. I didn't see one.
Isn't
You
there an
probably had to go pretty
admiral that
far.
wrote about that?
Hmm?
Isn't there an admiral that wrote about the ice wall?
Yes. Admiral Byrd. You heard of this guy?
I've heard of him.
What do you think about what he said?
I know what I saw with my own eyes.
Well, why is he saying all this stuff in his diary?
I don't know. It's delusional.
He said ships came.
That's true. Okay.
Listen, this guy said he went in an inner Earth. And they took his ship. They took his plane in there and told him to relay the message back to the United States. In the end, he was attacked.
I know. I know that in Greenland, when you come in there accidentally with a jet fighter, you're not leaving until spring. You can't fire up the engines. You're trapped for 3 to 6 months.
And when you go to Google Earth and you rotate the Earth, why is it blurred out there?
Yeah, I was just listening to that. And you sounded so sad when he told you there was no pyramid, bro. Like I could hear it in your voice.
Yeah.
No,
He was
cool.
like, "But why? But why did Admiral?" You sounded like someone, like a kid that just found out that the Easter Bunny isn't real or something. That was funny. Just the way you said it was funny. That's all.
No, but listen, I assume none of that to be true.
Yeah.
I'm just stating information I've heard. I have no idea whether it's true or not. Then again, I can't say it's not true either.
I haven't been there, so.
Well, the hole in the ozone was basically been proven that it was actually that volcano in Antarctica was depleting the ozone, not mankind.
Man, it was those hairstyles in the 80s.
That's it.
I've seen the picture. I've seen the
Yeah.
pictures. They went crazy. They went crazy in the 80s with the hairspray, yo. All right, we're digging into this vector gap now, guys. We're past 50% recovered on this entire dip, by the way. 50% is a real sketchy part. Right, the 0.5 fib when you recover is kind of what you want to watch if you're gonna get a rejection.
What do you think the low point will be for BTC tomorrow?
Hopefully not any lower than we are right now. Let me see. It's gonna depend on tonight. If we can get a full recovery, then we'll be holding support for the most day for the most time tomorrow. There's two options.
6 minutes to pre-market.
There's two options for me that we reject off this 200 at 105.2, or we come all the way up to 106.6.
Gotcha.
When we get to 105, we'll be at golden pocket retracement, so we'll be 61% recovered on this dip. I probably won't be going to sleep anytime soon. I've got a couple of trades that are
5 minutes.
Needing attention.
Let's see.
Dbloc, on the macro, are you still of the mind that we're in a bull flag?
Yeah, remember we talked about if we came back down into this bull flag, what we were watching for is if we could hold the midpoint. Let me go to the 4 hours. We have a little more definition. All right, so here was our flag. We broke out. We failed the retest of the top. And I said, look for the midpoint. Right? If this flag is just going to be a deviation, it still has any strength to get out, it'll hold the midpoint of that. And that's basically right where we bounced off of. Now, tomorrow's job, like tomorrow's, the whole theme for tomorrow needs to be bullish engulfing. We want to take these daily candles, or actually, it's not even. We want to take these candles and get another, on the daily, we want another stopping volume candle or another doji. I thought we were well more into this candle, but we're not. Remember, the main thing is that we don't close underneath the line in the sand on the weekly. Right? That's the high that we put in. Right? Our body high that we supported. Remember that big, it was a big deal last week when we were trying to close over. So this is the weekly candle right now. As long as we don't close this weekly candle under, we're good. So for that, we'll track it on the daily, right? Hopefully this is stopping volume candle, and then tomorrow's candle, meaning tomorrow's daily candle, the next daily candle, we need bullish engulfing on everything, on all the alts. If this is really going to be it, if this is really going to be that last dip that we were looking for. If we break those lows on the daily, then it's not done yet. So 24 hours for certainty, but I've already started to swing at the possibility that those were the lows.
For sure. Low, the 24-hour low was 1029.
1026. 26.
Okay. Gotcha. Currently sitting at 104, upper 9, mid 9. 3 minutes to pre-market open.
Clive.
Yeah.
I've got bad news.
What's that?
I have the coordinates to the pyramid.
There you go.
If you want them, I'll message them to you.
Okay.
You can see it on Google Earth.
That sounds like a dope bro trip. Both of y'all should go take
Mhm.
some pictures.
There you go.
Clive already
I'll
knows
send
his
them
way
to you.
around. Emat has
They
the
did find
coordinates. You
one.
guys are set.
Yeah, they found
There's
one.
no,
There was. Go ahead.
there's no way you couldn't have seen it because you couldn't have went there.
Okay. There was an archaeologist inside that was caught inside the pyramids, grinding off various stones to make it fit his equations.
Hey, look, those those grants aren't easy to come by. Okay, I just need one.
No, they ain't.
I just need one big hit, guys, and then I'll go legit.
Yeah.
That's funny. Just imagine him like carving in his own hieroglyphics or something.
Yeah. Well, they had to stop people from climbing the pyramids because it was just eating it away.
Yeah, yeah. Mr. Beast the other day got let. Yo, Mr. Beast is getting access. Mr. Beast is Mr. Beast.
Right.
But he got to go into all the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was pretty cool. I mean, it's the best video I've ever seen from inside because nobody really, you know, all you ever see is some dusty archaeological photos and shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 1 more minute. Let's see if I made the right choice of selling off BTC. Sorry, IBIT.
IBIT.
Mm-hmm. BlackRock CTF for Bitcoin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Market is open.
Ding, ding, ding. The world's largest casino is now open.
Yep. Let's see what
Yay!
Big buys, big buys.
Let's see what Nvidia is up to. Nvidia just fell 1.62%. We sold it 144 flat. Currently 142.73.
You plan on playing the catch-up play on Apple? Or you think it's a wrap?
Mosquito's truck.
No. Yeah,
It's starting.
I think it might have been it.
When I put my sell in, I'm going to sell at 106.
SMCI, let's take a look at that. Down 3.14%, 3.23. These are some of the ones I own.
Oh, you went and got it, huh?
IBIT just fell 1.7.
What's SMCI at?
SMCI 41.91, down 3 and third percent.
We got some aggressive
high.
buyers and sellers coming on the market.
Mm-hmm. Market is open. I am not buying.
I'm selling 106,500. Maybe that's too high. I want them red liquidations up there.
Okay, here's another indication. Lockheed Martin up 4.18%. Raytheon up 4.75%. Those are the stocks I bought yesterday. Walmart. Take a look at that one. Down 0.66. Not a huge amount. Tesla. Down 2 1/3. This is 2 minutes in. Apple. Down 1.15. Ford. Down 0.69. Everything's going to go down. Google over 1.75%.
I only own VIX.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I only own VIX.
Okay. Silver, flat. Gold, up 0.87.
Gold, baby.
Donald Trump down 2.88.
You guys don't understand. Gold is like the physical Bitcoin, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere Peter Schiff's head just exploded.
There you go. Let's look at AMD. Down 1.65. HIMS was one that was doing really good yesterday. No, down 3%.
For growing hair?
It's a like a Viagra.
Market maker's about to step in here, guys. See if we can get through these liquidations. This SR flip is our next big spot. 200 EMA, SR flip at 105.2.
Oil futures up 6%.
That's the.
Mm-hmm.
That was the play.
Or good.
Brent crude last day up 6.25%. Microsoft
Can it keep
down 1%?
You think the oil could keep going?
Yep.
Is the war still going?
And the war
I'm gonna
is
have to.
going to be
Look,
going
what I
to
told you
next
about
week.
crypto earlier only counts for crypto, right? This to me, Bitcoin is not affected by war. If it is affected by war, it's affected positively. Everything, every asset takes a hit when there's announcements and war and strife. Bitcoin always recovers quicker. That is not the same for oil. Oil will be affected by this for as long as the war is on. Gold will be
Mm-hmm.
affected for this for as long as bombs are dropping. In a good way.
Maybe I'll sell my VIX and buy oil at 6 a.m.
6% doesn't sound like a lot, but you're chasing oil. Like a 60% move on the altcoin.
No, never mind.
Wait for the dips.
Well, when the attack started, Bitcoin fell to 104. That was 8 hours ago, though.
Yeah, and it also was already in the chart. 1044 was our target for days now. We had an overcorrection because of the news, in my opinion, to 1027. You have to let the fear sort of pan out.
Mm-hmm.
But it made for some good entries.
I agree. That's what happened to me. On my 104. But even at that, with them trying to use that to get it down farther, it really didn't work. That's it. 102. They couldn't even get 97 or 8 or 9.
Hey, let's not poke the bears, bro. We're not above our full recovery yet, so it's not the time to be.
Oh.
Yeah, let's not na boo boo yet. Before they
All
whip
right.
this thing
All right.
around on us.
Sorry, Bear. Don't do it until I become you. I will become you when we get to my target. I will join. Go Bear. Build your shorts, Bear. Build them now.
I'm gonna say
Well, I'm going to try to buy NVIDIA at 132. Usually I only deal in $1 to $2 gaps in NVIDIA, but I'm looking for a $10 drop.
Let me see. I wanted to look at Nvidia and I wanted to look at.
Okay.
Oh, I was buying at 141.
Yeah, throw me a bone. I'll buy it with you.
I'm not doing anything in the pre market right now. I am buying oil. I am buying gold. I am buying Raytheon. I am buying Lockheed Martin. I'm holding on to that. I'm expecting a 15 to 20% rise in Lockheed Martin.
Ooh. From where it's at, you're not going to wait for the retracement?
No, it's already moved up. Why would it retrace? This is perfect time for it.
Oh,
I bought it yesterday.
Oh, you already bought it at a good price.
I'm up 5%. It was up 2% yesterday, 2.25 at close. It's now up 5.27%. When we started this conversation, it was only up 3.5 to 4%. I'm expecting a 6 to 7% rise by the time market opens. There you go. Raytheon is now up over 6%. We started this conversation, it was up 3.
What about Smith and Wesson?
Smith and Wesson. That's Smith and Wesson and Sons now. Oh, it's, yeah. It was and Sons. Flat. 5 days to earnings, not trading just yet. No pre-market move. It doesn't move a lot. But it is listed in the aerospace and defense sector. Let's look at aerospace and defense. GE down, Rivian up, Boeing down, Lockheed Martin up huge. Oh, Raytheon's now reaching 7% up. Did I say 10? I think I did. All of the aerospace and defense are up. They're all green. Except Archer. Those are mostly space stocks that are down. But military defense are all up, with the exception of Boeing. And Boeing, due to the crash. That's the first accident that Dreamliner has had since it was introduced. One person survived, too.
Another plane crash.
No, the one just the other day.
Oh, I thought those were done. They're still happening.
Yeah, I think there are, 39 in the last 10 years. Oh, here's a trivia question for you. What's the safest mode of transportation on the planet?
Train.
Helicopter.
No.
Off 2 feet.
Helicopter.
No. It's a weird one. Okay, no. That something that moves you from one place to another.
Oh.
My hopes and dreams.
A plane.
No. Okay, I'll give you a hint. Up and down.
A pogo stick.
No. Up and down. You use them. Elevator. I didn't say.
Elevator?
I said mode of transportation moves you from one place to another. Millions and millions of miles are traveled every year, and yet there are no deaths.
I didn't know that.
Like some shit you read in the magazine at a doctor's office in the waiting room.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever hear about the woman that was in the elevator in a tall building and it fell all the way down and hit the bottom and she lived?
Well, it's possible. 2-story building.
I can't remember where it was.
Well, what do you know? Don't look now, but Bitcoin's doing exactly as it was told. Alright, we shrunk that gap up. The rest of this should be easy. We're at the psychological range, daily open retest. You know what's going to be cool? That We caught the bottom of this on the 1 minute chart at the beginning of this stream. But going back to watch this stream is that ass gonna be like a master class in knife catching.
Hey.
You need to post it on YouTube.
Yeah, they post automatically. When every time I start a new stream, they post. But I might rename it so that
What price did you catch it at?
102s.
I got 102.
That stopping volume candle.
I got 102.740.
Where was the stopping volume candle on the 1 minute?
You were the other 102 guy. I remember you.
It was a blue stopping volume candle. Here. Blue stopping, red vector, blue stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing. So I got in it. And then I added to my position on the higher low, and I added to my position on the breakout, and then I added to the position on the touch of the uptrend.
I think I bought at 104 on the downtrend. Then I bought again at 103 100. Then I caught the bottom at 102.740, and then I bought again on the way up.
Nice. I say it a lot, but congrats again to everybody who pulled the trigger when it was spooky and it didn't feel like the right thing to do. Not out of hot water yet, but feel a lot better than we did earlier.
From the open, IBIT is now down 1.33%. If I shorted, I would short here. I don't short.
Don't do that yet.
So
Just because IBIT is down, I mean, this is the asset that it's based off of.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're pumping,
it just opened 16 minutes ago. So from where it was 16 minutes ago.
no, I know. But what I'm saying is that the asset that it's based off never closed, and we have price history to see what's happening on that.
Right. Just
So
based on
shorting would be pretty dangerous in my opinion.
How correlated does it move that stock to actually Bitcoin?
On a bit of a delay.
Directly. Tad delay.
So it's delayed.
Just a little.
Yeah. A minute. We're talking minutes here.
Yeah. The dip at their opening is what's left from the dip that we had that already half has been recovered. You know what I mean?
Right. So I'm going to put IBIT. If I was to short, it's currently 60. Let's just round off the 8 cents. I'm going to say IBIT will hit 56 by the time the market opens.
So if it's at 50, if it's at 60,
it's basically 60. 59.91.
And if we come up to 106,600, I wonder what that would equal to the 60.
About 2%.
Oh, I see. Whatever.
$1.20.
Okay. Okay. So whatever percentage. I see. Whatever percentage Bitcoin moves. Okay.
Yeah. So it'd have to hit 61.20.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. The stat that I to see their BlackRock's position in Bitcoin versus Ethereum, they put $60 billion into, $70 billion into the ETF of Bitcoin, and $6 billion. I believe it's $6 billion. I could be wrong. It could be 10 in Ethereum ETF.
Yeah,
the only problem is it doesn't
up
trade
on
24 hours.
Right.
It's better for some people. You don't have to remember you don't have to remember a seed phrase. It's better for some people, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. For people like
what do
me,
you do when Bitcoin has big movements and you're just stuck there when it's not trading?
Trade Legacy, you're used to that.
I do with every other stock.
Yeah, you're used to things gapping up after hours.
Absolutely.
But the other stocks aren't moving. They're not moving 24/7.
I know. I don't want them to.
That one. That
I
one
do not.
is moving 24/7. You're stuck
I
there.
understand. Okay. I've dealt with it for 55 years.
No, I bet.
He's talking about
I
Bitcoin
understand. I understand what
specifically.
you're saying.
Yo, D
But
block
Yeah, what's up?
for this long position that I have. I see we're looking at the price target full recovery. Where, if I wanted to move my stop loss up, would I leave it all the way down where it is right now?
Have you
Considering we're
moved? Have
waiting
you
for.
moved it up yet through this trade?
I haven't moved it, not one bit.
Where was your entry?
Hold on. I got a few entries.
What's your
on
average,
different
basically?
things.
Oh, where's your stop loss now? Is a better question.
Liquidation stop loss is at
Wait.
103.
wait. No, your stop.
The liquidation is very low,
So you don't.
but
Oh, okay. Yeah, just the stop loss.
the stop loss is 103,812.
Oh, 380. Oh, all right. So you're like playing the bottom of the. Yeah. I mean, you haven't really. Mine is not sitting far. Mine is at like 103,678.
Okay, so just let it ride for a little bit
I
till
mean,
we get to that.
what I do is I wait to establish another support, right? So we've come through and we've put. Right, we had a bit of resistance there. So if price was to come down, pull this uptrend up too. If price was to come down again here and hold resistance or hold the uptrend and push away again, then I'd feel safer about moving my stop loss up like right here. Right? It's here, and then I would move it up. But to move it up here, you're too close, in my opinion, to the 50. You're not giving enough price to move. So you're good where you're at.
That's what I was thinking. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't.
Yeah, you're taking too much risk, right? You can't put it above the 50, right? You don't want to put it above a mean reversion, especially when there's really nothing holding price. Putting it right underneath the 50 doesn't work much, and that's really the only other logical place that you could think of putting it is like right there. But then you risk price coming down, wicking you out without the 13 crossing the 50 and then just taking off on you. So you're decent. You're in a good spot.
All right.
Not financial advice, but it's close to where mine is.
All right. Now are we expecting like a hard bounce off of this full recovery, or are we trying to consolidate?
There's two
up there?
possibilities. We don't know yet, right? This
Right.
was V-shaped and it was really nice. Well, I won't say V-shaped, but it was very aggressive, slow but aggressive. It was nice. But if we reject, then that means something. My trade will come to an end if we get high volume and reject at this point. It's just going to be an 800 EMA retest unless we go really fast and go now. But chances are this 800 will come down. And then when we move up, we'll be retesting that 800. Getting above our full recovery and holding, that is like where you can finally let out that sort of fresher breath air like you've been holding all day. Darren, what's going on, brother? Yeah, I'll probably be asleep way before that, though. I honestly don't really expect this. I think it's just going to go.
So same thing with ETH. I'm just waiting on
Let's take a look at
full
ETH.
recovery.
All right, so ETH, wow, such a good ETH buys down at support. Again, remember when we were covering these deviations and we talked about if this proves to be a deviation, chances are we come back down to support.
Is that where you got your buy? Man,
Yeah, I worked right off of support.
I didn't do good purchasing. I did like 25, 550, or no, yeah, 25.
Clive, you got to open mic, brother.
You sound like he over there working.
I got him. I'll move him.
Doggy.
Yeah, so we're looking to reclaim vectors here on ETH.
I should have known better to wait for the deviation. I was thinking that it was gonna hold that vector gap, but
Yeah, we said if this uptrend here, right, we had support turned into resistance, and it was at the bottom of the vector gap, and it was 50% of the range. So we're saying if it's going to be like a bullish drop where it holds and just continues to push, that'll be where it happens. But if that breaks, we'll come down to
all the
support.
way through.
Yeah, and we came all the way back down. All right, Bitcoin, not the time to just go flat. Come on. Chop, chop. So remember, after we get these vector candles, right, market maker will hit the brakes and he'll test retail. Right? Did it here, came up, tested retail. There was no motivation to buy. Nobody wanted to buy, so he paid himself on that vector. Same thing here, 3 vectors up, waited. Nobody wanted to buy, came down, found support. That brought in retail, right? Retail that's waiting for their trend line to hit or their 50 EMA to hit or whatever. That brought in retail. Retail broke the highs, see no vectors, right? It's all retail candles. And then market maker jumped in at the end, like, okay, we want to party again, let's go. He gave them the break of the 200, and now we slammed on the brakes again. This is where retail needs to step in and buy, or market maker is going to pay himself on those vectors. My chart's frozen though, apparently.
I thought that was
Yeah,
my
it's not moving.
I thought my screen did
No,
that.
I looked
I
at
was
it
like,
3
what's going
times,
on?
and I was like, we can't possibly be running this flat.
I thought that was my screen for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Nice dipping now.
Clock is ticking. Oh, do not try to sell me. You get enough money from me, TradingView. All right, so yeah, I guess fast forward. Like I was saying before, if retail doesn't step in, market maker will pay himself on the vectors. Funny. Now it's all about making levels and holding levels. Right? We consolidated here. We held it. Right? Consolidated here. We held it. Then we consolidated here.
Now we're waiting for the next consolidation.
And now we got to prove it. Right? Now when we come down, we got to hold.
Hopefully above that trend line.
Yeah, uptrend would be a good spot for it. Still got 230 people in here. Put a 1 in the chat if you've been here for the whole stream. If you've been here from the bottom candle. Let's go. Damn right. The diehards right there. That's okay. It counts even. If you slept and came back, it still counts. Nice. Good shit, y'all. That's how it's done. Focused.
Two energy drinks in. Alani came out with the cotton candy.
It's going to depend on whether this is a recovery or not, Sample. If you're still in profit on any alts at all, right, then in my opinion, you have to. So, as much as I love things to be bullish all the time and for everything to be rockets, 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 sometimes the rocket ship is really a rescue ship, right? Like sometimes it's just enough to get you back up to a spot, you know, get you back up to a target where you can take profit for a continued dip. This recovery is great. I haven't seen any evidence that we've fully recovered yet. So what I'm doing with my alts, the alts that I'm still holding, is when we get to this point, I'm going to take a really good look at dominance and see how strong or weak that's looking. I'm going to take a really good look at how Bitcoin recovers and what type of volume we get off of those candles. And then I'm going to make my decision. If it looks weak, then I'm taking profits on everything. And let the dust settle. Yeah, we've already seen ourselves fractal 3 times here, right? We had our original W, we had our midterm W, and then we had our larger time frame, right? Now, when you get to resistances like this, you have to start thinking higher low again. If this uptrend breaks, right? If this uptrend doesn't break, it's just a continuation. If this uptrend breaks, then we're looking to build yet a higher low, right? We're only on the second, we're only on our second rise though. Depends on if you want to count it from the 1 minute W or the 5 minute W or the 15 minute W. But for me, this was, for me, this was our W and this was our first rise, and now we're on our second. Retrace, third rise, hopefully a continuation. We don't do too much hoping around here though. We're good either way. No, did we hit the 5K? Hold on, let me check. $5,006. Let's go. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all are out of control. Oh yeah. Family gets bigger. Yeah, I know, right? Nah, I appreciate you guys, man. I really appreciate you guys because you could be anywhere in YouTube. And you're here with us hooligans. Yeah, I feel the same, Darren. It's way better than just going for the cheap subs. But you realize how rare it is, like, to even be at 5K subs and have a chat that's actually functional, like functioning, where people aren't constantly at each other's necks. Everybody's helpful. People answer questions. And I'm talking just YouTube chat, like not even Discord.
Especially the positive vibes, you know.
Yeah, we try to keep it.
It's really hard to come by.
Biohacker with the super chat.
5K by AB.
5 racks. Damn right. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, 4K to 5K went quick. 4K to 5K might have been the quickest 1K jump. Jackie said Dbloc in tears now. If I wasn't a robot, I might have shed a tear, bro. If I still had feelings left. Why would I torture you guys to celebrate 5K? The last thing you want to do is hear me sing, bro. I promise you that.
GBP is looking nice here.
Super chat.
I like it.
GBP is looking nice. I'll take a look at it. Give me a second. Let me grab something to drink. Nah, yeah, I just want to clip me and put me on a soundboard. Another game here.
Appreciate Dbloc. Your wise words have helped many people. Folded hands emoji. Folded hands emoji.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Davey. I hope so, bro. Appreciate the support.
Facts, same here. Learn more from this channel than any other channel out here.
Just wait to the bear market where we have time to dig in, like to dig in deep. You know, we can only really scratch the surface, and I've sort of just been sticking to a lot of the actionable shit, right? Like what you need to know now for what's going on now. Because there's not really a lot of time to drown people with a million different things, bro. Just tell me how to get in and out of trade and how to tell when it's almost over. And then when I have time to breathe, we can learn everything else, you know?
For real.
It's a small speech. Nah, I give enough speeches, RH. I do appreciate the hell out of y'all, though. You make the job fun, which is priceless. super
love
chat.
BJ too, and the entire family.
We love
Smiling
BJ
face
too,
with
the
hearts
entire
emoji.
family.
Smiling face
Yeah,
with
damn
hearts
right.
emoji.
We got a good bunch. Nah, not 24. I would like to see us test this full recovery though before I go to bed. But worst case, I'll just move my stop loss up. If we come down and we hit the 50 here, I'll just move my stop loss up underneath that range. Couple of ATRs down and call it a night. If it rolls over, it rolls over. Nah, I think about that all the time, Apsis. My first cycle and a half were in a room by myself, just absorbing as much trading information as I possibly could from random sources. All right, let's see if we put in this higher low here, or if this uptrend holds. We shrunk that vector a little more. That's all that's left of the vector now. Yeah, we should come down and retest the uptrend. The 50, you see how the 50 EMA is just hugging the bottom of the uptrend too, so we have a bit of confluence there.
What's up,
Eth
Lee?
Dom dropped like a rock. Yeah. What's going on, bro?
Are you?
You have a good rest?
Yeah, actually, I'm not. Who can get rest, man? They just launched 800 rockets and cruise rockets and drones from Iran towards Israel 30 minutes ago. So they are expecting like stuff to happen in the next 30 minutes. I think I'm
Wait,
gonna
would
take
you
some.
say that drones from Iran are going to Israel?
Yeah, they already launched.
What did I tell you guys about not only like 3 hours ago? Yeah, I mean, we can expect the retaliation. It's not gonna, it's a show of force, right? Like, they'll probably shoot all those drones down before anything happens. But Iran has to respond.
They did it.
Yeah.
Gonna be an interesting day today.
Yep.
I'll send you some videos from Jordan skies because usually those rockets just come from from my city sky towards Israel.
Weird to see them going in the
Usually at
opposite direction.
Huh?
I said, and they're going in the opposite direction now, like they were going out.
No, going from Iran to Israel.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah,
you
okay.
can see like a
Yeah.
swarm of drones,
Oh, that's crazy.
rockets,
Yeah, send me
all
that.
sort of military stuff, and F-16 trying to intercept. Actually, I saw that at night. It was too clear. But in the morning, I don't know if that will be that much clear for the human eye. But at night, because you see the blows, you see the 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 fire coming from those rockets.
Yeah,
So it's obvious.
we saw some of the footage earlier on streams. There was some people on Twitch that were live streaming.
Crazy.
Nah, you're absolutely correct about that, Bruno. It's not possible without U.S. coordination. Bro, listen, look at what's happened in the last 2 weeks. Right? Ukraine took out over 30% of Russia's long-distance nuclear capabilities with drones. Right? Perfect attack, knew exactly where they were and knew what planes to hit, made it all the way there on the cover. Right? My opinion, obvious U.S. intelligence involved there. And then we have the attack today on Iran's nuclear capabilities. I was always taught look for who benefits the most from situations, and that's usually who's responsible. All right, we're
Crazy
retesting
time.
this uptrend now. Yeah, definitely a crazy time, bro.
This is Drew. Wanted a black swan kind of thing.
See? What happens when you let Drew talk for too long? On and shit.
My phone did not stop bringing man since morning. Oh, I'm dying.
All right, I'm gonna need a little bit of coffee for this. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Nice, biohacker. A TV screen is always good in the setup. Last thing you want to do is end up using one of your monitors for like entertainment. Steven, for me it does. It drives me crazy, bro. I feel the latency on the mouse. But I'm a gamer though, so I'm like sensitive to any sort of input lag. It's not bad for a third or fourth screen though, that you're just gonna have some charts up. Maybe you're not actively charting on that screen, you're not really moving anything, right? You're just watching the You're just watching the charts. Yeah, yeah. For your main monitor where you're doing TA though, you want good input. You want really low input lag. That's what's up, NC. Nice. That might not be a bad idea for Polkadot. They need to do something. Yeah, Bruno, I'm waiting to see if we get this, if we hold this retest of the 50 in the uptrend, and then our psychological ranges would be next. We already hit our second measured move here, right? So one target down, two targets down, just waiting for our third. I'm gonna wait until it's under 12 hours to reset the stream. I'll wait like 20 more minutes. That way we can save the stream. I'll retitle it something having to do with a fallen knife so everybody can go back and watch. People that wanted to say they wanted to rewatch. I'm gonna try to turn that translation on for Buddy that said that he wanted to watch the stream again. The indicator is liquidation levels by Leviathan. You just type in liquidation levels, you'll find it. Just look for the author Leviathan. And then you've got to mess with the lines and all that. Like, I switched all my colors and everything up on my line thickness and all that. I'll be right back. About to reset the stream real quick, yo. We'll be back in 2 minutes. If you haven't subbed up yet, sub up, hit the like button, all that good stuff. And we'll be right back.